So what's up, everybody? This is Imani Latif coming to you live for the Black Comics Universe event, streaming live with the experience, the comic book shopping experience. My producer Kyle is in the background there, getting us straight, getting us ready to go for a long marathon day of interviews and interesting conversations about Black comics. And our first guest is my man Tyler Martin of Godhood Comics. He's going to be talking about his series of books and one of my favorite projects that he has coming out, The Antagonist. And we're going to be starting shortly here. Are we ready to go? So then we can just hit it. And matter of fact, I had to get a new cooktop. Yo, this is Imani Latif of Peep Comics. I'm here with my man Tyler Martin of Godhood Comics. How you doing this morning?
What's up, brother? What's up, man? That's a catchy theme song you got there. I'm over here.
I know, right? we dug it in the crates deep to find that track, man. So we can get hype first thing in the morning. So what's interesting about this program is that I have a personal story behind everybody that I invited onto this into this program. Mm-hmm. And you happen to be one of the top sellers on our website, Peep Comics. And I wanted to bring you on to definitely, shed light on what you've been doing. And I know for a fact that you are on the verge of something huge, pretty soon here. So I wanted you to share as much as you can on that, and just give a little intro as to what your comics are about.
Yeah, man. So first of all, I want to say thank you because game was our first time actually in the comic book community as far as selling a book. I didn't want to go through Comixology. I didn't want to go to Indie Planet. I was all about Black owned and just something a little more personal for me while learning it. So, bro, you and Peep Gang, you helped me. You helped me learn how to check a marker, how to see what sales I've made, and so I extend that. My growth was essential to Peep Gang, so I appreciate that, man.
Man, I appreciate that and those comments as well. For real, thank you.
Yeah, no, facts, bro. It's the reality. You've helped a lot of new creators, and for underdogs like me, your platform is essential. But yeah, I'm Tyler Martin, guys. I'm the founder and creator, founder and owner of Godhood Comics. We're a small Black indie comic book publisher here in Atlanta, Georgia. ATL, woo woo. And we've got right now. I've got about 3 books published. Working on 4 more at the moment. Mega Woman 1, and Sharpshooter are one of our hits. That's the only thing we have out right now, and those things are still in fast. But one of the biggest projects that we're working on right now is a project called The Antagonist. We just did a $25,000 Kickstarter, which was absolutely amazing. And got some just partnered with Black Sands on some things that we're going to work with. So, man, we're pretty excited over here, bro. I'm just so excited. I love the energy that's been coming from the indie community.
Yeah, the indie community has been very interesting lately. I like to say we're in a new Black age of comics right now.
Yes, it's not going away.
No, it's not going away at all. And some people confuse some people get confused. They think that it all started with the Black Panther. Then all of a sudden, all these creators started popping up, but really for as long as I've been doing it, I've been following the momentum, 5 to 6 years prior to Black Panther. So sometimes I like
anything we do, they always think it just came out of thin air, right? But in the reality, there's been people working effortlessly and tirelessly behind the scenes for decades to make sure our stories are told, and just being able to be a part of that movement of putting our skin tones and colors on comic book pages is that wakes me up.
Yeah, so I want to get into this antagonist thing, because I've always had this idea when it came to Black superheroes, right? That just by nature of the politics behind Blackness and the neighborhoods that they serve and things like that, that their actions, although heroic, will be deemed villainous. So ideally, we've created these heroes, these Black heroes, but somewhere I was always in the back of my mind, I had this inkling that the reality is that they will be considered villains, not heroes. And so when you came up with your idea for your book, it clicked for me.
Absolutely, bro. And I get that a lot. And so I'd say take out the superhero part, right? For generations, Black people have been villainized for generations. I mean, we've always had to play the villainous role. We've always had to be the antagonist of our own stories. And so what the antagonist is about, it's a book about perception. It's a book about the choices and decisions that we make, and how I was raised by a Black single woman, and especially for our Black women, how Black people will take that label as long as it gets the job done, right? We're okay. Our women are okay. Our ancestors were okay with taking the brunt force of societal labels as long as it got the job done. And I always refer to Malcolm X. Actually, one of our main characters, the dad, Calvin Evell. He loves Malcolm X just because the thought was Malcolm X was a villain in the eyes of many, and he was a hero in the eyes of most. And so, and what that means is it's a perception base, right? So, what made him villainous? What made him a hero? And so that's what the antagonist is about: is taking all that, the generations of black villainous and antagonistic tendencies, and putting it in on that family. I'm glad you said that, man. You get it.
No, I got it immediately, because one of my favorite characters, and this is sort of like off the wall, but is Moses Magnum in Marvel Comics.
Yes,
and he's a villain, but some of his thought processes that he was some type of environmental terrorist, or he had a cause behind some of the things that he was doing. And it always struck me as interesting that I can see, once we, given certain power, that yes, we would take it there, naturally. And so I think your story is definitely the natural progression of that.
And Black people are the only people. We're the only people that can't make mistakes. We're the only people that can't be aggressive or antagonistic, because we're labeled as the villain. And so what this story is about is it's taking this couple over a 30-year time. It's taking them through all the reins of what it means to have superpowers, and to be Black and have superpowers, and to know and to discover corruption in the government, to know the truths that we all know that haven't been confirmed. In this book, these things are confirmed; they're actually fact. And so it's like, what would you do, right? What would you do if you knew president was running slave trade in African countries? You know what I mean? You had the power to stop it. Now you're going to be labeled a villain, but are you okay with that? If that means saving others and bringing order to the world, the characters are definitely misguided. The beautiful thing about the antagonist book is nobody's right or wrong, and then everybody's right and wrong. It's just a matter. Exactly. It's just a matter of who's reading the book at that time. People are going to think my fear is there are going to be a lot of people that can relate to Destructus and Ultima. There's going to be a lot of people who think what they're doing is angelic. There's going to be people who's like, damn, these motherfuckers are crazy. Oh, excuse my language, but it's just that perception-based book.
No, exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking. So tell me about Mega Woman, because that definitely was another big seller of ours. You made ties. You created ties with Greek mythology in this book.
Yeah. And so Mega Woman was my first. We got Mega Woman 3 coming out soon. We got her origin graphic novel. Mega Woman is like my firstborn child. I love Mega Woman. She's what introduced me to the indie community. I am a fan of Greek mythology. I feel like although we have African mythology and all these other mythologies, I feel like for me, Greek mythology helped me become a storyteller. Right? I grew up in the 90s. We had the Disney Hercules. I had all these books in the library. I just love Greek mythology. And so I wanted to take the mythology I love and I wanted to make it Black. And, growing up, Zeus was this figure that could take any form, any race. And so in the godhood universe, the gods, they transcend genetics, right? So they pass on power. We pass on DNA. Gods pass on power. And so it was an easy story to create once I came up with that concept that he could come down and assume the identity of a Black man.
Right.
The Black man's DNA, his generics, his traits, and he could create and you can get a Black Greek.
One of the most striking images in that book is Mega Woman fighting a character that looks vaguely like Luke Cage. I was wondering, was that on purpose? That you got Mega Woman smacking that dude around.
What's crazy is it was kind of a running joke because I really didn't know about Luke Cage for a while. I did not know about Luke Cage for a while, and when I first posted the character of Captain X, I got a comment that said he looked like Luke Cage. Now this was like 2015 when it was the artist could have went back and changed the design. But I went and did my research and looked up Luke Cage and was just reading scenes on Google and stuff like that. I was like, oh yeah, no, we're keeping this. We're keeping this. Yeah. Because Luke Cage is such a humble character, but he has the potential to be a fucking, you in his presence. Imagine him as a villain, and so that's when I ran off with. Exactly. I was like, yeah, we're gonna do this. This is a huge guy.
Yeah. That always sticks in my mind. That particular,
which also, and that's actually when I thought about the antagonist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, so like that stemmed from that idea that that hero for hire concept.
Yes.
All right. So then that brings us to your third book. What's the name of that book?
Sharpshooter.
And so like explain a little bit about Sharpshooter. He's sort of like a Black Hawkeye / type character.
I would describe him as Hawkeye meets Daredevil. At the time, I was heavy into LeBron James and watching his journey, and I said, well, if LeBron James was a hero, what would it be like, right? And so he's such a popular character. He's such a popular person that the only way LeBron James could be a superhero is if that people knew he was a superhero. People would have to know LeBron James was a superhero, and so I took the idea of a Olympic gold medal athlete, right? He lost something. He lost his sight, but he has the tech and the billions to invest in optic implants and things of that nature. And so he lets the world know, hey, I'm Chris Hill. I'm the athlete that they tried to kill, and now I'm Sharpshooter. I'm protecting the streets. So it's it's my only character who doesn't have a secret identity. He's out and about.
Right.
So it's just LeBron James inspired.
No, definitely. I can see that. So so it's interesting that on the website, we get a lot of reviews, and there's one review that's been in queue that I refuse to post. It's a negative review, basically saying, oh, this is just a knockoff of, basically popular characters that you might see in Marvel and stuff like that. And it doesn't show any type of originality, but how do you respond to criticism like that, which I'm sure you probably get?
So, man, yeah, I don't get a lot of negative reviews. For the most part, I've gotten a lot of support from the community. But there is times that those things come, and I likened it to what we do as fans when we look at Marvel and DC movies, right? Or when we watch Marvel and DC TV show. We have things we want to see and we have things we don't want to see, and so we're gonna comment and we're gonna listen. I'm a creator, right? And the word in the word is critique, right? So there's always going to be. I love it because, man, I'm gonna make what the fuck I want to make. I'm gonna make what I want to make. That's the beautiful thing about God. I'm gonna make what I want to make. And when we do get those comments, man, you say, hey, make your own. Make your own. And again, I try to be as original as possible. Stories are always, since we were able to tell stories are always reusable. We've heard the same story. We've heard it a lot of times, and it's not about the story. I think it's more so about how you tell it. Right, that's the differentiation. And so I take that with a grain of salt, man, and enjoy it. I see when I do get those comments, man. Number one, we're not I don't own the company, especially on Instagram. When I get those comments, it's block. But at the same time, I hear them.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
So so you got a lot of books on your plate. How do you handle your workload, your writing load?
Man, I'm learning that. So what I've learned since the success of the antagonist is all sales have gone up, right? So because the antagonist is not out yet, and they want to see who this guy is, what this company is, how did he do this Kickstarter, what's this story so good. So with success has come very much like I work for myself now. I'm strictly working for Godhood Comics. I'm not employed anywhere or anything.
Oh wow, okay.
And so I was able to amass a salary and amass a way where I can pay the bills and keep the company rolling. But it's definitely it's me by myself, bro. So it's definitely hard and stressful and tough. It's not for and with anybody in the community, man. All of my friends in the community work tirelessly, are hard workers, man. They work tirelessly, and it's not for the vague of heart. And you see a lot of I was reading posting groups. See a lot of indie creators who can't take the heat, not because they're weak, but they just can't. They have other duties and responsibilities. I'm lucky enough to live by myself. I'm lucky enough to not have any kids. But it's definitely hard, man. It's definitely hard.
Okay, I see you. So like, what's your typical day like as far as writing and stuff like that?
So I get up around 5 a.m. I have my sugar-free coffee. Love my sugar-free coffee. I'm a big guy, so I've been cutting off sugar a little bit. But so I'll write. I'll check in with my artist. Right, I've got this is the first time I've had 3 books in production at once. So it's very, very stressful as far as I have 3 artists that I'm maintaining. Right, they're sending in work constantly. I'm approving or denying. A colorist, a letterer. It's like at this point, it's like I'm managing a team of like 12 people, and everybody's in a different time zone. Some people are not even in the same country, so I have to be available throughout the day, even when I'm sleeping. These guys, it's to me, for us, it's 3 a.m. And these guys, it's 10 a.m. and they're working and they need responses. So it's tough, man. But I got it on the schedule. I got everybody on the schedule weekly. So when we check in. So
can you speak to that? Because just if you were speaking to like a new indie creator, right? The idea of you have an idea, you have a book that you want to publish. The first step, as far as not just writing the script, but finding an artist, finding a creative team, or building a creative team around what you're trying to accomplish. I know that a lot of indie creators have very broad, ambitious goals, right? They don't just want to publish a comic book. They want to create a universe. So how would you advise a up and coming indie creator as far as taking their first step, creating their first book?
So this is why, and you've been on one of these rooms with me. This is why I love Clubhouse, because we get on here and I connect with people who can speak to me on a more intimate level, right? Because a lot of the time I'm getting so many DMs and emails I can't respond to them. I just can't. So when you have these kind of platforms like Clubhouse and other podcasting platforms, you get to connect with people. And so to answer that question, what I always tell people is you have to focus on one book at a time. And not even one book at a time. You got to focus on one page at a time, right?
Yeah.
Once you have your idea, you have your script locked, and you've went and you've gone and you've checked out an artist, and you and that artist have communicated. You've got to communicate with this artist as far as what are you capable of? What can you do? Can you do 2 pages a month? Can you do 1 page a month? Mega Woman, I tell the story all the time. Mega Woman took 2 years to make. I was paying the artist. We had a communication. He loved the project. He loved the script, and I was paying him for 2 pages a month. 2 pages.
Okay.
And it out of my own pocket. That's another thing I get asked. Oh, how do you get to fund your book? And the question is, you won't get to fund your book. It's going to come from you. Even some of us vets, it's still coming out of my pockets. And it's a passion that goes into it. It's a passion of completion. It's a fulfillment that goes into it. Starting out, you're going to use your own money. I tell my story. I went homeless. I was homeless for godhood. I lost my car. I got my car repossessed. I stopped paying rent. I stopped paying just because I had to get towards the end of Mega Woman. I had to get stuff. I had to take 500 and I had to get stuff done because I was being so inspired by the rest of the community. I was like, I had to get stuff done. Now I'm not telling people, obviously take care of your business. That was my sacrifice. That's part of my story, and that's why we're here now. But yeah, it's all. I always don't overthink it. Take it, man. Write 1 page at a time. 1 page at a time.
I like that. I teach kids comics, and so I'm actually teaching them how to make 1-page comics or make mini comics. I'm trying to get them, like when they come, it's not so much that they don't know how to draw or don't know how to make a comic book. I'm trying to get them to finish.
Man, and
learning how to finish. Oh, go ahead.
To your point, bro, that's another thing. I'm glad you just said that. You don't have to make a 25-page comic book for your first book, right? Give people 5 pages. The Antagonist has 4 planned spinoffs. They're not going to print. They're 8 pages a piece, right? So they'll be PDF on the website where you go in and you read. So what you made an amazing point. Start short, right? Do a 5-page concept. Most people don't realize that when you go to when you're not self-publishing and you go to Image or IDW or Valiant or all these imprint publishers, they want to see the story, and all it takes is 5 pages to sell a concept. All it takes is pages. Especially if you send them 5 completed pages of an amazing story with good art, you can get picked up. So I like that point, brother.
Yeah, we were talking in Clubhouse about what's more important, the story or the drawing or the art, rather. And the reality is, for me, or what's the most important job, the writer or the writer's job or the illustrator's job? And what I've learned is that the story, everybody involved is a storyteller.
Yes.
And the story in and of itself.
You said that, right?
Yeah, I said that. I was basically saying that everybody's a storyteller, so the story is the most important. It's like the writer is telling that story. The illustrator is telling a version of that story. I like what's interesting is Todd McFarlane, for instance, the way his drawing process. For instance, he doesn't draw complete pencils. His pencils are very loose, so that it gives the inker a lot of room to create and add his flair to it. So he adds it, and then so the colorist comes in and add their thing to the story. So they're all part of the story. So it's no one's more important than the other.
Man, absolutely. And let me tell you this, bro. You have to take ego out of creating comic books. There cannot be an ego. And what I mean by that is the way I write is very vague. Because me and the artist and my creative team, we have a conversation beforehand. My job as a publisher and a creator is to tell the best story possible, even if that means I'm not directly responsible. So my artists, my colorists, my colorists, the inkers, they have a certain level of creative control. And they'll say, hey, Ty, I think this is better. Man, the artists on Antagonists, all 3 are amazing because our first artist, Giacomo Gita, he'll take my script and say, listen, I think we should turn this into a splash page and draw it up. And it's perfect. It's exactly what I had in mind, but I couldn't necessarily describe or better than my original idea. And he's been doing that throughout the book, man. And this first issue of Antagonist is really going to lay the God work for godhood and the quality of storytelling and art that I'm trying to push.
I haven't forgot about the logo for Antagonist. I'm still brainstorming about that. I really still am a fan of that whole concept. So I'm really looking to, become a bigger fan of that whole concept in and of itself.
Yeah.
What can you talk a little bit about character design? And I'm only asking that because when it comes to Black indies and indies in general, what's happening now is that most indies are getting away from the traditional superhero comic book, and most of the indie comics now are definitely, I say most of the most popular ones are definitely into horror, but you have a lot of sci-fi and folklore in comics. But as far as creating superhero comics specifically, what is your process in terms of the character design process? And I want to speak to that only because what tends to happen is it's hard to create a original concept when it comes to superhero comics. And I think you have found a way to create, somewhat unique characters with your books.
And I'm going to disagree with you,
Okay.
because it's not hard to. I'm going to tell you how. It's not hard to create original looking characters. I'm going to tell you how, and this is how I see it. As comic book creators, we're essentially playing a role of God. We're essentially, for that universe or for that book, we are God. And so I likened it to God creating 4 billion people on Earth who are all different, right? We're all different. We all look different. We all have different stories. We all have different agendas. And so that's what I do when I'm creating. Because I can tell you right now, there's not a billion comic book characters, right? In professional comic book or indie, it's still not a billion characters. It can't be. And so what I do is I'm a fan of references for my characters. A fan of references. I take this character, drop that from them, add this to them, blend them together, telling my artists how I want them to look and feel and what's their emotional state like. And it goes deeper. And I think a lot of creators forget that when you're designing these characters, it has to go deeper than the looks. It has to. It's what that vibe for Ultimo, the mom of the antagonist, who is this super lunacy, bloodthirsty, and fear-mongering woman who at the same time,
fear-mongering woman.
Yes, she is the most feared supervillain on the planet. She does not play around. But then you see her helping her kids with her homework. Then you see her giving her daughter advice. Then you see her feeding her children. And so I say, well, in that design, how do I establish that? And it was funny because when we were coming up with the design, it's like, okay, I'm going to make sure that when she's doing her damage into when she's destroying, when she's Ultima, essentially, her eyes are always glowing red, right? She's always ready to laser a motherfucker. But when we go through the story and she's with her kids, she's not using her powers. And so I think that that small minor detail, right? When she's in costume, her eyes are glowing red. She's ready. And when she's not in costume, they're not. That small detail adds suspense. It adds, like I said, that fear mongering. So a lot of people think it's just the looks, and it's not. It's how your character walks and talks.
That is a very smart business approach, only because if you think about it, you think about hip hop, all of our biggest heroes are villains. NWA, Dre, Cube, Ice Cube.
Yes.
You name it, we have Kanye West. All of our biggest favorite idols, the people that we idolize the most, we hate the most.
Yeah.
Even you mentioned LeBron James earlier. That's like
people hate to love him.
I love to hate him personally, But
yeah, same.
It's like I know I recognize, but just in the same vein, I can recognize his power. I can recognize his talent, and
Yeah,
yet hate his guts, which I
yes.
do. So
And
run down the other character. Oh, go ahead. What you say?
that's our humanity.
Right. So run down the other characters again? So you have Mrs. Of the antagonist.
So we have Destructus and Ultima, who are so the first issue takes place over a 30-year gap, right? We come into it and we see them as this loving family, wealthy Black family, very prestigious in their communities. Mom Tanya Evil is a luxury, respected luxury real estate agent at a luxury firm, and her husband is a prestigious principal at a top high school, and they live in the suburbia of Detroit, and they have 3 kids. The oldest is Trey Evil. Trey is 21. They have a daughter who's 17, Aaliyah Evil, and then they have an 8-year-old whose name is Taj Evil. All these guys have powers as well, but they know they can't use them. They don't know their parents are supervillains or used to be supervillains. They know nothing about it. To them, these are normal parents who discipline, feed, care, and love them, right? And so what we see is a choice that's made by one of the parents that brings all the heat back onto the family. And so the kids have to adapt, the kids have to survive, and it gets real stressful for that family. Division comes and things of that nature. And so, man, I'm excited about this book. This is probably one of my favorites book, and this book is going to be the highlight of my career in comics.
Now, when does it actually drop?
So our first, and we get this question a lot. And so obviously my first order of business is to make sure my 547 backers have all of their rewards. I'm not even thinking about bringing it. It won't even be on the website until everybody who backed the Kickstarter and supported me through that stressful month,
including
you. Hey, your name already on the list, Doc.
Yeah.
Until all y'all get y'all stuff, bro, I'm not even thinking about when it drops.
Okay.
Because I this is a Kickstarter exclusive. We keep saying that. I keep saying that it's a Kickstarter exclusive, and people have been. Man, I tell you, 3 months later, people still DM and even I didn't get the Kickstarter. Can I pledge an award? They want to kickstart, not on Kickstarter. And I've said no plenty of times. I want to show appreciation for our backers, right? So I even tell my creators and my team, like, the antagonist might not be available for other people until 2022. I don't know, and I don't care. I want my backers to be fulfilled.
I know that's a risky idea, but I've been paying attention to the collectors market, and I will say that there's a lot of books that Black creators are making that have amazing amount of value due to the scarcity.
Yes.
And this is whether it's indie publication or published by a major publishing company. It's like the scarcity around Black creative comic books is very high, and I've been noticing that a lot.
Yeah, I have proof of that. My number one selling book on my website is the Mega Woman Special Edition, which only had 25 copies, and every month I have to keep ordering only 25 copies. It's only 25, and it just goes fast. So I'm seeing that firsthand, and I agree. And also to a point, I don't think it's risky in a way that once you guys get your books and you guys take to social media and you guys tell me your thoughts and opinion on it, people are going to want to read it, and that's what I'll respond to. I'm going to respond from that first round because rather to go into mass print, I want to see what you guys thought about it. Right, the guys that put their money on the line to see a project through. That's my concern. And then we'll decide after that's done. Like when you guys get your books, man, if y'all love it, let's go into print. Let's go into print. If y'all don't like the book, I'm just gonna have to. We're gonna extend it. We're gonna make some changes, but this is a Kickstarter exclusive because $25K is a lot of money, and I wanted to appreciate. I wanted to show that I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You know, people missed the Kickstarter. They apologize, but the people that put their money where their mouth was and supported this thing, man, y'all priority.
I would definitely say I'm learning now, and it's what's so weird. It's like I came kind of late to Kickstarter as far as supporting a lot of books, but I've been on a tear lately. But I noticed that what I'm seeing now is that those first run of comics, those first Kickstarter runs, those can be worth a lot of money because what I'm seeing a lot of indies do, like yourself, David Crownson, who's going to be on later today, it's like,
can't wait.
You're putting in the work to add value to your books. So it's not just you created this comic book, but it's not just sitting on the shelf. You did an animated little short of the antagonist, which could just as easily turn into a show or something like that. So the value of these first run books, I'll just encourage any collector out there that's been supporting Kickstarters, take special care of these books because I think they're gonna be very rare.
Alana, you make an excellent point because the time backers notice the time and effort you put into a project.
Mm-hmm.
I say all the time in Clubhouse and when I'm mentoring, when I'm getting asked how to do a successful Kickstarter, and I always say authenticity and genuinity. What separates a successful Kickstarter to not a non-successful one? And I've had two unsuccessful ones. I've had two unsuccessfuls, and my third one was successful with Sharpshooter, and this is my fourth one, which is successful. The difference is authenticity, the equality, value. When you go to a Kickstarter page, you see the preparation. You see if somebody just threw some shit up there, or if it took months and months to come up there. And it was for you guys. And so I always say that to creators, a backer's going to be able, what makes the difference between backing that project and moving on to the next one is quality.
Mm-hmm. Just real quick, I just want to remind everybody that you're watching the Black Comics Universe presented by Peep Comics, exclusively on The Experience. And please help us out by hitting the share, give us a like and follow. Follow The Experience at _EXP. Follow Peep Comics at PG Comics, COMIX. Follow Godhood Comics on all social media platforms. And if you're if any retailers are out there listening, you can pick up Tyler's books at godhoodcomics.com. I want to touch on something, the Kickstarter, right? And what I've been noticing, what I've been paying attention to is not so much the amount of money. I've been paying attention to the number of backers, right? Mm-hmm. And I wanted to know, what do you tell people first starting out? How do they hit? It's like you hitting around 500 to 600 some backers, which is not a small number. The average number I've seen is actually closer to like 300 some backers. How do you, so not only do you hit that 500 mark, how do you hit that next 500 group of supporters, get into that claim, 1,000 true fans idea? How do you reach that goal past the Kickstarter?
So one of my good friends in the community, Sebastian Jones, creator of Niobe, he helped a lot with our Kickstarter as far as letting us give away his comic book for free and things of that nature. And
okay.
I always say this, I continue to say this, that what's going to make a successful, not only a successful Kickstarter or just a successful book in general, is that creators have to know this is a business. This is a business. Your story and your book is not enough. You have to build an online audience. Okay. You have to build an online audience. I've got 18,000 followers on Instagram, 7,000 followers on Facebook, and then we're working on our Twitter. And so since 2015, effortlessly, I've built this audience, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've dropped fire content. Quality of art is huge for me. Just from since we first started, I've always broke bread on art. I think I'm the type of person that I don't. The art is going to put it. You can judge a book by the cover, and that's our humanity. We're going to judge the book by the cover. That's the reality. So you have to treat this like a business, and like any business, when you're trying to sell a product, you have to dress that product up, and you got to make it cute. You got to make it relatable. You got to make it accessible. And so I got a guy the other day on Instagram, and he wanted to know how he's getting ready to launch a Kickstarter. And I go to the page, he has 400 followers.
Mm-hmm.
He has 400 followers. And I said, well, I wouldn't worry about the Kickstarter as of yet. That will come. I would worry about putting money into artwork and building your online audience. Build your audience first. It's a business. Sebastian Jones is really good about this. Greg Elise is good about this. Greg Berman is good about this. Marcus Williams is good about this. Alonzo Starr is good about this. They have built an audience where, and I call them comic loyalists, where when these guys, for example, with the antagonist and what we've created, I think my next Kickstarter, I know my next Kickstarter is going to do way more than 25K because of the authenticity, because of me responding to DMs and talking back and just building that community around Godhood Comics. So it's a business, and creators forget that you have to treat it like you have to treat it like a business. I did for my first 2 Kickstarters. I thought I could put some good art up and boom, boom, boom. And I was like, well, I remember when I did Mega Woman, I tried to do a Kickstarter for Mega Woman 3, and it wasn't successful. And I was asking for $3,000. I'm like, what the hell? And people didn't know Mega Woman. You can't do a successful Kickstarter if people don't know you or your character. And when I say character, I also mean your character. So you're selling yourself. We brought Todd McFarlane up. We bring up Stan Lee. The best book creators, they sell you themselves first. So that's my advice.
Well, that's interesting because I have 2 questions. So you mentioned that you didn't necessarily know who Luke Cage was, which brings up an interesting point. What was your entry point into comics?
So my entry point into comics didn't necessarily start with comics. I'm a 90s kid, and that was the epitome of cartoons. And so my segue for a long time of storytelling, for a very long time, I didn't pick up my first comic book until I want to say early middle school, 7th, 8th grade. And for a lot of people who had been reading comics their whole lives, that's late in the game. I mean, so the X-Men, the 90s X-Men cartoon, and all of that, and the Avengers cartoon, and my favorite Gargoyles, all these cartoons, and then I realized that this was for me seeing the X-Men in the 90s was the first time. That's the first. Wow, who was his team? But they had a 75-year comic, comic lore, and so that's when I started reading comics. My first comic book was a Blade comic book. That's my first comic book, was a Blade comic book, and he was in there with a lecture. It was a book about him in a lecture, and I forgot it to this day, and it might have even been wrong, but I got to find that book. And so that was my first segue into comic books. And so from then I just started reading. And I probably came across Luke Cage or heard about him. I'm not gonna say I didn't know him. I don't know. But as far as that design, I didn't, because I'm a type where I try to stay as far away as hell from any type of design that's going to be very similar. So that's one of my career flukes is having that character look exactly like him. But once I started reading into him, I thought it was an honor. I thought I was like, hell yeah, get this guy in here.
No. I thought it was perfect. I liked it. No, but and I only say that because especially coming out of the 90s, so many Black indie creators idolize the Image founding members, right? And basically that culture where comic books had superstars that had that, these creators had, celebrity clout, around the things that they were making. Do you see yourself And I have to admit, you are one of the most. You got the most swag out of most indie creators. Most indie creators are like, t-shirts and t-shirts and jeans. Like, man, your Instagram is you
Yeah.
deck out most times. Now you
Yeah,
take it
yeah, yeah.
serious, right? So I wonder if, and I've always and on that, I'm always saying that someone's definitely going to come in and do the celebrity thing in comics. They're gonna. It's like comic books needs a P Diddy. They
Yeah.
need Tyler. They need I can't even think of his name, but Medea. People hate him, but
Yeah, yeah. Man, you hitting the waves today, bro. And so I'm from Atlanta, man. I'm from Atlanta, right? These motherfuckers,
right.
they're not reading comics. You know what I'm saying? They're not reading comics. And even in school, man, I was so cool in school. I was the guy. I was hanging out with the wannabe rappers and the star athletes. I even played football, but I was always so vocal that I like cartoons. I like comic books, and there was a respect that came of that when I was in high school. And I'm walking around with these comic books, and I'm talking about Dragon Ball Z. People are like, he's so true to himself. He knows what he likes. And you know what? We like some of the same stuff. We didn't know we did, or we didn't think it was cool that we did. And I'm into hip hop. I'm into fashion. I love Kanye West. Kanye West was a great point earlier. I love Kanye West. I love sneakers. And so, like, when people see me, first off, they wouldn't respect me to somebody who spends a lot of his time in comic book shops or writing or that. And so that's a good point. And that's my goal, is to expand. I was a high school teacher originally. That was my career. That was my background.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. I resigned almost going on 2 years ago now. I resigned to do comics full time. I just do I'll be 30 in April. So I didn't want to be turned 30 in education. I was getting tired of it. But I turned so many high school, middle school age kids onto comic books, right? Because for a lot of Americans, and especially in our community, like you said, Black Panther was the first for them. And we can't deny what Black Panther did for me and you as far as comic book creators. Is it got a whole new generation interested into comics. And so all my cool friends, everybody who, they dress nice and every time WandaVision episode drops, they're texting me saying, well, what happened? What's this related to? Right. Or what happens on here? I'm that comic info guy. And yeah, man, it's been a blessing, bro. It's been a blessing. I appreciate that though.
Oh yeah, definitely. And so what's on the horizon for you? Because I think a lot about the fact that when I think about Black audiences when it comes to comics, that the truth of the matter is when it comes to comic books, we're definitely appealing to people that are early adopters. We're appealing to you talk about the life cycle of a product. Basically, you're a business person. So definitely we're at this stage where we're dealing with early adopters, that first part of that, bell curve. And now we're trying to get into that, the mass market or the, that the big heel part of that bell curve. And what I noticed is that without additional media, I wish with just a comic book alone that we could break that into that mass market. But the reality is, it seems like it takes a movie or a cartoon or something of that nature to really, make that leap. And I was just wondering if that was your ultimate goal.
Yeah, man. And so I want to let for me, I'm hungry, brother. I am hungry. I have no plans in stopping. And I'll tell you a quick secret. A couple people know I strategically created the antagonist strategically for an adaptation.
Okay.
Some kind of adaptation. And even right now, man, I've been busy at work. I'm working with some producers and some graphic designers, and we're creating a pitch. And so we're starting our pitch trail in August. We got some appointments lined up and stuff like that. But man, I'm hungry. There's no excuse why a lot of our stuff, when conventions were here and they're coming back, they're definitely coming back. You had producers whose job it was to scour a convention and look for IP, right? To scour it. And so like it goes back to building that audience. I think let's say we pitch, right? And Kickstarter is, you've seen Image and all these other people they're going to Kickstarter now. Kickstarter is a gateway. But if I'm a producer and I see the antagonist and the pitch is amazing, right? I read the comic book, so the pitch is perfect. The comic book series is amazing. But then I go to Godhood Comics Instagram and I see the love and the support and the audience that was built behind it.
Right.
And so I dare and challenge creators, my close friends and those that I don't know yet. I challenge them that when you're creating this content, you have to see it as something bigger than yourself and bigger than the IP itself. We create comics. We love comics. It's okay to just create a comic book. That's not what I'm saying. But you have to, there's a bigger picture. There's a bigger picture because what we have up here, Danny J. Quick, Morgan Iverson, or Defeace John, Tony Clapper, what we have up here, the world needs to see it.
Yep.
So it doesn't need to be limited into one category. Right? Because people didn't know about Black Panther. There's people who didn't know about, he's been around, like you said, since 60 something or 71. And people didn't know about him. The movie was people's first introduction. So that's a gateway into comics. And I see TV, film, and animation as a gateway for more people to come to Godhood Comics website. So I'm working very hard, brother, and it will happen. I challenge everybody, get those things adapted. Get this. Yeah,
I was just on your page not a few days ago. You were asking about collaborating on printing, and my response to that was, don't worry about printing, worry about the IP. Only because I share this memory all the time. We did a watch party for the Black Panther, and the first people to show up were three Black women over the age of 70 who had never picked up a comic book ever in their life, didn't know anything about Black Panther. They thought originally it was the Black Panther party. They didn't know, whatever, right? They didn't know, had no idea what it was about.
So many people.
But they came, dressing in kente, head wraps, ready to watch the movie. And so when I look at it, when I saw that, I realized that, yeah, definitely, comic books, I love the medium as an art form.
Absolutely.
But definitely when you were stepping into this world of business, as publishers, as owners of this IP, you have to look towards the future in ways that you can make your character and your story more accessible.
And that's what came with the animation. That's why that was such a successful stretch goal, because again, yeah, we want to hear about this story, but I want to see this thing in animated. I want to see and you owe it to your fans to expand it across multiple medias. Like you said, comic book as the art form is essential. Everything stems from a comic book nowadays, and it always has, right? Even storyboarding. One of my mentors told me, if you can write a comic book, you can write any other medium, because in there you have your blocking and your stage cue for playwrights. You have your storyboarding for film. You got your dialogue for TV. You got your action for animation. If you can write a comic book, you can write anything. I mean, there's no limits to what we can do as creators. And so what I hope to do, man, my end game, Amani, is to open up this door from our indie community all the way to adaptation. Okay, right. After I adapt what I want to adapt, I would love to be that point and that connection with indie creators and studios. Right. Love to make those connections. That's my end game.
Right. And what's been amazing about the last year is that a lot of indie creators are making that leap.
Yes.
I'm seeing more and more press releases like that. Yes, successfully too.
And successful. I mean, look at Sebastian Jones and his HBO. I always go back to one of the first ones that really made way was Jason Piperberg and Dennis Lee on their Netflix deal with Raising Dion, right? And that's one issue. Right. but the art and the story and the audience they built was essential.
Right. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
And with Sebastian and how he made Niobe look like Amanda Steinberg, and there was that connection. He strategically inserted her to get her attention or whatever the case may be, and now what's happening. What I did with the antagonist, I said, look, I want dad to look like Jamie Foxx. I want mom to look like Gabrielle Union. I want the oldest son to look like Michael B. Jordan, and strategically insert those characters, and hopefully, man, if they ever see one or whatever, they can see themselves in that character. So it's a game, man. It's a business.
Yeah, I definitely saw that, made that connection. I definitely saw Michael B. Jordan with his hands taped up. I said, okay, I see what he's doing.
Oh, that's smart, exactly. Good.
Real quick, just before we head out, can you shout out your artists? You know, your creative team.
Yeah. So our man, the antagonist creative team. And real quick, I'll say this because I want to share this. I haven't told anybody outside the creative team. The antagonist comic books hit so many hiccups. Our first artist for issue 1 took the money and ran. Oh wow! Paid him up half front. Gave me 8 copy and pasted pages, mediocre pages, and ran. Our original issue 3 artist disappeared. We were talking for months. Had an amazing conference call, video call, and he signed his contract, and then I just stopped hearing from him. And so it was the delay. It was a delay, and there's going to be a delay. But he stopped answering calls, and I became worried about him. And still to this day, I'm still worried about him. I've reached out to family and friends of him who can't get in contact with him. And so, we all collectively fear for his health and safety. But I had to get a book done. So I had to replace him with another artist. But yeah, man, issue number 1, Giacomo Guida, amazing. I always say this, if you ever see me when I'm looking for artists, I say must be comfortable with drawing black features, right? Hair, nose, etc. You've got to be good because we are a people. We are, we look a certain way. And in my experience, I've met a lot of artists, bro, who do not know how to draw black hair, who do not. That's the one thing about Mega Woman number 1 that I regret. That's the one thing about it. It should have been blacker. But yeah, Giacomo Guida is very good at understanding black hair, black style, black swag, and how we walk and how we talk. So shout out to him. Issue 2 artist Matteo Illuminati, same guy. He's working on Dorfeus's book. He's a guy that can pump out 4 pages in a week, 4 to 5 pages a week easily.
I think he does a lot of work with 133 Art too, right?
Yeah, he worked with Robert Jeffrey. Robert Jeffrey on Mind to Avenge. And so he's amazing. These guys, again, they understand the style of black people. And then my third artist, who I did not know could do sequentials, he's been doing covers for me for years. Is Francesco Tomazelli. He's been doing covers for me for a long time. He did the cover for Sharpshooter. And he's doing sequentials now. He's been doing them, and he sent them to me. I'm like, bro, why am I just now getting these? Issue 3. And so, and then we just signed on an amazing colorist, man. So, his name is let me look at that. I don't want to get this wrong. Our colorist is named Mirza Rirawan. Amazing guy. So, man, and then Brent Fowler, our letterer. Brent has been doing work for the indie community. It's on Kickstarter. His specialty is designing the Kickstarter page, and that's how we initially met. He designed. We hired him to design our antagonist Kickstarter page, and didn't know he was lettering. I'm like, bro, you're the letterer. Let's put the name on this project. And so, man, the team is working hard, bro. We are working hard through all of those hiccups. It's been a very stressful, long ride, but we are committed to getting these books done, and we're committed to these backers.
All right, man. I appreciate you coming on, and I'm glad we've actually been trying to put this together for a minute. So I'm glad I held out for this moment. You get put you on a bigger stage, man.
Hey, man, I woke up at 9:30 for you, brother. It's good. It's good.
I'm really excited for what's next for you, man. So please check him out at godhoodcomics.com. We're about to move on to our next guest, and I appreciate you coming through, Tyler.
Money, I appreciate that, brother. How do I watch continue to watch the next guest?
Oh, you can go to the experience on Facebook. We're on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. Any number of those channels, you can find us.
Definitely got you, brother. I appreciate that, man.
All right, man.
Stay in touch, brother.
Yep, and then shoot questions too.
Heard. I got you.
All right, boss.
All right, brother.
Yo, we're back with our next guest, Tim Fielder, the creator of Infinitum. I believe we're back. There he is. Man.
Am I here?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're good.
Who's the DJ? That song was bumping there.
I know. Everybody's excited about the...
Yeah, it's like, wow, that's like an action movie or something.
Right.
How you doing, bro?
Good, man. I miss you guys, man.
Hey,
I ain't seen y'all in person in a minute.
I don't have to see anybody now. I'm in love with Zoom.
Really?
Yeah, because it's virtual. I'm on my tour, and I can do it from this room. Everything below the screen is obscene. Everything above the screen is child safe. How you doing this morning, man? What's going on? Congratulations.
Oh, I appreciate it, man. This is going to be fun. This is marathon.
Yeah, congratulations. I'm so proud of you. I remember when we first talked, God, that had to be 2015 or something.
Yeah, it's been a minute, yeah.
And Peep game had just it was around, it had been out there, but it's just so wonderful to see you expanding beyond just the retailer thing. Now you're offering the experience. And the beautiful thing, I mean, COVID is terrible, but COVID has also provided all these other opportunities for someone such as yourself to get out there. And I'm very, very proud of you, and always will be. And for the audience, this guy was probably the first vendor to actually take it.
Man,
yep.
I appreciate that. And let's start there. Like, start with your journey in particular, because you're definitely, it's not necessarily a rags to riches or anything like that, but I think your path to your current success is something that a lot of artists can accomplish if they put in the work.
Yeah, it's been interesting. I don't know if I should necessarily say rags to riches, more the rags to rags. We're still working on the riches part, right. And I think you want me to speak honestly, correct? You don't want me to just try to.
Oh, yeah.
I can fluff it up if you want.
No.
All right. So what I learned, like when we were first talking, and like you said, you want to start from there. I'd started with this guy's book here, that one, Alex Simmons. And, I'd been in the comic book industry for a long time, but I was out of it for almost 15 years. Raised my kids. I moved into animation. I was a bad animator, as in the bad kind, not the good kind. All right, but my focus was at that time. I'm known for doing concept and character design. Character design. I'm a fantastic storyboard artist. Maybe that's a bit arrogant to say, but I've been hired to teach storyboards for a while, and I'm not the greatest renderer in the world. You know what I mean? When it comes to that, but I know how to do sequences, and it's been something I've been doing for a long time. So when I got back in, Alex was, I went to him and said, "Hey, man, that's I said, "Hey, let me draw something." So I ended up doing his graphic novel. Okay. And didn't even ask him to pay me. I just wanted to do it. It took me a while to get it done because there's still things like life and everything. And I think when I started, I was about to get married. Mm-hmm. It was crazy, a lot going on that time. But when I decided to do Maddie, one end, I was just getting accustomed to the social media space. Right. Like I didn't understand. Like I understood it was there because I'd been made aware of it before. So I had a Twitter account, but I didn't really use it. Okay. So the last 7 years has been a real learning experience in seeing that when you do this stuff, you exist. Someone like you couldn't have existed. Oh, right. 10 years ago.
Right, exactly.
Right. Exactly. Someone like me, the crazy stuff I do with this book there, Infinitum. I tried for years to do it, but the mainstream wasn't going to accept that because they just wasn't going to do that. I get it. Mm-hmm. And I'm a horrible superhero comic book artist. So, I do the straight science fiction, unambiguous science fiction. That's what I do. Okay. And so what's happened is I've learned to do a lot of stuff by myself, like this book here, Maddie's Rocket, which there were only like 500 copies made, right? Because I printed them in my studio. Mm-hmm. And had them bound in Long Island. But this thing is one of those situations where you are you do a lot of stuff for yourself, like what you're doing. Mm-hmm. You learn how to work on the back end, that type of thing. I remember I was hung up on a Tumblr for a while because Tumblr was really easy. You could do it. But then once I had to move to WordPress, I realized that, okay, I need to sort of take it easy and take care of my business and what I need to do. So that's when I became more aggressive is the word I would use. It's not nice, but it's what it was. I just, because I realized, no one will give you anything. Mm-hmm. You have to kind of insist, if you want attention. You have to build relationships, and sometimes relationships work, sometimes they don't, but you still have to do it anyway.
No, I like your approach because I think what a lot of young artists are looking for when they come to me and ask me about working in comics or what I should do, as far as what their approach is in school and things like that. Right. And my answer is more so speaks to the long game. Right. What's typically referred to as infinite game, basically staying in the game, not a matter of winning and losing. You just want to be in the game as long as you possibly can.
You want to stay on the field. You want to be on the field.
Right. So I'm telling them to say, comics is great, but you should, if you're an illustrator, you should look into character design for games. You should look into children's books. You should look into, the broad spectrum of opportunities that are out there for you as a creative professional. And you can always come back to comics. You can, as a hobby or things like that, but you definitely want to stay in the game. You want to go ahead.
Right. It's one of those things where I I'm sorry, I'm New York City with the siren. There's always something burning down or blowing up or whatever, you know.
Oh, that's a selling point, man.
You know what I'm saying? There's always something like that going on here.
I need fake sirens in my.
Oh no, there are no fake. All the sirens here are real, my brother. Every last one of them, you know.
Right.
But no, one of the things I was thinking about what you were saying about just diversifying when you go, you know, you might want to go to a game company or something like that for indie comic book artists. And I think that's part of why I'm here. You know, I'm here because I was an indie comic book artist. I'm not so much anymore because, you know, I've gone mainstream and
big time. Yeah, I know.
Well, not big time. I'm not big time. I'm not big time. I'm not prepared to accept that. I'm not prepared to accept that.
You just had a Microsoft commercial, man.
That wasn't me. That was my twin brother. I have a twin brother. That was not me.
No, man.
I know.
It was like, and you do have a twin, but yeah, that was definitely you.
Yeah, it was definitely me. So okay, so let me finish this first part, and then if you want to ask me anything about all that, how this is navigated,
yeah, cool.
I can reveal, because a lot of people probably will be curious. Well, how is he doing this? How is that working?
How do you get
to doing? Yeah. What is he not doing? Right. And but let me get to this first thing for people in the floppy game.
The floppy game. Oh, you're about to really break this down now because we talked about this before. Okay.
All right, but now I'm doing it for your show.
Right, gotcha.
Floppies are wonderful. I love floppies.
Right.
The problem with floppies is that I love what I did. I love my design. It was based on Hergé's work with 1010. I even, you know, stole a little bit of design. Maybe didn't do as good a job, but I'll put it this way. Guys, let me just do the math here. It's very simple. $4.99. $20.
Right.
The same amount of effort is expended selling both books.
Right.
But you get farther. You go to warp drive faster if you have a graphic novel. So for those folks in the floppy game, yes, I understand floppies are cool, but you must understand that form is from a different time. It's from a different time. It really is. It's from a different time and place. And you've got to adjust what you're doing according to time. Now you say, well, how would I know that? What am I talking about? Well, I'll put it this way. I was doing Maddie's Rocket as animation before.
Right.
For several years. I got 20 minutes into it. But how was I going to make a living off of it? How was I going to do any of that? You know, how do you take animation and put it in a web format where it can generate income? I'm sure it could be done, but I didn't figure it out.
Right.
But with this, it's all about a constant self-analysis. So I realized, okay, the floppy thing is getting me media. You know, I got some critical acclaim. I was very happy with that. You know, for an indie book, I was pretty good. You know, I don't have no problem talking. And that's not because I'm like, oh, I'm on drugs or something. Well, I'm on the drugs of life. I'm on the drugs of life, but and caffeine, even though this is not caffeine, I've actually recently switched just to sleepy time tea. Because
sleepy time tea.
So yeah, man, because the caffeine, you can't do it like that. At least I can't. I can't do it like that. I'm listening to what Eric Battle said. So I didn't take care of my body. So now I'm slowly trying to get into it. So intermittent fasting, because, you know, I was happy to be on that Microsoft commercial, but things were looking a little bit out of control. So I had to suck up. I couldn't suck everything in. You know? But glad to say is that graphic novels, please listen, graphic novels, that is the way.
Right.
Why? Because graphic novels are long form, fully completed stories, self-contained stories.
Right. They're
not 22 pages where you're busting your butt to get it, and then you got to bust your butt even harder to sell it, because who wants a floppy? They want a graphic novel. So minimum 85, but you want to try to be going up to 200 pages. Infinitum is almost 300 pages, right? That's what you've got to do if you want to shake and bake in this climate. Floppies are from another era where you had pharmacies and books and bookshops and stuff where they had spinner racks. You know what I mean? Right. Now you got to go on eBay and hunt down a spinner rack, right? Where you can just put stuff. I mean, I'll get one eventually, but that's for a souvenir. That's not. There's nothing practical about that. You know what I mean?
Right.
In the sense of you're not going to really see them in stores per se.
Right.
You know, they're not going to be in Target. And case in point. Guess where you can buy Infinitum? I just checked this morning.
Where?
You can buy Infinitum on Walmart, man.
See, there you go. And I've been saying that for a while, as far as the way to reach, because a lot of this is about accessibility when it comes to Black audiences. And what I have always thought, it was that until comics become more accessible and found in places other than comic book shops, then it's going to always be complicated. It's like because so many of us, I call it basically comic book culture, aren't a part of the overall culture of going to a comic book shop every Wednesday, adding books to a pull list, or asking the comic book shop owner to order a comic book for them and then show up 2 or 3 weeks later to find their book and all this kind of stuff. So since this community is not participating in that, the book market has become far more accessible to the Black community because they're found in more traditional places like libraries, like bookstores, like places like Walmart. Once those books show up,
I'm sorry,
Target.
Yeah. I meant to say Target.
Right. Let's get it right. No, but once those books are found there, then you're going to have a whole nother group of people that are interested in this format that traditionally aren't part of the other, comic book culture. Now, I will say this, though, and I've been doing this only a few weeks, but I've been wanting to share this with somebody. So I've been actually going back to collecting comics, right? In a sense that I wanted to see.
I'm cool, man. I've been getting graphic novels.
I've been wanting to see the value of floppies by Black creative teams or Black creative illustrators or writers and stuff like that. So I've been intentionally looking for issue number ones of things like Bitterroot or Naomi or Black, right? I've been, I wanted to, see if I get my hands on them and see what the value is of them. Right. And what I've been noticing from a floppy, from a collector standpoint, those floppies do hold some of these floppies do hold some value.
Dude, and you're talking to the guy whose floppy is worth $900 on eBay. Even I can't afford that. And I made the damn thing.
And that's the thing. So speculators have come out here and have picked up some of these Black created, books.
Crazy, man.
And what's so bizarre is that since the retailers didn't buy them in a large scale because they weren't convinced that a Black book was going to sell. So now all those books, all those floppies are extremely valuable. So
that is true, but
in some cases,
in my case, it's because I stopped printing Maddie's Rocket.
Right.
And I'll explain that, and we can segue into this part about what's happening with Infinitum and how I'm doing what I'm doing. So when I hit the graphic novel stage of Maddie's Rocket, I had a decision to make. I had to decide, okay, I'm selling. Of course, I went a little crazy by printing it in my house. I probably should have just had it printed by Ingram, which is what I had the floppies done with. But I just, no, I want control. I don't want anyone to be able to tell me when I can or can't do something. Yeah, but there's a reason why printers exist to print others' work. It's why Jason Reeves of 133 Art does well, because who wants to be doing that instead of someone crazy like Jason, right?
Right. Yeah.
But and trust me, I tried that because he and Kimmy Reeves were the one who trained me how to do that. how to do them. So I had all that. You know, it wasn't as sophisticated as his operation, but you know, I was the budget level printer. You know, and it didn't work. But what it did do, it got me Maddie's Rocket. So the decision I had to make was like, okay, I'm selling out of books. I'm having to hoard books because people are buying them. I broke the code where I realized I didn't have to go to cons. So I didn't have to be fighting over tables, right? I found out I could, this is all pre-COVID, I could just, my wife bought me a folding table, a little small folding table. I could go out right to 125th, totally legal, and sell on the street. And I'd wait for folks to get off the tour bus in front of the Apollo Theater. And he said, well, is that legal? I'm like, all you got to do is just look on the block there. It's nothing but people lined up there.
That's
they're lined up. Now, I don't know if they're doing
New York City.
Right. So if you are a comic book artist in a large, dense urban center, you have access to some form of traffic, you know, people walking, pedestrians. You know, I imagine you could do it in Philadelphia. I imagine you could do it in certain areas of Los Angeles, but in New York, I know people think, oh, well, that's just Tim. I'm telling you, if you have a ready supply, my problem was supply. I could not meet the demand. That was what I started running into. That's why I was like, man, I should have just printed on Ingram. But the thing was, what I found out was you have to decide which hill you're going to die on. What battle are you going to fight?
Okay.
And I was like, okay, I could do this. I could print 1,000, 2,000 copies, but because I'm retaining all of the, you know, the profit from it, and I will just keep doing that, I could make a pretty good living doing just that. Yeah, you'd be exposed to the elements, but even like my, you know, Calvin Reed of Publishers Weekly, I was talking with him about it. He said, but that can't be sustainable. And I knew it wasn't, but it was almost like, okay, but I have this other thing, Infinitum, that I started on prior. And I said, but you know, I would never get a book deal. That will never happen to me. And my wife was like, well, yeah, but you know, have you tried? And I was like, well, what are you talking about? I said, you know, she's always telling me what to do, but she was right. She was absolutely right.
Shout out to your wife, man. I miss both of you guys. I usually see you on your anniversary.
We, wow, God, 7 years now, which is crazy, you know. But I decided to go in, and that was 2018. And by the end of 2018, I was in discussions with HarperCollins, Amistad. And, you know, it took a while to negotiate the contract and all that. You know, my editor was, you know, Tracy Sherrod, you know, renowned, you know, Black editor for this, you know, original imprint. And they were making their jump or dive into the graphic novel space.
Okay.
And they chose me.
Is this the first graphic novel from Amistad?
It's the first Afrofuturist graphic. It's the first graphic novel, I think, from Amistad. But I think it's the first Afrofuturist graphic novel from a Big Five. Okay. Which is weird. Because I've been in the industry for 15 years. And I was like, when I came back, I was like, sure, it's going to be, oh, yeah. It was, you know, it'll be a long history of people I haven't done. I was just, it'll be real easy. And I was like, oh my God, I felt like Charlton Heston at the end of Planet of the Apes. Like, damn it, you know, and I was like, oh my God. So here I am having to, which leads me, I guess, to what I'm doing now. You know, the book comes out in January 19, and HarperCollins, they're like an aircraft carrier. They're not like a speedboat. Like Peep Game is like a speedboat.
Yes, I am.
I've got to be changed, you know. You know, you got your, you know what I mean? You got your dude working, hey man, I need this. You can send in y'all working out stuff at the same time, you know. HarperCollins is not a speedboat. HarperCollins is a massive aircraft carrier with nuclear weapons. Right. And meaning that they take their time to do it because they're very deliberative, like a multinational corporation is. And many things you see from many of these large companies, it's a deliberative process that takes place over a long period of time. So the advantages that they bring to you are, as what my friend Yatasha Womack was telling me, it's the 4 P's of publishing, which I didn't know what they were. You know, and so first is product. And product is, okay, we're going to produce a dope book. This right here, my dummy copy where the spine fell apart, but it's all good, right? So this right, you got it. Hey, man. And you know what? I'm going to say this. You know when you know it's real is when you can kill somebody with your book. Pow! You know what I mean? That's when you know it's real.
John Wick, you can like.
You know what I mean? That, oh, that's right. He did kill people with it. So there you go. In the neck.
Right.
But so I, you know, the launch was coming, and I started my marketing for me. I started my marketing, my personal marketing. You know, I there was a 2-year period where I kind of disappeared. You know, I didn't disappear. I just wasn't very active. That's because I was working on the book.
Okay.
My thing is, I learned social media is very, very powerful, very, very useful, but it can sometimes be very counterproductive to getting your work done.
True.
So for about good 18 to 24 months, I was barely active and stuff. And it was because the production of the work takes precedence. And I'm not ready to talk till the book is done. Now the book is done, I will talk a mug into the ground. You know what I mean? I take any and all comers when it comes to podcasts. I don't care, because it's my job now to sell the book. And I'll explain to you why. I was in a class with Joel Christian Gill's class in Massachusetts College of Art. And, the students were asking me questions about, because I was making everybody laugh, and I had to stop. I said, well, now I'm doing that on purpose. I said, because I have to hold your attention. And the only way you're going to retain the information from me, really retain it, is I have to do something to make you remember it. Right. Make you remember me and make you go out and buy my book.
Right.
And so what that requires is I have to present myself a certain way. So that's the first thing. I have to be open. And let me say this to those indie guys out there, whether you have a deal or not, your interaction with your audience is everything.
Right.
I'm going to say this. It's going to sound crazy. You can sell a bad comic if you're nice.
Yeah.
And I've done a bad comic before. I've done bad, horrible comic. The cover was dope, though, but the interior was pretty awful. But I found out way back in the 90s when I would sell at the African Street Festival.
Okay.
That if you are nice and humorous and you make sure not to put on cocoa butter when it's blazing hot, you should put on sunscreen. I learned that lesson. So I was cooking. I was like a piece of bacon by the end of the day. I learned that if you are prepared to put your ego to the side and your embarrassment from interacting with audiences, there are places where people who like your work congregate together, and it's not always going to be in a comic book shop. And frankly, comic book shops are awesome. Some of my best friends own them. I'm very good friends with one of the owners of Forbidden Planet. It's awesome, but not everybody's going to be there. That demographic in that shop is different than the demographic you would have at a Soul Con. Or a Peep game is different because it's in a virtual space. Right. It's not like this is new to you. It's just like, oh, everybody else is finally getting in line. You know what I mean? So I started working on my marketing, but here's the catch, guys. Here's the catch. When you are doing this work, it is essential that you recognize that we're in a moment of history now.
Yes.
We're in a moment of history. I call it the age of Afrofuturism. That's what I call it. Some people call it Afrofuturism 2.0, like my friend Ronaldo Anderson, right?
Okay.
And so people are cataloging this information. So who writes the books? The historians write the books.
Mm-hmm.
Journalists write the books, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't need all of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't need all of them. There's certain publications that haven't written about me yet, but doesn't matter. I'm good. Microsoft took care of that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You don't need all of them. You just need certain targeted publications to write and cover you. Roy A, who does from Unique, is a master at that. He's a master. You just need certain targeted journalists, and the way you develop that is by reaching out to them. You actually say, "Oh, this article is written pretty well," and then you pitch to that journalist.
Okay.
But the journalist has to pitch to his publisher.
Okay.
And I didn't know that for a long time. I didn't know that, but I finally got a hang of it when I was working on in the floppy stage, and by the time I hit the graphic novel stage, I was good. So, but those relationships continue. It's not like you have one time out and that's it. It's like, no, I have writers who've written on me this time out, but they wrote on Maddie's Rocket.
Got it.
Right. So for like you, like Tim, could you do this Peep gun thing? Peep, do this experience, this whole thing. Yeah. I'm like, of course. Why? Because you carried me when I didn't have anybody.
Yep.
So it's just the building of relationships, and you don't need all of them. You just need some of them.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Now, when you do that, obviously, me, I do believe in the kind of Vaynerchuk thing. Gary Vaynerchuk. I do believe that you market according to your strengths. Okay. I can't do. It's so weird. It's like you would think I do drawings all the time. I'd be on Instagram like a demon, but I'm just saying I'm okay on Instagram. Twitter, I'm being better with it. I'm much better with it. Facebook, I do pretty good with it. Where apparently the gray beards and the old folks, right? But it works for me. So that was the part I could handle. HarperCollins handles the I'm in libraries.
Yes.
So that's the second piece. So the product is you produce a good product. I had to be responsible for that. They had to be responsible for that. But that was the easiest part, at least in the sense of, as long as I do my job, I'll make a book that looks good. People like it. The next one is placement. So the book is everywhere. You can literally buy it. You can go online to walmart.com right now, enter in Infinitum and Afrofuturist Tale, and you will see that Infinitum can be purchased at Walmart, which is, to me, absolutely insane.
Right.
But hey, I'm enormously grateful for it. Right? So that's placement. Then the next one is pricing. They can price the book appropriately. And it fluctuates, sometimes a little bit higher, sometimes lower, but there's so many venues you can buy books now. Amazon, bookshop.org, A-Books, what is it, a book finder. There's so many different places. You can buy Infinitum on eBay.
Yep.
It's crazy. So that's good. And then the final one is promotion. Okay. And the promotion part is where it gets interesting. This is no longer the 1980s or the 1990s where a publisher would sign an author and they'd roll out the red carpet. They'd be sent all over the world. That whole thing, that time is over. What it is now, what exists now is a sort of, they can handle some of the big venues, right? Like New York Times article that came out a few weeks ago. That was the one that featured Infinitum. It had Megascope in there. It had, I think it was a mention of Milestone in there because those guys are about to hit again. Right. Yatasha Womack was in there, and it had a link to Stacey Robinson's work because he's been working with Megascope as well. And the two brothers from the Caribbean with the hard ears. I hope I'm not pronouncing it incorrectly, but it's just good to see that. I think it had N.K. Jemisin in there with our Far Sector, and so that was huge. That was a huge break because, for me at least, in terms of Afrofuturism as it pertains to comics, it was the most significant article that had been written since the '93 article that Mark Derry wrote, where he actually coined the phrase Afrofuturism.
Can you expound on Afrofuturism just for people that are listening? Like,
yeah, Afrofuturism. Let me just keep it simple. Afrofuturism is a blend where race elements, technology, science fiction, a little bit of horror, right? Social economics and socio-political matters blend together. And the drama that comes up from that, or the product that comes up from that, can be applicable to anything. For me, it's the comics and graphic novels. To Ryan Coogler, it's film. Right? To Ruth Carter, it's fashion. To Rashida Phillips, it's social and housing law. That's movement, right? For my manager agent, Boston Fielder, it's music, but it's a multi-streamed element of film and books and all these different things. But he also does the contractual parts,
right?
But it's still Afrofuturist,
got it,
right? So all those things together make Afrofuturism. Now there are variants. Not everybody does it the same way. I think it's boring to do it the same way. Right? For me, I do what I do. And there are other folks out there who do what they do. As long as I can do what I do, and I'm not hurting anybody, I'm good. I'm good, bro. I'm good. Yeah.
In terms of Afrofuturism, what's interesting is that my entry point is definitely you and John Jennings.
Right.
In terms of that, and what I have found is that there is a very strong connection to the South.
Well, that's just this variant.
Well, I want you to speak on that only because when we speak about our past, then the connection is obvious in those terms. Even my father was raised in Mississippi, and
really? What part?
Iuka.
Oh Lord, man. Keep talking, man.
Iuka, Mississippi.
What's wrong with that dude? He from Mississippi.
Right. No, yeah,
that's where the insane gene comes from, man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he was raised in Iuka, Mississippi, and then but I kept noticing like you guys, I keep going back traveling, to the South,
sure,
making these connections, making connections I haven't even seen other comic book creators or creators, period, make a conscious effort to build a community in the South, with those, historically Black colleges, the schools down there. Just want to know, speak to that and how you make that connection.
Okay. So you go where they will take you. And look, clicks. Okay. Oh man. How do I say this? It's all high school, man.
Yeah.
All of it is high school. I know. So what do you mean? I'm telling you, this stuff can at times be as communal and as insipid as high school. It really is. The group I'm with now with BSAM, the Black Speculative Arts Movement, I'm with them because they didn't turn me away. Now you might ask, what do you mean by that? I remember the first time I presented Infinitum to an audience was, I think it was in Texas at a BSAM event at Prairie View University in the SWAC, right? The Southwestern Athletic Conference, because I went to Jackson State for about a year and a half.
Okay.
In Mississippi. And they let me show Infinitum to an audience while I read it to them.
Okay.
And I found out this is, I had started years earlier. I had come up with the story in the mid 2000s, but here I was doing this new variant. And at the time it was like 120 pages. Now it's what, 280 something, right? And it's very much that those folks are they're artists in it, but it's a ton of scholars and academics, a ton of them. Some of them young, some of them a little bit older, but they have been studying Afrofuturism for several years now. They are the base of the Afrofuturist movement because that's been established in the school systems all over the world. I'm not just talking about that's the catch. This is before the economic part came in, because hip hop, the music was there, then the commerce part hit. Right. The academic part hit later.
Yeah.
Afrofuturism, the academic and scholarly point, the theory. I mean, Londra Nelson's in the White House. There you go. You understand? So what's happened is someone like me who's been around for about 30 years, for a long time, found the place where people would let me do my work how I do it and not necessarily in service to them. And I got that more so than I did from the Comix community. I got it more so than I did from the music or the Black rock community where, they want you to do work, but they want you to do their work, not your work, which is fine. I get it. But so that's one of the reasons why I'm feeling very comfortable now. I like it. It's fun.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So when it comes time, and I know we don't have a lot of time, so
no, we still got some time.
Okay. Yeah. When it comes time for me to connect with certain institutions, when it comes time for me to connect with certain scholars that would not be necessarily accessible to me, that happens because that those relationships have been fostered now over like a 7, 8, or 10-year period.
Right. I'm very much interested in the academic side of comics because
you're part of it, though.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. Because
when you're doing, you think people ain't looking at that stuff when you were doing those study sessions with the kids.
Yeah.
No, but that's part. But then the TED Talks are part of it too.
Yeah.
You've done like 2 of them, right?
Yeah, I done 2.
It's crazy. I'm like, whoa, I just did 1. See what I'm saying? But those things, that's because the reason why people are like, well, okay, why is that important? It's important because that material exists into perpetuity.
Yeah.
It's archival. It's part of history. So for any comic book artist, whether you have a deal or don't, or you're independent, whatever, you better start paying attention to those scholars. And you better treat them nice. And you better act like you got some home training.
Yeah.
You better. Because you know what they can do?
They
can ignore you.
Yeah, true.
They can always write about somebody else.
Real quick, there was actually a comment that somebody on YouTube said they're from Pontotoc. Yeah, Pontotoc, Mississippi. Pontotoc.
Yeah, Pontotoc. You from Pontotoc? I was born in Tupelo.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was born in Tupelo, but raised in Clarksdale. But I spent a huge amount of time in Tupelo. Tupelo is where Elvis is from. Clarksdale is where Robert Johnson's from, right?
Okay, yeah.
And Pontotoc is this town just outside of Tupelo. But Tupelo is expanding out. So I remember growing up, like there would be like a 30-minute difference leaving Tupelo to Pontotoc. But now it's like you leave Tupelo, you don't even see where it ends anymore because the town is just growing so big. It's a city, But yeah, man, it's an interesting time that we live in. There is more opportunity out there for people that do what we do, more so than any time in the history of the planet. Like a lot of people like, well, this is like black exploitation. Like, nah, it's not black. It's not like black exploitation. It's because there's more of us than there was then.
Right.
So we are now a very powerful economic bloc, right? But we are also now a very powerful political voting bloc.
True. This definitely.
We needed to. I need this guy. I need this guy. I need that. Okay, what do we do? I knew that was over. Because it's like it's Atlanta, man. It's too many Negroes. What are you gonna do with that? You know what I'm saying? So after a while, I was like, yeah, you can get the rural areas. That's cool. Go for it, guys. But when it was like, we got 85% of the vote from Fulton County, it's like, do you know how many people live in Fulton County? We're not even talking about DeKalb or Cobb. We're just talking about Fulton. You know what I'm like? It's like, nah, this is over. So that is the world we're in now. I mean, is it perfect? Of course not. But it is certainly a scenario in which we have access to tremendous possibilities, and that's very, very exciting.
And I can share this with you. I think you like this. So I've been thinking a lot lately about just the whole political side of this, and I don't think we're in a. You're right. We're not. This is not a new blaxploitation, only because we're not creating stories that are in context to the other group. We're not writing stories always about being up against the man and all this kind of stuff. We're actually creating stories that are speaking to us, our audience specifically, in our future, and our storytelling, and our folklore, and whatever the case might be. And so I've been thinking a lot about the fact that when we look at these political dynamics, we always harp on the fact that basically white folks have so much of the physical world.
Right.
And I feel like there's not and we fight so hard to get our piece of that, which we should. Yeah. But I find that when it comes to culture, when we're talking about hip hop, when we talk about music, when we talk about film, we are definitely the community that sort of has our hand on the hearts and mind of American people. So it's not just about our stories. We help facilitate a lot of other stories, regardless of culture, when it comes to the American experience. So, and I find that in your stories, that idea, like especially like in Maddie's Rocket, for instance, how you tie it in. You didn't just tie in because it wasn't just an Afrofuturist story. That was definitely like a steampunk type of vibe, right? It was like,
I call it retro Afrofuturist.
Okay, so so basically, to give an example, like it was like you might have feel like a Model T Ford, but it was like rocket powered, that type of thing.
Right.
So, and your characters were going to Mars, going to space, long before we even actually historically left the planet. So that's definitely the type of stories and the type of the platform that Afrofuturism, takes on.
Right. So let me say this, and thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. The one thing about, we use Afrofuturism as a term, but it's convenient, and I don't care what anybody says. It's dope. It's a dope term.
Yeah, it's a dope term.
It's a dope term. It flows. Afrofuturism. Wow, that's cool. But it's really just Black science fiction. Or Black speculative fiction, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's all the jumbled variants of similar themes. And with Maddie, I wanted to do something that was more anthropological. I've said this before, but it was for my parents, for my grandparents, because they were born during that 1930s Jim Crow-esque period, but they never saw themselves in Buck Rogers serials or Flash Gordon serials or any science fiction. I mean, the first really major one was Nichelle Nichols in 1966. But in the 30s and 40s, when, there were no representations of people of color in that didn't exist, let alone just being the main character. So I said, I'm going to take all of the ideas or the predominant images. This is something I haven't really spoken about so much. Stormy Weather, that movie. Right,
Oh.
which some people associate with, a little bit of negativity. It has, Bill Robinson in it, Lena Horne. But when you think about when that movie was done, the fact that you had all these Black performers in one movie,
right,
in that time, that was a radical act.
Right.
That was for the mainstream audience, that was a radical act. And I thought to myself, what if I could take the image, but apply more progressive thought to that image?
Right.
Right. So meaning it looks like that, but the narrative isn't that. The narrative is something that is more with a contemporary sensibility placed within a Jim Crow environment. So the main character, Maddie Waddy, is based on kind of aero, acrobatic pilots, Bessie Coleman, people who did that type of work, circus performers. But because I've changed the past, right? In this case, the world experiences an H.G. Wells type of alien invasion that fails. They take all of the abandoned technology and reverse engineer it. So suddenly you do have a floating Model T or a floating, regular kind of, what did they call them? I always associate those trucks for prohibition.
Right.
So that's what I wanted to be able to do. But for Infinitum is something that's much more expansive. That's me playing around with the modality of the epic. It's me playing with the idea that a person who looks like Imani Lateef can be the central character. He's not going to be maimed. He's not going to die, right? He will have multi-layered personality traits, meaning he will be human. Right? That's what Infinitum was. So Maddie's Rocket, that was for the sisters. Infinitum, that's for us, brothers. That's for the brothers.
Right. I appreciate that.
And I hope they know that. I hope they know that.
We bumping on it. Oh, no, I definitely got it. I definitely got it. Even at it, you can get it. Even
just brought to my attention yesterday. A little bit nervous. Man, thank you. And I was like, really? What's up? He was like, oh, Infinitum's for the brothers. I'm like, it was.
It's definitely, even at a glance, you can see that it is definitely a through line where we go from being, and there's no spoilers here. Basically, we go from being chattel, or might be considered chattel, but it's sort of like it comes full circle. Like we come from the whole idea that we come from kings and queens, but it's sort of like we rarely see a narrative that goes past our what we're going through right now,
our present,
see ourselves in our present, and see ourselves in the future as those kings and queens, and those it makes a full circle around. So it's definitely a very powerful, very, very powerful book. And I wish we had more time to really break it down, because
it's all good, man.
The way that you wrote this is like 300 pages of.
It's about 291 pages, not 300.
It's sequential, but it's like these are like each page is a masterpiece, man. And so, and I've been listening to you for years talk about in secret, like, well, yeah, I'm working on Infinitum, and I'm like, but I'm glad that it came to fruition on the scale that it did.
The next book I'm doing is Maddie's Rocket.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's going to be a trilogy.
All right. And you can find all of his work wherever now. It's like it's time.
Weird, right? You can find it at Walmart. You can find it at Target. You can find it on Amazon, bookshop.org. You can go to HarperCollins website. It launches in the UK on March 18th. So all this stuff I've been doing, I got to do it all over again.
Yeah. We still, my producer said I still got a little bit of time. I want to ask this. I want to ask this question because I get this a lot, and I got this a lot when I first started Peep Game Comics. It's sort of like Black creators always find themselves in this conundrum where we don't want to be pigeonholed as Black or, you know, one particular, you know, one note as far as the creative, right? And my only response to that is like, I get it, but at the same time, there's not so much of an advantage, but why wouldn't I want to celebrate everything that my culture has to offer, just like anybody else's, you know, any other creator will want to, you know, share their experience.
Right.
So, you know, can you speak to that in the sense that, like, the people in this program this weekend, the vast majority of them, when we talk about Black comics, they've all doubled down on it. It's like they haven't shied away from, you know, trying to reach Black audiences, create Black characters, create Black storylines.
Right.
You know, we've all just they're going ham on the idea. They're not shying away from, you know, this whole idea of being unapologetically Black. They're definitely, you guys are definitely all about that. And I want to know if you want to speak to that. Oh, what happened to Tim? Oh, man. It's a conspiracy.
What that was? I'm back.
He's back.
I don't know what that was.
We about to get you
asked that question. Hello, guys. I know you're listening in. We're just comic book artists. It's not that serious. We're not going to be storming the Capitol or anything like that. Money, I can vouch for him. He's a good guy. He's real simple. He's very easy. He's a family man. He's not like engaged in anything. You know, maybe he had a little issues when he was younger, but he's got a brother and everything. Totally nice guy. Total vouch for him. There's nothing like that. So when I'm saying what I'm about to say, it's all good. We're no threat to anyone. All right. So here it is. We only have so much time and money. Mm-hmm. And for those folks who quibble over whether or not stuff is too Black, not Black enough, oh, I don't want to deal with Blackness at all. Man, I'm 54 years old. I've been doing this stuff that I do now since I was 12 or 13. Mm-hmm. And was ignored most of the time I did it. And now I finally have someone paying attention. I could care less. Mm-hmm. I don't care about that anymore. The only thing I care about is, can I do the work I want to do and get it out to as many people as possible? I will leave it to others, statisticians, blah, 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 people who deal with stats, historians, scholars, to determine whether or not that was something that was Black or wasn't Black enough.
Right.
Because the amount of energy expended on talking about it, which is an important subject, is really should be left to the people who their job is to talk. Mm-hmm. The people who are supposed to be making their work, that's a different activity. Mm-hmm. Like, now my job is to talk about the work.
Right.
I can talk about it. But even now, there's going to come a time, right? I'm doing my marketing, but there's going to come a time where I have to stop talking so much and get to work on the next book.
Right.
Because we need the product. The product is what's going to change the game, not talking about the product or the lack thereof, right? That's the first thing. Secondly, it's like there's the idea of Afrofuturism. That's the term we use, right? Some people like it, some people don't like it. I don't care. I don't care, because I remember when no one paid attention to anything that I did. See, I just went back to it again. So if they want to call me an Afrofuturist, I'm all for it. right?
Right.
Because I know the work that I produce is so much bigger than that. You know what I mean? Infinitum isn't just straight Afrofuturism. You got a little historical drama in there. You got a little romance in there. You got straight science fiction. You got some Stanley Kubrick light tunnel, 2001 stuff in there. You got action stuff in there. I mean, I think we'd agree. Infinitum is a violent book, is it not? We can agree with that, right?
Definitely. Yeah,
you know what I mean? So those things, I don't even care about that type of stuff. The only thing I care about is, can I do quality work according to my standards? Let me say something very quickly on this. I know we got like 5 minutes. I'm seeing this again. What looks and what is supposedly good in the direct sales and independent comic book market is totally different than what the standard is in the trade market. DM market, $1 billion a year. That's direct market.
Got it.
Trade, 26 to 27 billion a year. Do the numbers.
When you say trade, you talking about book market?
Book market. That's what I'm in. I was not successful in the comic book industry. But right now, let me knock on wood. I think I'm all right in the trade industry. So the only thing that matters, do your work. Don't worry about all that other stuff. Who cares about that? You can even let it get under your skin. Sure, go there. Yeah, that's fine. But you got to sit down and you got to crank and you got to finish the work. That's at the end of the day, that's all that matters. I finished my work, but guess what? Now I got to do it again. That's my quandary. That's my paradox. I don't worry. I don't have time to worry about the other stuff.
Got it. I appreciate you, bro.
Much love to you, Mr. Lateef. And I appreciate and love what you're doing. And if you have me back next year, I'll be back next year too.
Yeah, you'll be back. Yeah, we're gonna keep doing this. We're gonna stay in the game.
Let me get that thumb that was out there a little bit. There we go.
All right, bro.
All right, man. Take care.
All right, thanks.
All right, bye.
All righty. I get to take a break. And next we'll have Victor Dandridge and Afua Richardson coming on at noon. This is like the pinnacle of the program. And I'm going to let my producer, Kyle, segue to our dope bumper.
Oh my goodness, I was vibing. I was in a whole zone. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, hello. Welcome. Before we jump right into this, I just got to give a shout out to everybody that's been featured so far. This has been an incredible conversation. I've loved every bit of it. But for my end, hello and welcome to the Black Comics Universe live event hosted by Peep Comics, the digital store supporting creators of color and the newly launched streaming platform, The Experience. Hello, y'all. I am Victor Dandridge, the hardest working man in comics, and I'm a self-publishing creator born and raised in Columbus, Ohio, doing all the fun things that I can possibly do in the comic book business. That includes working with Wizard Magazine. I'm the new editor-in-chief of that one, so yay! I'm not supposed to say that, but I just did. Oh, snap. But today, the honor, y'all don't even understand how excited I am about this. I get to stand on this virtual stage with arguably the most visible Black woman in comics today. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Miss Afua Richardson.
Hello, Victor. Oh, you made me sound so fancy. Thank you for the wonderful intro.
You are worthy of all the praise. Come on now. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I am hanging in there in these crazy days. How about yourself?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Not too bad. Okay, so obviously your name is on everybody's lips these days, which is fantastic. But I want to go back because I don't know you that well. I've seen your work. I've loved your work.
You get to know each other.
Yes, that's what I'm here for. I'm trying to get to know you. So I want to go way, way back, back in the time in the beginnings, and ask you, do you remember your first comic?
Ooh, I want to say it might have been Excalibur.
Okay. What era are we talking?
Man, I remember. I don't even remember what number it was. I was 9 years old, and someone gave me just a box of their old comics. It had Wolverine #1 in it.
Oh.
There was Excalibur and like art. Like, oh man, I'm trying to. You just opened up a whole like box.
I'm sorry.
I moved all of my clothes out of my closet, and I was like, Nightcrawler, Archangel. They were all blue. Like everybody was blue. I was just like, Beast is in this. I was just like, oh, everyone's blue, and I love this. And all my clothes got moved into a bag on the side of my bunk bed, and all the comics went into my closet.
I love it. No, that's the way that's supposed to be. That's exactly what's supposed to happen when you get immersed in this world of comics and stuff. So, is Excalibur your favorite like team, or did it just kind of open the door for you to get in there?
It opened the door for me. Okay. Like I was definitely a big X-Men fan. I spoke to one of my oldest friends from kindergarten a couple of years ago. Oh. And he was like, "Do you remember when we met?" And I was like, "No." I just remember my mom got me to kindergarten late. So that's what I remember. And I was embarrassed because everybody was going to recess when I was coming in. And but I remember meeting you. He said, "Yeah, you reached your hand out." Or I reached my hand out and said, "Hi, my name is John." And you replied, "I can shoot my nails out. Shink." That was what you said to me. And I was like, "Oh, yes. Sorry."
No. That means that the bug was there from like day one. Like whether you knew it or not, the pop cultural vibe of comics and all that goodness was right there. I love it. How long have you been drawing though? Like, has that always been a facet for you?
It's always been something that I used as a tool to express my emotions. I actually remember some of my early drawings because I have memories from 2 and 3. I don't know why, but I do. I remember some of my really, really early drawings. And I remember like drawing my mom and dad as superheroes and then trees. My dad was always drawing trees. And so I remember the first time I drew a tree, but it was just a stick with a little green poof at the top. And I thought, wait a second, which side is the left side of the tree if it's a stick? And I just sat there for a second.
Whoa. Okay. That's borderline
which is the
high
left
logic
and right
right
side?
That is intrinsic, actually. Because I mean it is, but okay, so you just kind of open up a door though, and I want to walk down that hallway. So obviously you getting involved in the art was something that was prevalent at home.
Yes. Okay. Yes. My dad, in addition to being a soldier in the Coast Guard and several other branches of the military, he was a physicist, and some of his studies helped develop MRIs. Wow. And he spent, certain years, in college, and then would visit Argonne Labs. And so he was half the time in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, half the time at different schools, presenting his theorems. But he was also a sculptor and an oil painter and an illustrator.
Wow.
So he would take the things that he was explaining. He was taking these concepts, and he would make things to show the forces in motion. But at home, I didn't see him draw very much because he was working. so much, but he always gave me the tools to draw. So here is a box of 144 or 101 Crayola crayons with the sharpener in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, there's more than one kind of blue. That was it for me.
I'm hearing the blue love here between Nightcrawler, Archangel. I'm feeling it.
Periwinkle and turquoise. What do you mean?
Cerulean,
I was just so excited.
What is this? No,
Right? I was so excited. I was just so excited that I could express myself in more ways, because I was really shy. I was a really shy, kind of awkward kid, but give me some paper, pencils, and some headphones, and I was...
There you go, self-occupying. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely.
Okay, so growing up, what was the culture like for introduction or support of your nerddom, whether that was in art, in comics, cartoons, whatever? Did you have good resources for that? I mean, obviously at home, solid, but friends, commercial stores, anything like that?
I think I was a part of a lot of different groups, but I didn't feel like I belonged to any of them. So I had my band nerd friends who were really into manga, and they kind of opened that door there. And then I had my friends who were into underground hip hop, and they were into graffiti and superheroes. And then I had my other groups of friends who were more into heavy metal and sci-fi and those groups. And then those who were into more of like kind of the industrial arts, or just the weird kind of H.R. Geiger, super techie looking stuff. So, and then I had my own influences, of cutting class and going to bookstores.
I mean, okay.
Only when I was a super senior.
Yeah, there you go. And if you're going to cut class, go to a bookstore. That almost negates the class cutting, because you're still learning. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Any parents that are out there?
And so I loved graphic design and fashion magazines and just the use of these different shapes and fashion. I saw them as costumes.
Of course.
And so all of these things kind of influenced the other. But, when I was a teenager, I had a group of friends that I started drawing with, and some who I'm still friends with to this day.
That's the best.
Like Nelson Blake. Nelson Blake is one of the people who I've known forever. And when I was just like, I'm not good, but I want to be. He was one of the people who would, he'd critique my work. But
before you say that, I just want that to be acknowledged, that not good per her standards may not be not good for anybody else's. Okay, I just want everybody to drink that in. When she says not good, understand that's excellent speaking. So, okay, I'm sorry.
Well, I came from the classical music world, where it wasn't about what I thought about. It didn't matter what I thought of my own skill.
Got you.
It was how I performed, whether I was in tune, and if I knew my craft enough to be able to keep up.
Okay.
And so I took that same approach with art. There were things that I loved, and there were things that I really wanted to create, but I knew I didn't have enough repetition to make it a skill.
Gotcha.
And that's why, in music, doing your scales or just those chronological notes one after the other on your instrument is so vital.
Right.
Because you're carving a groove in your mind, so you no longer have to think. So when the music comes or when inspiration comes, you know the relationship between the notes, and you already know where to find those intervals. So I didn't have that skill in art yet. It felt a little bit more like an accident, where I'd have good days and bad, and that still happens now. But the likelihood of completely hating my work happened less the more repetitions I had.
Okay, so based on that, and this is a very interesting, concept that you're bringing up here. Obviously, you are creative, artistic minded. However, it played out in music first and maybe to a higher level of excellence faster. Is that because you had teachers that were, more, fixated or focused on building that specific skill? Whereas in art, for the particular arts that you liked, did you have many teachers or mentors in building that?
I had to seek them out. I had a lot of instruction in music from about age 9.
Mm-hmm.
And they were very, very stringent. They were very, very skilled. A lot of them had attended Juilliard, and I did undergrad at Juilliard.
Okay.
So I went to LaGuardia for the Performing Arts and studied music and music theory. So that was something that I felt a little bit more confident in. And I was just like, okay, well, I'm learning the foundation. And so now I can improvise because I know what's there.
Of course.
But when it came to art, I felt like my folks didn't want me to be disappointed because they felt like art was something that you did to, you're having a bad day, you draw it out. But there were not a lot of opportunities for someone like my dad when he wanted to pursue an art career. So he didn't want me to invest a lot of time in something that wouldn't pay dividends or bills.
Right.
And I think that's a fear for a lot of parents. They don't want their children to starve.
Of course.
It's not that they don't believe in them. It's that they don't believe in the path. And so I think I had to seek out those teachers. And so I started going to comic conventions, and Brian Stelfreeze, Neil Adams, Sanford Green, Gail Simone, man, who else? Alberto Ruiz.
Oh yeah, literal goats here.
These are the guys who, but David Mack. These were people who were kind enough to take the time and say, you have a really, really strong foundation. Please keep going. They understood that, sometimes it just takes more time. And I didn't believe him at first. I was just like, I'm not good.
Hogwash. I'm so glad that they convinced you that you were wrong on that one, because we wouldn't have the magic that is you in the industry right now. Okay, so let's get a little deep, a little personal if we can.
Okay.
In a medium that doesn't feature, as many characters of color, how do you define Black comics, and when was the first time that you recognized it?
Well, I felt like because a lot of the characters in comics were not human, I didn't, not that I didn't recognize their race, but I could identify with them even though they didn't look like me. When I saw characters that were Black, like Black Panther or Storm, I felt like some of them lacked personality. Because if, like, take Storm, for instance, and maybe I just hadn't read enough of the comics featuring them to really get to know their personality. But I felt like what happens is when you have a character that is the only, so if you only have one woman in your team, whatever personality that you draft on to the character, that represents all the women in your universe. So Storm had to represent all women and all Black women. And so she was never too Wolverine. She was never too Jean Grey. She was never too Beast. She was regal, but you never often saw her personality. So it was hard to define. So I felt like there were Black characters that we could count on our hands, but it was really difficult to see their personalities shine through in major comics. And man, I'm trying to think of the first Black comic that I really interacted with.
Yeah, because it becomes it's a different thing to have this concept of Black comics that we articulate in our minds, but to describe what it is in actuality on paper and whenever we came in, that is tough. I think for myself, the first time that I became aware of Black comics was with Tribe. Shout out to Todd Johnson and Larry Stroman. There was something about the presentation of that book that was very, very Black and, you know, unapologetically so, but there was not there was no lack in quality or you know, any measure behind it that made it seem like there was something less than mainstream. It was very mainstream oriented, the whole nine, and that was my first real like, that's Black comics. I got that.
Yeah, I think maybe Kyle Baker for me.
Okay.
I would see him at conventions and I would want to go over and say hi, not because there was anything wrong with him, but you know, I had some of his comics and I was like, I'm not going over there. So when I actually was brave enough to go over it, and I had, you know, like Nat Turner and some of his other comics, you know, he asked if I had read some of his other comics featuring you know, Black protagonists, and I was like, I'm broke. I didn't have that, and he kind of got mad.
Like, at the library, I'll get it. I swear.
And I was like, oh, I'm so
sorry. I'll do better. I swear. That's what this is. Your whole career here is due to Kyle. Kyle, thank you so very much for the greatness. That is exactly what we needed. Okay, so having such a foundation in music, how did you make that transition into visual art? What was the thing that made you say, I need to do this?
Well, I had been pursuing music for a while, and I felt like unless I did kind of what the industry wanted, which was to be a Black artist, whatever that meant to them, it didn't have the same definition for me. And so I wanted something where I had a little bit more creative control. At the same time, art was a necessity. You know, as a musician, you need a website, you needed flyers, you needed posters, you needed things that advertised who you were. So when I was in high school, I joined this group of all-female hip-hop artists, B-girls and MCs, and man, I was their resident beatbox artist and manga artist. So I drew everybody as these characters for our flyers, and they're called the Anomalies. And they were amazing. Like I felt like a fly on the wall. I was like, how am I here with these fantastic artists? And so I would make flyers, and then I made flyers for myself. I had some friends who I went to high school with who were part of a band called Dugius, and then I started meeting other recording artists, and more often than not, I was the only artist in a group of musicians. And so there was always a need, business cards, you know, things like that. So I took the things that I was learning and all of my kind of side jobs as like a bartender or a secretary or whatever it was, and use the skills that I learned there and applied it to the music and art.
That's brilliant.
And so like I was a receptionist at this and like an assistant to the chief operating officer of this foundation that was like an alternative to incarceration for domestic violence offenders.
Wow. Okay.
So instead of sending men to jail, they sent them to therapy.
Right.
To help rehabilitate them. And if they successfully passed, you know, the clinical trial, they had a liaison go with them to show that they had been rehabilitated. So I was the assistant for the head of that company, and there was Photoshop on the computer. So during my lunch breaks, I was like, okay, I'm going to take all my TPS reports or whatever and add like colorful borders so he could at a glance like look at all the things that he needed to do. And the one of the guys who ran that, his name was Gregory McCants, and he was awesome. You know, he would be one of those guys who would go out on the street and pull people by the ear and be like, "Get your
yes, yeah,
you know." And some of those, and he was the head of the New York Boys Choir, which he founded, and some of his students were Mark Anthony and Savion Glover. So that ear pulling led them to excellence. And so he gave me an opportunity, and he saw that I was dedicated to whatever work that I could get and apply whatever it is that I could do to my skills. And so that that really helped me develop and forward, just having access to a computer with a program that I needed to learn. And so I was just doing watercolors and markers beforehand in black books. And so that actually propelled me forward, doing something that I could have more remote clients with, or creating like practical artwork with.
No, I love that. I love that. Shout out to Henri, who's watching. He just gave us some love. Said we're two of his favorite people, and Henri is fantastic.
Henri is amazing, man.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. One of the best hustlers in the business. Okay, so you made a comment, and I want to say I've read an article where you kind of spoke on this, the idea of establishing what Blackness or Black comics was to you. And I think that's such a very important statement. Obviously, right now, especially, you have a huge spotlight on you as a female creator, as a Black creator. Is there ever a time when those two consistent, aspects of yourself are in conflict, where you are asked to choose between being a Black creator or a female creator?
I don't think so.
Okay. That's
Thankfully,
good.
I'm at a point in my career where I can choose the work that I want.
True.
I can say, you know what, I don't want to give my creative energy to this, or I can't.
Right.
Like sometimes I want to work on something, but I can't. But if there's something that someone wants me to be a part of that just doesn't really gel with me fundamentally, then I'm not going to associate with that, because that means that whatever their philosophy is and whatever the message of their book is, people are going to assume that is what I'm saying and that's what I'm a part of. And I think people have the right to say whatever it is that they want to say, but they don't necessarily have to use my work to do it.
Of course.
So choosing between being Black and a woman, that was never a choice for me, nor would I choose any differently.
Right.
So it's almost impossible to do so in my work. And, creatively, I will just try to do the best job that I can, no matter what I'm creating, even if it's something that is not a Black or female character. I get to draw what I like.
Right.
And it took a long time to build that.
Yes.
But it took my saying, like, I do better work when I make the things that I like. And this is what I like.
I love that.
And so now I get asked to do those things because they see the body of work and they're just like, okay, well, I want that for this character. So I get to make those decisions now myself.
That's fantastic. And I love this sense of responsibility that you're taking as a freelancer to say, beyond just getting the check, I need to believe in the project that has my name attached to it. That's fantastic. I think a lot of up and coming creators need to embrace that concept that beyond just a check, this is your name in the industry. This is who you are, as people will see you. Has that ever or let me phrase this differently. Is that something that took you a while to exert, or have you always kind of had that sensibility, even if before your name recognition afforded you the absolute power to wield it?
Well, if ever there was something that I didn't agree with, I would voice it. And of course, there were some jobs that I got offered that I just flat out said no, because I knew that it wasn't my strength, or I just didn't have any interest in it, and it would show up in the art. So neither the client nor myself would benefit from this beyond money. And so there were some jobs that I did that I didn't necessarily want to do. Like I didn't want to do someone's logo. That's very tedious. I've never drawn a tattoo for someone.
I'm sure you've been asked that a bunch of times. Oh, you draw? Can you do my tattoo? No,
I didn't. Because not because I'm too good to draw a tattoo. It's not that I just didn't want to. Because a lot of times in those instances, people don't know what they want. And the process of going over and over and over again, back and forth with someone who doesn't have a vision for what they need, that's a waste of my time.
That is true. That is very true.
And I just didn't want that frustration for myself or whomever asked for it. So that was a hard no.
Okay, so for those people that are interested in hiring you, can you walk us through what your process is when you do take on a job, specifically in the sequential arts world? What is your process? Well, how do you decide which jobs are good for you?
Well, a lot of times I'll receive a synopsis and the amount of pages, the way they plan on distributing it. Like, so having a plan for what it is that we are making,
right,
as well as the rate, turnaround time, and what they expect from me. So do they just want pencils? Do they want pencils, inks, and colors? More often than not, I like to color my own work.
Okay.
Because that process for me is a lot faster because of the programs that I work in. I go right from scribbly doodles to finals,
right?
Because coloring and inking happens for me at the same time. And so if that's separated, I don't know if I do my best work. And I think it might actually have an issue. It might be an issue with how I see. I have trouble seeing in black and white sometimes.
Interesting.
I have trouble seeing the value. So even when I sketch, a lot of my sketches aren't in like gray pencil. It's in red and blue. I don't know. It could be a rod and cone thing. I have no idea.
or it's a matter of your work is living dynamicism, right? So maybe the monotone of gray and black and white is just too small-minded for you. You're like, nah, I need splashes. Give me the energy. I can see that. Yeah.
Maybe I think just certain values are difficult for me to see. And make the distinction of, and so sometimes I'll sketch in red and then I'll create my shadows in blue, just so I can visually see it, because sometimes it'll start to get muddy and it just all looks like one value to me. So I have to separate that. So when I'm drawing, a lot of times I'll make, I'll sketch in color and I'll create the volume in my working color, which makes it really difficult for an inker to pick up what it is that I'm doing. Like, where this is just blanks and a blob. Like, I don't understand what this is. Like, I know, I'm so sorry. It's just all in my mind.
Just grayscale the whole thing. You'll just go from there. It's fine. It's fine. That's amazing. So we did have a question. Are you using Illustrator when you're?
I am. I'm using Adobe Illustrator. I want to learn Clip Studio. Because I think it has a lot of the features that Adobe Illustrator has, and Illustrator is not really meant for drawing.
It's not, which is why I'm sitting there like, you do that in Illustrator? Like, I use Illustrator for lettering, and that's about it. Wow.
I made a lot of brushes for Illustrator, and I think it had a lot to do with early on, a lot of the jobs and so on. Like I did a lot of watercolor.
Okay.
And when I was developing as an artist, a lot of the folks who I sought advice from were saying like, you can't really tell comics in watercolor paintings. I was like, you can't, which was a lie.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not exactly true. It's harder, Shout out to Dave Mack. I mean, he does it all the time.
Right, exactly. Even oh my goodness, what's his name? Alex Ross.
Right. Like
Kingdom Come blew my mind. I was like, the end.
Yes. That is an experience. That is an experience. I love that.
Ooh, changed my life. I remember holding it up to the face of the person who said that. I was like,
you lied. You lied. You lied and you was wrong. Okay. Two things. I just want you to know that.
Exactly. And so I thought, okay, well, in order to curb my messiness, let me work in a program that makes it really difficult for you to be messy. It's very hard to have organic lines sometimes.
Yeah, like, I mean,
so
I firmly believe that you're a very talented illustrator before. Now that I know that you are purposefully handicapping yourself, you're like way better now. Like that is insanity to me. Somebody get her Clip Studio like right now just to see what will happen. I just want to.
I haven't, but because I've learned so much, like the way I do my finals in Illustrator is the way it is. I feel like I have trouble in a program like Clip Studio finding a way to do the same things. So I'm learning, but what also ends up happening is I go from one deadline to the next. So the luxury of learning has to happen on the page. And of course, I don't want to do something that's not my best on a project. So I'm trying to figure it out. So I'm trying to do figure drawing in the program to get more comfortable with it, since there's less consequences for failure.
Oh my God. And we got Kari Randolph that's watching. Shout out to Kari. And he was saying that he didn't know that you were using Illustrator. That is wild. And I agree. Total cosign. Okay, so based on your workload, do you get
Shout
to draw
out
for
to
fun?
the excellence. Shout out to the excellence Kickstarter happening right now.
Run
and
that
support
right now. It's already
that,
funded.
please.
Listen.
Please.
I already got my early bird special on. I'm not fronting. I got that $45 holla. I might upgrade. I'm not going to front. I might. I'm just throwing it out there. Let me get a lick right quick.
I was actually going to wear my excellence pin. But I couldn't find the backing. I was like, I gotta hurry up. I'm gonna be late.
Next time we'll do this. Yeah, we'll definitely rock that. Yeah, huge shout out to Kari, Brandon Thomas, the whole crew, Darren Bennett, Letterer, what up? Yeah, it's fantastic.
That is a beautiful book.
Yes, it is. Yes,
I was like, I'm not that cool.
So do you get to draw for fun still? Is that something that you're giving yourself the allowance for?
I just started giving myself the time to draw for, I don't know if I can call it fun, without consequence. Okay. It's what I will call it. Because I enjoy art and I enjoy it when it's done. But all of my sketches and paintings and commissions and pages have a purpose. And so it's hard to do something for fun when everything has to be presentable to sell. So I started doing warm-ups.
Okay.
And I'm like, whatever happens
That's what it is.
It's just going to be what it is. I'll play Pinterest roulette or YouTube roulette, and I'll go through a movie or something, and I'll freeze frame it. I'm just going to draw this.
Okay. Where can we find that? Because we need to experience that on a regular. Is this online or something that you're?
I'm going to start putting them up on Instagram.
Okay.
I'm not going to be a coward, and I'm going to put my terrible sketches.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, what she says is terrible. Okay, let Picasso roll over in his grave and be like, I wish I could do that. So going back to your first times in this business, the first time that you were commissioned to do mainstream work, what project was that, and what was it like to get that sense of maybe validation or whatever else it could have been?
A couple of projects came in at the same time, thanks to Brandon Graham, who walked me into NBM Publishing, to Terry Natier, and said, this is the best female artist that I know. And I tried not to cry. I was like, why would you do this to me?
Are we talking King City, Brandon Graham?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's high praise.
He was my roommate back in the day, before he moved to Canada. And he would tell me every time he saw me before, and he was just a roommate for a short time, because he was just like, hey, you should do comics full time. I was like, I'm not good enough. All this doubt. And every year, you should do comics full time. And I was like, oh, that's really nice, but I don't really know I could do that. Tiny voices in my head. And then he was like, come with me. I'm going to introduce you to someone who can help you get a job. And I was like, really? He's like, yeah, you'll just have to do 5 or 10 pages a year. I was like, I could do that. And so he walks me in and he says, yes, this is the best female illustrator I know. And I'm like, do you not know any other female illustrators?
No, I'm fairly certain Brandon Graham knows a few.
There's Joyce Chen and Amanda Palmer and Aliza Martinez and Celia Kyle and
all love.
What? And oh man, someone did that to me and Neil Adams. They were just like, this is the best female artist that I know. And I was like, do you know more people? Why would
listen? No. Because Neil does not give out compliments. Okay, so to get that,
no. This is what was said to Neil, and so he was like, all right, let's see the book. And I'm like,
yeah.
But so he was
okay. But Neil obviously
he was like a pretty good kid.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Like
he handed it to the person whose book he was critiquing. Was like, you should learn from her. She kicks your butt. That's not what he said, but we will paraphrase.
We know what Neil said. Neil is legendary.
Which, that really meant a lot to me, because I felt like it was easier for me to get critique about music. It was really difficult for me to get honest critique about artwork, because I didn't go to school, because I was self-taught. I didn't have that feedback to really know if someone was just being nice because they thought I was nice. And they didn't want to discourage me, but I didn't. Not that I wanted, someone to scream at me and tell me that I was awful and I just need to study anatomy.
Right.
But I really wanted to know which direction to go in. So those creators who were really like, "Hey, this is great, finish it before you discard it. Finish it it's like a cake. If you eat gluten, you can't really judge it when it's in the batter phase.
Right.
Let it bake, let it finish, and decide from there. Learn from your finished work. And each person, like, yeah, it's okay to use reference. It's okay to take photos and look at life. You're refilling your memory banks. Study.
Absolutely.
Everything doesn't have to come from your mind. And so just my school had many teachers.
I love that. Absolutely love that. Do you get to read comics for fun still?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I was just rereading Excellence because it was right before I knew the Kickstarter had come out, because there's something about the relationships in stories that fascinate me. Because that's really what the story is. It's not necessarily, it's the art, it's the writing, but what's being written is a journey that someone experiences. They start off a certain way, something happens to them where they can't go back to the way things were before.
Right.
And in Excellence, we have the establishment of this magical world and hierarchical system. I always have trouble with that word.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one.
But you have these different status in societies, and the pressure to excel and be as great as your parents, but then just wanting to be accepted, just wanting to be loved and get that pat on the head, and show that your efforts have manifested into something, that it's not just like, oh well, you're my kid, and so I'm just proud of whatever you do, but your efforts have produced something that is worthy of praise.
Of course.
And that feeling, I felt it in my feels. I was just like, oh,
it's phenomenal.
This is a beautiful book, and it really speaks to something that I think a lot of people go through. And so I want to make sure that when I'm writing and when I'm creating, that I keep in mind those relationships, that whatever the character says, it either moves the story forward or it lets you know something about them.
Very well said.
And I think that's very excellently displayed in Excellence.
Yes, it is. I co-sign that wholeheartedly. It Excellence has a title, and I'm gonna wax on them for just a second. So sorry, Kari and Brandon, if you're watching. It is a culmination point. This is a title that has stood on the shoulders of history, really, Black culture, hip hop, all types of influences, but now stands as like a pinpoint of bringing all those influences together, and then other people will be referencing Excellence as this thing that informed them, got them on. It is a phenomenal book. So I wholeheartedly co-sign everything that you said. But speaking of you as a writer, let's talk about that process, because creatively speaking, I mean, your name is synonymous with art, visual, but on the writing side, what is your process for telling stories there?
Well, this book that I'm releasing with Image Comics, Aquarius, the Book of Mer, is the first creator-owned story that I have written in.
You don't have to give numbers. We don't ask for numbers from ladies. We don't do that.
It's okay. I don't mind.
Okay.
One of those people who were just like, I don't tell my age. Look, I'm fine with that. I am 40, going on 41.
All right, now, okay. Y'all know the old adage. Break it down. That's it.
So it's been about maybe 16 years since I've written and illustrated a book of my own. And at first I felt like I didn't have a lot of time to do so. And so my process was more writing a list, which was advice that I got from Warren Ellis, actually. I was just like, man, if you could speak to first year you, what would you say as far as your process to like help you along? It's like, write a list of what you want to happen. And so I started writing a list. And even though I didn't have the completed list, I knew the points that I wanted to hit. I knew the things that I wanted to happen in my story. And I allowed my characters to tell me how that happened. So formulating this idea of who they are and how they would react in a situation and who they need to become, and the characters around them that help them be who they need to be in order to get to the objective that I want.
That's brilliant.
So I really started studying a lot of 8-plot story points, and I had to kind of detach from it a little bit. I've written and rewritten a bunch of times because I want it to be as effective as possible without having to use so many words.
Right.
I want to paint a clear enough picture without having to get photoreal in the lyrical details.
Right.
It's kind of like a song. Sometimes less is more when you want to express yourself and let people draw conclusions from it. So I've been studying other stories. I've been asking others to read my script, and I've been taking these like A/B story plot scripts for screenwriting and applying it to my story where I could.
Oh, nice.
And so it's, for those who don't know, it's basically like you have either an establishment shot or something that tells you where we are and what the world is, what the status is, the status quo. I think Dan Harmon refers to that as you. So this is you.
This is you, right.
And then you go or something happens to you, or you need, that's what it is. You need. So something happens to you and you need to change. You can't go back to the way you were before. That's gone.
Right.
There's a point of no return. And so something comes and changes your world. And so there's a herald that comes, something or someone or some kind of message that comes and tells you this is what you need to do in order to get what it is that you think you want. And then you have to go and find it. And that's when the journey starts. So you have your helpful characters that come in, or your outside characters come in at that point. Then your B plot comes in. This is the other story that has its own, you know, seemingly not connected, but comes back later. And then at the 6 o'clock point, if you think of this like a clock where you is noon and then getting to your goal is halfway through the story. At your 6 o'clock, you've reached your goal, or what you thought
was your goal. Right.
Exactly. And then you have a critical choice. You have that choice that really shows who the character actually is. Will they go in one direction or the other? They might have more than one option. And then the rest of the story are the consequences of that choice.
Right.
So whatever the antagonist or the issue is, that's when they hit hardest. And your hero is at their lowest point and you don't know how they're going to get out of it.
Oh my God.
That's when your B plot comes back.
Yes.
And it's like they come and save the day.
As a writer, you are speaking my love language right now. I'm sitting there like, yes, tell them how it works.
Exactly.
This is how it is. Yes.
And then in solving that problem, if it's an ongoing series, they've now created a new problem. So your B plot becomes your A plot, and you do it again.
Yes.
And you create these relationships that people want to see resolved. That's why, you know, certain series just can go on forever, because you just want to know how they're going to get through this. Exactly. You've established what's important to them and you've taken it all away, and you want to see how they're going to get it back, if they can get it back, and if they are enough as they are, or do they need help in order to get what it is that they want. And it goes on and on and on and on and on.
I love it.
So trying to make sure I hit those beats, as well as tell an authentic story, because the first issue of Aquarius, the Book of Myr, is kind of autobiographical.
Okay. We're going to get a peek into you.
Just a little bit.
Okay. All right.
When I was a kid, I would have really, really bad nightmares. I mean, vivid. Like I dreamt one time that I must have been 5 or 6. I was in a cave and there was a monster and it was like eating off my arm.
That's not normal.
And I was taking a rock and like trying to beat it.
Wow.
Or in this issue, I cover a dream that I had about my great grandfather when I was 3.
Wow.
And he passed away when I was 1. So I don't really know how I remember his face, but I did.
Okay.
And I saw it over and over again. And the dream was terrifying.
Wow.
Not because he was evil or anything like that,
right.
But what happened to him in the dream, or what happens to us in the dream, is horrible. And so because it left such an impression, and when I woke up out of the dream, I fell out of bed and like landed on one of my pencils. And I had lead in my hand. I still have the mark. And so every time I would see the mark and think about it later, I would have the dream. So I had the dream over and over again for about 13 years.
Wow.
And then that dream ends up saving my life. And so I'll talk about that as the issue goes on.
Okay, yeah. We need to. When does this come out? When can we look forward to this?
The first issue drops May 16th.
Okay.
Mermaid 2021.
Yes. Listen, if there are any shops watching, make sure you hit that final order cutoff, because y'all need this. Trust and believe you do. Okay. We're running out of time here, but I could spend forever speaking to you. So as a prominent figure, in entertainment right now, one of the big things. We actually got a question from somebody, so I'm going to ask this one.
Yeah.
Danny J. Quick, shout out to Danny. Question for Afua. We all know that you're a great artist, but I've heard your great voice too. Will we get any official music from you anytime soon? I think your book needs a soundtrack. I'm gonna just throw that out there.
It actually, with every issue, actually all the Kickstarter supporters will get a song that is attached to the book. I'm actually trying to figure out how to do a QR code that'll be printed in the book. so when you purchase it, you can just go and download it for free. So that'll I'm working on that now.
Excellent.
So each issue will have one song, and so for issue 2, a song that I'm producing with my friends Paul Ritchie and Mike Smith. Daryl from Run DMC is gonna join us for issue 2 song. So
Daniel is the dopest. Love him. Love him. Yes.
Okay, so it's a genuine soul. So yeah,
for those of us that are getting on the trade paperback, will we get like an album's worth? Or do we need to get individual issues in order to get the music?
I'll put the album, like the whole.
Okay. Just checking. Because I'll buy both. I have no problem buying both. I'll have the individuals in the trade. This is whatever you need me to do. I'm there. I'm ready.
Thankfully, I have a good crew of people with me, and a bunch of my friends from back in the day who are joining me on this, and I'm excited. So there will be a song allocated to each of the issues, but I'll also I'll still be writing, and I'll probably come up with more songs. So I'm sure there'll be some bonus content when all is said and done.
That's exciting. Okay, so one of the biggest things that happened in 2020 on a positive note was Lovecraft Country, and your involvement with that. You gotta let us know, how did that come about?
Oh man, that was so huge for me. I was recommended by 2 of my friends here in Georgia. Shout out to Michi and Tonyette, who are fantastic creators, and Tonyette is a gal who works in like miniatures and stage, film and so on production. And there are a lot of miniatures that are used in film for anyone who's a fan of Star Wars. Most of those sets were miniatures, so it's a very amazing craft. And so I was really grateful that she recommended me, because they were looking for a Black female artist to create hand-drawn comics for Diana Freeman or Dee in Lovecraft Country. So I created all of her illustrations, her hand-drawn comics, all the doodles on the atlas, the map that her father used to create the Green Book,
right?
And the Safe Negro Travel Guide, as it was named in Lovecraft Country. And I got to work on set and teach Jada Harris, so that when she's sketching, she'll be able to pick up the lines and know where I'm going with it. So I created like tons and tons and tons of sketches for her to be able to finish the lines of. And so we would draw together and spend an hour or two just showing her how I filled things in.
That's wonderful.
And so on. And it was really, really wonderful that props master JP Jones and Misha Green decided to give me a cameo, like an unspoken shout out, or an off-screen character spot. At first, when you said it, I was in the props department, and he came in and told me I didn't understand what he was saying. It didn't register in my mind.
He's like, I did the work. You're right, I did it. You're like, no.
Exactly. He comes in and he's just like, you're gonna be a character, but not on screen. I was like, huh? Like, what do you mean? What is going on? Is like, no, well, when because I wasn't privy to the script.
Got you.
So they didn't, besides the of course the actors and those who were doing the storyboards and things like that. I don't think any one person outside of directors and so on, and executive directors and writers and so on were privy to the whole story. Wow. So it was still a surprise to me how everything came together. I only knew the story when I started reading the novel, of course, for reference, but I only knew it through the comic.
Right.
So I knew the world through the world that I was creating. And so I didn't understand it. And then a year later, when they send me the scene, I just cried. I just really cried. I was like,
no, that's it right there.
Because that kind of stuff doesn't happen. There's so many people who were a part of this. I mean, thousands of people. The sets that were used, like a lot of those sets were built The bar, I sat in that bar and I drew.
Wow.
Like, that wasn't a bar somewhere. That was
Right.
built on set. The apartment, that was like a 2-floor rig.
Wow.
Where they had like daylight lamps and like a giant painted backdrop to look like they were out somewhere in Chicago.
Oh my God.
There's so much detail that was used, that was considered when making this. And so just to be a part of that, it actually really influenced my deciding to make the Book of Mer. Like when I decided, okay, you know what? If people like this trust my vision, then I need to trust my vision.
Yes, indeed.
Go ahead, pull the trigger. And even there's a lot of stuff going on right now, and this is not the best year. When is it going to be the best year?
I mean, that's the reality there, and that's a way for you to ride, and it's well deserved, well earned. And as a fan of your work, it was something that felt very personalized. Because we knew us as comic book fans, as Black creatives, we knew what it meant for your name to be a part of this, and I think it uplifted all of us, and literally that tide brought us all with you. So thank you so very much for that. Tremendous.
Thanks for nerding out with me.
Yes. This has been an absolute pleasure, a true honor. If you want, as we got our last couple of minutes, is there one more thing that you want to give to anyone that's watching, whether that's a piece of advice or another plug for some of the cool stuff that you're working on?
Well, for any of the creatives watching right now, wherever you are in your journey, you've got to give yourself time to recalibrate and be good to yourselves. Right now, this is a really difficult time, and community is really important right now. Staying connected to folks, even if you're not feeling your best, it's really essential right now. And a lot of times we view ourselves as artists as non-essential, but people go to their books and their Netflix and whatever else that they're watching and reading to uplift them while they're going through this. So whatever it is that you're creating, whatever it is you're thinking of creating, it's really vital right now. 100%. It's medicine, because it's medicine for me making.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Once again, thank you for sharing your light, your love, your talent with all of us. This has been a true pleasure. Everybody at home, make some noise for Miss Afua Richardson. Excuse me. I'm getting all kinds of emotional right now.
Okay, sorry.
I'm like, man, said all the things was touching my heart. It will make me cry. I'm going to have to take 15 minutes. But thank you again for joining us today. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Big shout out to Peep Game Comix and The Experience for bringing us all together. Once again, I'm Victor Dandridge, the hardest working man in comics, saying thank you, guys, and we will see you on the next round. That's what we doing. That's what we doing it. All right, then fine.
I guess so. We're stalling for time. But anyway. No, but what's so funny is we talk all the time. So
I know, right?
Supposed to have an interview, but I was saying things like, what the heck are we gonna talk about?
Whatever we want.
We talk about everything all the time.
We do.
Oh, here they come. Oh, we got some action here.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna wait until it's good. Y'all good?
I think we're good.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. All right, I've got a few of our folks showing up as well from Saturday AM, so they'll be here just to be a part of the experience. So,
all right, this is definitely going to be the largest panel in the BCU this weekend for sure.
no worries.
I really appreciate y'all coming out because I was surprised when I heard that you guys were going to be joining us. I don't see a lot of press. I follow you guys, but I don't see a lot of press, and I was just so honored to have you guys join us.
Well, we're honored to be featured here. So we, in the past year, we actually have a PR person, someone who works in my press team, and her name's Jackie. And she's actually done quite well. We've been featured on Anime News Network. We've been featured on Comicosity, Comic Book Resources, Anime Motivation, top site out of the UK with a brother that runs that. So we've actually done pretty well on the press side of things. But obviously, we hope to get bigger, keep going, and obviously, being part of events like this is a huge honor for us.
All right, I appreciate you guys for showing up. How many are we expecting? I was like, this thing constantly keeps popping.
Yeah, I think this is the right here. It's I wanted a handful of our folks from around the world. So,
would you like to introduce everybody, or do you want everybody to introduce themselves?
Yeah, I'll introduce them and let them say something real fast for each of themselves, for each one. First up, we have Mitch Proctor, who is from the United Kingdom. We're really honored to work with Mitch. Mitch has helped us streamline our design, so that the stuff you ever see in our content, it always has a design focus to it beyond just the manga aesthetic. And Mitch has been instrumental in helping that happen. He's also doing a series for us that features an LGBTQ lead, which is an area that we also want to make sure we bring more attention to. And so Mitch is representing the UK. So Mitch, say hey to everybody.
Hey, everybody. What a great intro. Wow.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Mitch's series is called Hitchin', by the way. It's a magazine we have called Saturday Brunch. We'll talk about the Saturday stuff here in a moment. Next up, we have J.R. DeBard. He's a young man we actually met in New York for Anime NYC. He reached out to us directly to showcase his work. Amazingly talented young man, New Yorker. He's doing a series called Underground, which stars a really powerful, young, biracial black man who's out there trying his damnedest to get into the field of MMA, kickboxing, and trying to break through an underground sport of it. He is with a magazine we have called Saturday PM, which speaks to an older demographic. And so J.R. DeBard is here as well. So say hello, J.R.
Hey, great to meet you. Nothing more I can say. That's basically covers everything about me.
J.R. laughs a lot, everybody. So y'all gonna he's only stopped by another person we have on this very chat, and you'll get to him, and we'll get to him in a moment. We have next we have Fred Torninger. This beautiful young woman is from Denmark. She's doing a series called Gunhild, which is based on Norse mythology, but it's very, very cool. A lot of readers will love it, whether you're male or female, whether you're young or old. It's really, really gorgeous. Really, really cool series. Fred, say hello, Fred.
Hello. Good to be here.
Thank you, Fred. Next up, we have my man from Senegal, first brother from Senegal. And I'm so happy with him. He's a visionary, truly. This young man's got incredible potential. We've been really honored to work with him. He's doing a series called Oblivion Rouge. And I think a lot of folks are going to be hearing about the series in the next couple of years. We think it's got potential to win awards and all sorts of stuff. But it's a really Afro-futuristic take on young black children and kind of the struggles they face in the sort of futuristic society within Africa. Pop Sule, you want to say hello to everybody?
Hey everybody, how's it going?
Pop Sule, you need to tell them when I normally ask to speak, when you and I normally talk, Pop Sule, what do I hear going on in the background?
I'm usually like in a wood shop, so there's like all these gear. Sounds like you're hearing like a house being made or something like that, or like a boat or something. It's just metal, wood, everything that you can think about is there.
So I want everybody in Peep Game to know I made that boy know today. I was like, don't disrupt Peep game today. Please don't do them damage to their ears with a bunch of woodchucking going on and steel grinding going on and stuff. It already hurts me. I'm old, but I want to protect your audience. Last but not least, we got Jay Oden. Yeah, no worries. And last but not least, we got Jay Oden. And of course, Jay's been with us not really as long as our founders. We started with a couple of founders, fellow artists. But Jay's, I think he's been here forever. He's a good friend, great leader, hard worker. He does a series for us called Hammer, which is super popular. But beyond that, he just dropped, I mean, this is how prolific he is. He just dropped a graphic novel with Oni Press, which you guys, of course, all know Oni Press, called Lemonade Code. So I'm always, happy to have a chance to work with Jay Oden and to have him as part of chats like this. So Jay, hello, Jay.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Hey, y'all, if y'all didn't catch it, Jay, that little laugh Jay gave, you're going to hear that a lot if we call on Jay throughout this call. Jay laughs worse than J.R. DeBar, and J.R. DeBar is like the Joker. So, this is a there you go. So,
I'm giggling.
This is a small group. We Saturday AM. My name is Frederick, by the way, founder and publisher of Saturday AM, world's most diverse manga anthology. We have, as you see, creators from all over the world. We are a Black-owned company, but our view of things is that everybody gets to play. Doesn't matter where you're from, doesn't matter how you come about what you produce, as long as you're producing positive content with a diverse selection of characters, something that unfortunately is not normal in the anime manga world. Then our belief is that you have a home here with us. So I started the company back in 2013. We have just incredible creators. We have partnerships with some of the biggest companies in the world. Celsius, who makes Clip Studio Paint. Sakura, 100-year-old Japanese art supply company, is working with us currently. Got a company out of South Africa. We have so many groups working with us. So we're very honored to have built this brand. And we've been, killing it since 2013. We've got some big announcements coming soon, but that's pretty much what we do. You guys have probably seen some of our works. This is Apple Black by White Manga, Nigerian creator. So you can see here, again, we have a lot of pretty dynamic folks. We even had a line of toys that just got commissioned by a company called Jabberwocky Toys. You can actually get these in Hot Topic. So we got a lot of stuff happening. We're a digital first company. The main way to connect with us is via our app, Saturday AM Global Comics. We also have a line of graphic novels. We have a magazine coming soon. We have a ton of stuff coming up.
Okay, thanks a lot, man. You know how to intro a panel there. You took all a lot of work off my plate. I appreciate it. So it's very interesting. I'm really happy you guys came through, because as a parent, I'm going to tell you, and I'm sure you hear this a lot, is that, and I teach comics, so I'm in front of a lot of young people a lot. And what's interesting is that most people on this panel are into most people in this program are into comic books, but most of the kids that I meet and work with around the age 11 and older, they're all into manga. Right. And they all, all their characters are, inspired by manga. My son, who's 11, he's already saying he's going to be a mangaka when he grows up. And I mess with him. I sometimes I mess with him and say manga, and he gets upset. He's like, "No, Dad, it's manga." So I want to start as a parent. Can you explain? Yeah, Jay thought that was hilarious. Yeah, it's funny. I get a kick out of that. Can you explain for parents? If you could give them a primer as to what manga is and how they can get their children in that are interested involved in the not just the books, but then also into the art form.
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of pure parts of that, right? And let me kind of hit those one by one. I think the first part is that Japanese manga is very old. I mean, it's first of all, it's the biggest comic book industry in the world. So we think of American superheroes as being dominant, and they are from a pop culture standpoint. But when you get past that element of it and you look specifically at the sales and the people who draw every day and create a living off of it, there is literally nothing bigger than the manga industry in Japan. Like, it is that large. You're talking average creators are dropping, comics or graphic novels, that are moving, 30, 40, 50,000 units. And here in America, if you get one issue that does that, you consider, that's like pretty good, even though in the grand scheme of things back in the day, comic book industry back in the 30s and 40s, comics were selling in the millions. We ain't been at that level in a very long time. But the manga industry, all the time. Their top selling book last year, called Kimetsu no Yaiba, or Demon Slayer, sold 82 million copies. 82 million copies. So the manga industry, if your son or your daughter, if y'all watching this and you have a son or daughter who wants to be in the manga industry, understand from a business standpoint, you want them to be in the manga industry. You'd rather them be doing that than drawing Happy the Clown, because that's where the money is right now. That's where the money is. Now, in America, it's not the same thing, of course, because what we're doing is we are a territory that sells manga. So therefore, the manga that we introduce to the market traditionally are just translated versions of the Japanese manga. Therefore, not all the manga comes to America. Not all the manga obviously has the sales that the Japanese versions do. And from that standpoint as well, because the Japanese market is so large, not all the manga is built for people that look like us. So a lot of the content features characters that are Asian. My whole thing, the reason I started my company, was that these characters, a lot of times, were white adjacent, meaning that they looked white for all intents and purposes, but they had Japanese names. And, from an intersectionality standpoint, that's great. But the reality is that someone, by the way, who's actually been to Japan, was a student in Japan, I can tell you that, like, you're going to see Black people walking around in Japan. Like, this idea that Black people do not exist in Japan is ridiculous. And so for 20, 30 years, all we've ever heard is that, the Japanese, they don't know anything about Black people. So they don't put Black people in manga. And if they do, it's usually, kind of a really negative, stereotypical look to it. Well, I reject that, because again, I've been there, so I know that's not true. And by the way, I'm old. I shave my beard, so I have been there in the 80s. So let's get it real for a second. They've had Black culture for a long time. Japan is not Afghanistan. They know who Michael Jordan is. They knew who Michael Jackson was. They've long embraced Black culture. So this idea that Black culture does not exist in Japanese manga for any reason other than the fact that they just prefer the aesthetic of the white sort of look and feel is ridiculous. That's never been true. Black culture has always been a part of Japanese culture. It's just that it's never been celebrated. So I started my company to make sure that we change that, and not just for Black culture, but our Latino brothers and sisters, other Asian groups who don't get play in manga. If you're Indian, you're never going to be featured in an anime manga. So we've created a company to change that entire direction, because we do see, to your point, the sales successes of manga. We see the cultural impact of manga. A lot of young people around the world, not just your son, young people around the world, they see anime a lot and they want to draw in that art style. What does it teach them if what they see never looks like them? What does that say to them? What mentality does that give them? I've seen it as a 47-year-old man. When I started this company, when I started the company, I'm 47 now. But when I started the company, I used to have arguments all the time with Black creators about, why are you drawing non-Black characters? Like, you've got this gorgeous skill. Why can't you draw Black characters or Latino characters or Indian characters and so on and so forth? And I got told that, it would seem forced if I did that. No, when the Japanese put white folk in their stuff, that's forced, because there's fewer white people in Japan as any other group. So the idea that somehow white people get to be in manga, like Full Metal Alchemist and so on and so forth, the fact that is considered normal, but having a Black person in manga, by the way, when you've got two of the biggest celebrities in Japan are half Black, Naomi Osaka, world of tennis, just beat Serena Williams, Rui Hachimura, who just had a career night with the Washington Wizards. When you've got Black folk who are representing Japanese culture and they can't even get played, then we need to call the elephant in the room and say, no, this is a cultural thing that has been perpetuated. We need to put a stop to that. And the way we do that, if the Japanese aren't going to do it, is that we introduce content. We showcase, like on this panel, the beautiful diversity that the world has, and we say, you know what, anybody can be a manga hero. And if you're a young person and you want to create manga, it's going to be very difficult if you can't be proud to create manga that looks like you. And so that's what we're here to change, and that's why we started what we did. So I hope that there's a lot of pieces, but I hope I answered that for you.
Oh no, that was perfect. I want to go around the room here because it seems like everybody in the room is very entertained by your diatribe.
I would call it a diatribe, but yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
I want to start with Jay because I actually follow you on TikTok, and I like your short lessons that you put on there, and it's definitely very accessible. And I wanted to ask, speaking about kids and how they would even go about starting in this, not just in this art form, in this culture, like what advice do you give to young people as far as getting started?
It's basically I would say, it's just a matter of, kind of like copying what you see. That's kind of what I did at first. And then, eventually more ideas will come to you and you can just draw from your own imagination. So yeah, just constantly drawing and, trying new things. And thanks for following me on TikTok. I appreciate that. That's awesome.
No, people as a learning tool, I've noticed that TikTok is extremely accessible, and a lot of young people on that platform. So I really appreciate that idea. And then what I'm noticing is that once creatives start to share their process, you start to realize it's like, oh, I had the same process for, drawing black hair too. Or it's like, oh, I have a different, it's like, oh, I'll try that out. Or it's like, my process is a little different. Oh, I never, thought to, start that way. You never think to like say, I need a tutorial on making waves. You never think about that until you started, create characters that have these hair textures or have these styles. Like even one of your very popular posts was about the basically thick women having to draw. Was that your post? Yeah, it was sort of like
I did a video where I was saying I did a video where basically I was saying, hey, this is how you can draw a body type, these different body types for women or men or whatever. And when I drew one for a thick woman, I messed up because I was doing it really quickly, and a lot of people will give me backlash. So I had to, kind of do another one to, reinvent what I was trying to say. And I don't know, it worked out. But I've been trying to make a lot of easy tutorials so that way everybody, no matter what age, group, they can look at it and instantly know exactly what I'm trying to say and follow it. So yeah.
All right, yeah, I really appreciate that.
Let me say real quickly that we're actually coming out with a book. We're in the final throes right now of negotiations, but we've been approached by a company to publish a book, How to Draw Diverse Manga. So we actually are putting this together. It's going to have Jay Oden, J.R. Barr. It's going to have a host of our white manga. It's going to have a host of our creators in there talking about what you just talked about how do we actually zero in on the responsible and appropriate ways to create diverse characters that capture their ethnicity. Because obviously, as you know, colorism is a whole other strand of the conversation where you throw in black paint or brown paint to signify a character as black. They have no features that identify them as a person of color. We're going to be getting into all of that with the book, so we're really honored about that.
Oh, that's awesome. So, so Pop, so what is it like as far as introducing this culture or introducing these stories on the African continent? Because I've been thinking about a lot. I mainly work here in the States, but I'm always saying that the future for even Black creators here is actually on the African continent, that the audience there is far broader and more hungry for a lot of this original content. They are even here in the States, because you run into, as a creator here in the States, you run into, most fans are into the typical Batman and Robin storylines, where it's places, there are places on the African continent like Nigeria and Kenya that are looking for original, content from other diverse communities. Have you experienced any of that, like as far as your community?
Yeah, and I was actually really lucky to take part in organizing like one of the first manga cons in Senegal, which happened like I think a year and a half ago, and just the turnout was incredible. Like we even had people who skated, people who were tricking, people, just all different types of people and different backgrounds of like what they're interested in, but they like all come together to be like, we love manga, and it's just like really great to know that there's a community for it, and that like you said, people are really, really hungry for it. They're looking for all these characters, and it's just a matter of accessibility. And I think that's like the biggest issue with a lot of like, like with Africa in general as a continent, or even just specific countries like Nigeria or Senegal or francophone or anglophone countries, is that it's a matter of like trying to get the stuff there. And I think that with like this day and age with like TikTok and like Twitter and even Saturday AM, there is a possibility for that to exist. And that's like, and I'm happy to be a part of that, so yeah, it's really great.
Yeah, I've been speaking to that a lot as far as here, even not just here in the States, but the whole accessibility issue. And Fred, I can tell you now, I really appreciate how forward thinking you've been as far as, creating an app around what you guys have been doing. And I know what's interesting, I see that you guys are following the platform that's set up by traditional manga, as far as them getting into digital creative platforms and stuff like that. But I think you're setting the stage for other independent creators to actually take a look at what you guys are doing and sort of emulate that.
Absolutely.
Like I see.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, no, first of all, absolutely. I mean, brother, that in our community, so frequently, we get pitted against each other. And that's something that, I'm trying my damnedest to try to make sure we kind of get out of that mindset. We've seen it in hip hop, we've seen it in fashion. I came from the video game industry. It was not quite there because there were too few of us there. But still, it's like we all, anytime we have a chance to blow up, we see it. And so I think that the challenge is always, how do we create the pipeline and get the door open and get all the various pieces that work so that when folks come through, they actually have all the things they need to build it, right? Because at some point it's going to come down to talent and all the things that we know. But first and foremost, it's about the resources, because that's the biggest issue. That's what always affects us, is the resources. Who's got the money? How are you generating revenue? How do you discover and find talent? How do you, be able to position to protect those things? So these are all the things that, over the 8 years, when we started this, there were no groups talking about diverse manga and then pulling it off. And so when we started doing this, that's been the challenge, is how do we actually build a business out of this? And we've been able to do it, fortunately. And we've seen a lot of folks who come after us, which has been great to see. And I think now the question is just, how do we get things a bit more formal? How do we protect ourselves from exploitation? And how do we ultimately build an opportunity where we can actually make a living at it? Because this is comics. I say this all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, this ain't nobody needs us to have a life. You need your power bill, you need your light bill, you need your water, your internet. You don't need my comic. And it's a blessing that you like it, but you don't need it. And so, where the money is, we've got to try to make sure that we can find it, protect it, and make sure that it's there for everybody to participate in.
Okay. Speaking of the pipeline, Fred, how did you find your way as a part of Saturday AM? Did you present, like, what did you present to them, or did they seek you out, or did you seek them out as a fan?
Oh, I seek them out. I've been following them for a bit and wanted to do something for them. And then the Summer of Manga event came about, and I figured it was a perfect way to introduce myself and what I do.
Okay. And again, what is it you do for the group?
I do shonen style manga, basically.
Okay. Okay.
The series, the series.
What? Oh, yeah.
What's the name?
I do Gunhill, the Norse mythology manga.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Now, I do want to ask this because what's so funny is, so again, I'm speaking as a parent that has children that are interested in manga and want to be a part of manga and things like that. And it just so happens this interview comes on the heels of me reading an article about Japanese manga artists who are on welfare, who basically can't afford to feed themselves or whatever. And I think that scares a lot of parents in terms of, well, just their child wanting to be a part of the art, having a career in art just scares them anyway, because they just think they're just going to be a starving artist their whole life. But articles like that just makes it even more intimidating, if nothing else. How do you guys manage to put out the amount of work that you guys put out on a regular basis? Because that's another thing I'm impressed by, is that you guys put out an exhaustive amount of work compared to anybody, whether it's, prose writing or comic books in general. The amount of content you guys put out is breathtaking. And how do you, basically, without getting into numbers, how do you guys keep this all together?
Does anyone want to answer that first? Or I'm happy to chime in. Does anyone want to take a stab at it? Mitch, you want to take a stab at it?
I can try. I think I would probably go to Jay after as well, because Jay's just the amount of output that he produces is unreal. But I think, you kind of touched on it earlier. I think a lot of people, you don't necessarily make comics for money, you do it for love. And I think one of the things that is quite unique about manga in particular, or manga style comics, is that you have to do everything. Well, you don't necessarily have to do everything, but generally when you're starting out, you do. In the West, most comics are, full color. So you have a penciler, you have an ink, you have an inker, you have letterers, you have a lot of different separate roles that come together to make the book, right? Generally with manga, it's all one person. Even for professionals, eventually they'll get assistants, but manga artists will usually pay for their assistants out of their own pocket. So it's either you don't sleep, which is quite famously the case, or you get some kind of licensing deal which affords you to get royalties, and then you use that to pay for assistants so you can sleep. And even then, a lot of professional manga artists still don't. Oda, the creator of One Piece, famously, sleeps about 4 hours a night on a good day, and he takes every 4th week off, I think now.
Yeah, now.
I think you gotta love the medium, but is that healthy? Probably not. I don't know. But personally, it's carving out what time you can to do something that you're passionate about, and hopefully the response is positive, and that makes it all worth it. But I don't know. Does anyone else want to kind of speak on that?
Let Jay, someone who's worked for a major American comic book publisher. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah. So I totally agree with you, Mitch. You gotta love it. It's definitely. I know I've seen success stories, and obviously, there's people like Akira Toriyama, and I know there are people too, they've made money drawing comics. So it's possible to do. It's just you gotta get to a point where there's so many people looking at you, and the only way to do that is to stick with it. And if you stick with it, that means that you love it. a lot. And, you know, if you love it so much that you can, you know, try to improve on yourself and, you know, try to, you know, make your art look better or your story better, like that's generally what I do. And also to Mitch's point, you know, sleeping 4 hours a night, it's not healthy. I can tell you firsthand. Like, I mean, you know, it's just something that happens. But I mean, you know, it's, you know, if you love it so much, then sometimes you don't even realize, you know, and every now and then your body will just say, hey, you know, pass out and go to sleep. And then, you know, 13 hours later, you'll wake up. And then you're just like, oh, okay, cool. So,
And then just
I mean,
carry
but yeah,
on.
it's literally, it's love, you know, to draw comics. So, yeah.
So let me oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, just my son is already on that schedule. Believe it or not, he just stays up all night drawing, and then he sleeps during the day on the weekends. And he hates school because pretty much it's taken away from his drawing time. So he's already conditioning his body to take this brutal schedule.
He's a future manga artist, dude. It sounds like.
Yeah. He's training his body right as we speak.
Well, that's you know, Japan, man. Let me just add 2 quick points. In Japan, manga creators, like to be a manga creator, the way kids want to be manga creators in Japan is very similar to kids want to be a basketball player, a football player, a rapper here in the States. Like it is literally that. It is like it's a cultural thing. It's a young person thing. They train for it. The way we have basketball camps here. They have a Hop Step Award in Japan. They have a whole program situated around young people in high school being able to actually get noticed and get ranked, and get positioned as a future comic creator. So it's a different animal. And I think that one of the things we try to do at Saturday AM, as you heard Fred earlier mention, we have a program called Summer of Manga. It happens every year. And it's a chance for creators to actually pitch us their comic. And it gets reviewed. If we like it, they have to then talk to a group of our editors. If they like it, they then have to, you know, position it towards, they get assigned a creator, maybe we can help them talk about ways you lay out a page and so forth. And then they get a deadline. And we then, you know, they get a chance to get published, and we see what happens with it. But to the point about the money, I do want call attention to one thing, because it's what I said a few minutes ago. I do think one thing that as parents, we have to be very conscious of is that, again, we have to make sure that our young people, I don't care if you're black, white, Indian, whatever, but if you're American, we got to start having an honest conversation with the fact that, look, being a creator in entertainment is like being Will Smith or being LeBron James. You ain't talking about, there's a difference between the guy who's good at basketball, who can dribble in their neighborhood, who can shoot shots in their neighborhood, who beats everybody in their neighborhood, who then is actually really good in their local elementary, and then good in their local junior high, and then gets a college scholarship, and then gets chosen to be an NBA, and then gets to be LeBron James. There are layers. So when we talk about making a living at it, you can make a living at comic books. It ain't going to be easy. And to then actually have the success that Mitch and Jane and Richard were talking about, to get to LeBron James, the Achiro Oda, the Masashi Kishimoto, the creator of Naruto, that brother did not have his wedding honeymoon until 15 years after he got married. So if you bout it, then you bout it. But we have to be very conscious, and I take every opportunity to get media opportunities like this to put the pressure down and say, look, let's stop acting like this is a business where you're going to have a 9 to 5 and get paid like you work at the post office. You want that, you work in the post office. This is a winner-take-all business. You get in this, you may have a comic book that sucks, that for some reason becomes the next Simpsons. That's the business. That's how it works. But the idea that you're going to get into it, I'm going to have the next Naruto. I see this so many times, and it always breaks me. I have to tell people, that's not how this industry works. It's a luck of the draw. It's talent. It's a combination of timing. If it works, it's going to really work. If it doesn't work, you may have a second job to pay your bills. You do it for the love. You don't do it for the money.
Like on that, JR, so what did you present to them that wowed them so much for them to bring you on?
That's funny because my first story did not wow.
Okay.
Yeah, no. But after Anime NYC, we kept talking. And what I presented to them later was Underground, this series. It's a biracial main character who uses who fights in underground fight scenes with Taekwondo.
Okay.
So basically, what I did was, after I presented my first story, was I refined it to encapsulate more of like who I am as a person into my creation, because I myself practice martial arts and I myself am biracial. My main character is half Black, half Korean, and I've learned a lot about Korean culture just practicing things like Taekwondo and Hapkido. So when I presented that story later, you know, it was a bit more of a wow.
Okay. So each of you all handle your story and art when you're putting together your manga?
Yes. Okay. And then we have editors to go over it.
Okay, cool. So like, what's your typical workload? How long does it typically take you guys to put out a finished story?
For me, it kind of depends. It kind of depends, but usually what I do is I'll finish it up, and usually like in a month, one chapter, unless I have a lot of time, in which case I can try to work on several chapters at once. So that's what I've been doing. So I'll finish up 3 chapters all in 1 month, and then I have like 3 months worth of material. So I've been trying to like get on that train, and that's basically what I'm doing. So.
Okay. How about you, Pop?
Dang, I didn't know that, yo, Jay. That's crazy. That's incredible. I gotta say. I finish like a chapter a month, I think is like my limit. I'm trying to go faster, honestly. I think I can like push myself to like keep going. It's gonna be one of those like maybe 3 a.m. is my limit, but you know, that's amazing, Jay.
So 1 chapter a month. Did that say for you? Is that the recurring theme? Fred, anybody?
Yeah, a month for me sounds about right.
Probably same. Like if we're talking actual working time, because for me it's kind of probably like if I did it all at once, it probably would be about a month, but it's probably spread over 2.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to say I'm closer to Mitch in that regard. I sometimes around 2 months. It depends on my workload.
Yeah, and the number of pages. I think that's the other one that you kind of, that obviously makes a huge difference. If you're talking,
what's the average number of pages you guys? 14 pages per chapter?
I don't. Yeah, I mean, it depends on what they. Let me put it this way: we mandate around 7-14, depending on the frequency of the magazine they're in. We have 3 magazines, so depending on the magazine frequency, if it's monthly, we say, hey, at least give us 7 pages, which is what's done in the UK in an anthology called 2000 AD. They do about 7-page stories per. Okay. They come out every week, but still, they come out frequently. But for Saturday PM and Saturday Brunch, which are quarterly magazines, we look for at least 14, somewhere around there. But the folks here can speak for themselves. I don't know.
I have a question here. I'll pull it up. It says here, what do you all recommend for young aspiring manga artists to do in order to enter the industry? For instance, structured art classes. Are there any organizations that nurture Japanese artists that are accessible in the US?
So all of these, there are things for all of these. The first thing I would say in terms of aspiring young manga artists to the industry is to get your work out there by having an online portfolio. That's just level one. Frequently people reach us. I mean, we get notes 6-7 times a day, every day, like, hey man, how do I join y'all, and so forth. And it never fails. We click on their profile and there's nothing there. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing there. Like, it's like memes and gifts. It's like, no man, like, please give us your have a portfolio that we can see. In terms of programs, because the last question was kind of, I couldn't quite tell the last question what was, because it talked about Japanese manga. If they're asking, can the average non-Japanese person get into Japanese manga? The answer is, for now, as it has been for what, 70 years, 60 years, since the industry got started in Japan? No, right? I mean, it's like that. I mean, like, it's the most extreme case that you get in there. One, that you like if you live in Japan. Two, you need to speak Japanese. So again, when we started Saturday AM, that was the entire point, was that there's a lot of people who love manga style, like your son, who love manga style content. They want to create manga style content. They're never going to speak Japanese. They're never going to move to Japan. Japan does not make it easy, by the way, to move to Japan and work and so on and so forth. So it's like, if that's the question, is, hey, well, how do I get published in Japan? Your guess is as good as mine, and I've been doing this for a very long time. I don't see how you do it. They just have proven to be. I think it's also important to say that again, the diversity piece is a big one, right? Like, to do what, right? Like, if you're not Japanese and you're not part of the culture, most of their manga features Japanese characters. So what are you gonna do, right? Like, if they're not shown a propensity to want to publish content about a Black character or a Latino character, if that's your truth, it's hard to make that happen. So again, have a portfolio, an online, publicly viewable portfolio. Number two is, if you need, there are art books, as Jay mentioned before, as you mentioned, Money, we've got tons of platforms where you can go and discover how to create manga content. White Manga's got a popular YouTube channel. Jay has a lot of popular videos across TikTok and YouTube and Instagram. We have our Bottomverse manga book coming out. We do art contests, which are sponsored by major art companies. We've had something like this March Art Madness, which happens next month. It's our biggest event of the year. Last year, we gave away a professional art contract. Artists got paid, possibly their first time, working for a toy company. This year, it's going to be with a video game company. So there are opportunities out there. I would say, again, if you really want to, if you're not Japanese and you want to have the best bet, at the very least, getting yourself out there, seeing what's all out there. And I say this with all due respect, please follow us, check out our app. We're constantly sharing information. And we obviously have a number of events we do on our own.
No, I'm definitely going to follow up on that. It's the Summer of Manga.
Summer of Manga, yeah. Yeah. And we'll start
taking follow up on it.
Yeah, we'll start taking submissions. Start taking submissions for that in April, just as an FYI.
Okay, cool, great. And also, I wanted to ask, is sort of like, because manga is so connected to the Japanese culture specifically, as far as you being you all being a diverse company and diverse artists, do you all ever suffer from, what they call imposter syndrome? Like, you are, proficient in the art form, but is there ever a time where someone might come across your work and say, well, because you're not a part of the Japanese culture directly, that your work is, doesn't come up to snuff, or they're comparing what you guys do to what might be coming out of the country directly? How do you as artists handle that?
So I'll let them speak in a moment, but I'll just answer this very quickly, because it's a very simple answer. No. And I'm gonna tell you right now, if someone were to stop to us and say that, I'm gonna make it very clear. I travel around the world. A lot of folks have. Let me tell you something right now. As a person who grew up in America, I'm 47 years old. I see folks all the time doing hip hop in these countries. Hip hop is a Black American art form. So when you want to start giving me my reparations for hip hop that your country's appropriated, then I'll answer questions about whether or not somebody Black, Latino, UK, from Senegal, from Brazil can do manga. When you want to give me my paycheck for hip hop, I'll give you back your paycheck for manga. I think it's ridiculous. And the thing that kills me about it is that the people who bring it up, here's my favorite part about this. I'm never Japanese. I ain't never had a Japanese person say something like that to me. It's always sad to say a young person who doesn't know their own culture. Black and brown people are the ones who usually bring this stuff up, and I'm like, you clearly don't know your culture if you bring this up. The shame, but no, I've never had it directed to me in recent years. But when we first got started, yes, we got a number of people who try to throw that card out there. I don't play that game. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Anyone else want to offer an opinion on that? You non-Japanese folks.
Yeah. Yeah, there's been a lot of people that told me the same thing. I actually I've changed my style like drastically to look even more cartoony. So that way when people look at it, they're even more confused. They're like, is this manga or is this a cartoon? And I think that blurred line makes them stay and not even care whether or not it's looks Japanese or not. And I think that as long as it entertains you and as long as it's fulfilling whatever needs you're trying to get from reading manga or any type of comic, and that's all I'm worried about. So, but I have had a lot of people tell me, hey, this isn't manga, and I'm like, all right, well, I mean, comics in general, there are several different styles. So, Aisha Oda is super cartoony as well, and if you look at his old work, it looks completely different than it does today, and people still consider that manga. So, I mean, people consider Disney manga inside of Japan. So, I mean,
let's make sure we offer some common sense here too. The word manga in Japan means comics. I mean, that's just it means comics. The word anime means animation. They refer to cartoons in America as anime in Japan. So, again, it always is folks who've never been to Japan, don't know the Japanese culture, who make comments like that. They're just frankly ignorant. I mean, it's just again you go tell a young person who's doing hip hop in Japan that they don't make hip hop. Go tell them that. They're not. They're gonna dust you off their shoulder in a heartbeat.
Yep. Yeah, I hear you. I do have a quick question for Pop. Actually, a question came through. Do your academic achievements directly impact and inspire your work, or did your work inspire you to pursue art education?
I think I was very fortunate when I was younger to grow up with a family that was really into the arts. I think my mom was a painter when she was in her undergrad and went into anthropology, and my father he did woodworking and stuff. So I was surrounded by it, and I was in love with manga and anime when I was younger. So I think I just sort of followed that. I did a lot of theater when I was younger too, so I sort of followed that, and I did I'm doing my master's right now at Yale right now. So I think I take it really seriously. I take and I love it, and so yeah, I'll push myself in the way the work, what the work needs. I'm going to sort of act on that, and I think that's what's really important when you're a creator in general, and no matter what the medium that you're doing, is that you need to sort of act on in behalf of that work, and also in behalf of sustaining yourself. You know what I mean? So yeah, and I think that the whole sort of trope of the starving artist, I think it's really a wide range. I think there's massive amounts of artists in the world. There's different kinds of artists. It's so open that I think that you can live a life as an artist and not be starving, and not be like LeBron James or I don't know, huge guys. So it really depends on what you yourself are willing to put in.
Right. For sure. We're almost running out of time here. Does anybody else have anything they want to add? Any tips? Any things that inspired? What's inspiring you all? What's inspiring your work now? Jay was saying he's changed up his style to be a little bit more cartoony. What are you guys? What are some things you guys are trying out artistically with your stories?
Well, on note that Jay changed up his style to be more cartoony. When I was applying, I actually did more of the opposite, and my style sort of became more hyper realistic. But that's because I ended up going towards the Seinen magazine, the more adult magazine. So I guess my advice to a lot of people is to take your criticism and kind of roll with it. Some people really are just trying to help you. So as I kind of got into the industry, I took my work and just tried to show it to as many people as possible, and that's helped me grow. So my advice to people who are trying to get in there is to connect with as many people in the industry as possible.
Yeah, I was. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to piggyback off that and say I did a very similar thing when I mean, you can look back in my first chapter of Henshin in Brunch, and that was also quite cartoony compared to the style now, and I kind of adapted my style based on the magazine and the kind of other content in there, with Brunch being more josei and LGBTQ focused. So my style has done a very similar thing, but I would say another tip is use whatever resources you have available to you, which sounds obvious. But I'm using, I do all my art digitally and I use Clip Studio Paint. And Clip Studio Paint is really, really good for like 3D models and perspective grids and stuff. Like perspective grids it just doesn't make sense to me. But using Clip Studio Paint, it kind of it takes all the math out of it, and it will give you guides. So as no matter where you draw, it will always be true to that perspective. Right. Which, I mean, you know, for like drawing buildings and rooms and stuff, it's incredible. And so I would say use whatever you have to make your life easier as an artist. I think there's this kind of perception of like, no, you've got to do everything by eye. You can't use reference. It's got to be totally off the dome. And it's like, nah, like, especially
that's
in comics.
one of the big, in Clip Studio Paint. I just so recently started to using Clip Studio Paint. And one of the things I love about it is that it occurred to me, it's like, oh, people have been cheating on this time using Clip Studio Paint, like all the references, the ton of references and the perspective grid. And then you can put in the whole you can make a living room set and then draw on top of it. I was just like, oh, people have just been, cutting and pasting this whole time. And I've been sitting here trying to study wood furniture, how to, get, crown molding right and everything. And it's just like, it's this ton of references in this program. It just makes the job like 10 times faster. And
especially if your panel is going to be this big and someone's going to look at it.
Yeah. Right.
Why spend 6 hours on it? It's like,
right. It's like, I don't know. It's like, and it's like, it became very disheartening that I hadn't gotten to Clip Studio Paint sooner. So I'm always, whenever I get a chance, I'm always telling young people, like, because I get a lot of questions as to what programs that they should start in. And I'm always telling them Clip Studio Paint, just for the price point. It's very, easy. It's very accessible, very inexpensive, not expensive at all. And it's a great tool to start, especially because it's such a professional tool that you can still use it, as long as you have a career in, illustration or in art. It's definitely a tool that can, grow with you. So I'm constantly referring, giving that advice to parents and to kids. Real quick. So Fred, I gotta make sure I'm talking to the right Fred. Fred Tanager. Did I pronounce it right? I might have messed it up.
No, you good.
No. I recently told some students, I was doing a panel on graphic design. I'm a graphic designer by trade. And I was basically telling the young people that they should not be afraid to say yes before they are ready. Right. So, so it's like, it might take a lot of risk. It might be a lot of fear involved, but they should definitely, give it a shot to really, present their work and try to do professional work, even if they're not ready. You never know what happened. Did you find that was the case for you, or were you like totally prepared and super confident when you brought your work? You was like, yeah, they're gonna eat this up.
Well, I didn't know. I definitely had to throw myself into it because you can have trouble figuring out if you're actually ready, but it doesn't hurt to try. Always just try and put yourself out there. The worst that can happen is a rejection, and then move on.
Mm-hmm. This is so true. And I appreciate. Do you have anything else, Mr. Frederick Jones, that you want to close out with?
Yeah, just three quick things. Number one is again, thank you, Peep Game Comics, for letting us be a part of this. I think it's amazing. You know, you bring together this many amazing creatives and voices that need to be seen and heard. I love that you guys are doing this. Hopefully, this is something that in this virtual world we can do more frequently, because obviously in the physical world, we saw a lot of Comic-Cons that didn't pay enough attention to a lot of the diversity out there. Now, virtual, hopefully, it's a little easier to get different voices together. So I hope you guys do this again. Number two is, again, you know, folks, you want to support Saturday AM. Again, you know, our whole mission is to bring manga, which is the fastest, that and young adult graphic novels. Those are the fastest mediums right now in the United States in the comic industry. We bring both of those things together with diversity. We put together great creators from all over the world, creating really cool comics starring typically young characters in the manga art style and aesthetic. If you want to support us, you can do so with our app. It's called Saturday AM Global Comics. And you can find it on iOS or Android. You can go to our website at www.saturday-am.com/app, APP, and you'll just find the apps there. Yep, there we go. We also have a second app coming on the app side of things, and it's all built. Obviously, we touched on a little bit of it today, but it's my mission. Same way my mission was 8 years ago, was to bring more diversity to manga and anime, and we've created a revolution with that, which we're very proud of. Now it's about trying to get young people to have a really good pipeline into creating comic books, to have a real stable opportunity to create comic books. That means, first and foremost, getting them connected to companies. And that means number two is eliminating this toxic behavior that we see too many young people involved in, whether it's getting involved in kind of trolling and harassment, and sexual violence, racism. We're trying to stamp that out because it has no place in comics. You can't believe in diversity as we do with the creation of Saturday AM, and then at the same time let young people get part of really disgusting behavior that will haunt them as they go into professional careers. So we're creating a new app called Pilot Manga by Saturday AM. It's going to launch in mid-March, and the entire idea again is to bring a platform for young creators, a positive platform where they can come, receive opportunities to be seen, to get prizes from major companies and so forth, and have a chance to create, to live in their creativity without being stigmatized by groups that are just trying to disrupt and cause harm. And the last thing, of course, is just sorry, just real quick, we got physical magazine, please. Please make sure you pre-order this. It's going to be available on Amazon probably in the next week or two. But it's called Super Saturday, all original content. You can get our stuff there. Of course, we have our toys. Don't forget to buy our toys at Hot Topic. We're everywhere, folks. We're everywhere. So please support us.
All right, that's awesome. And I really appreciate that platform for young people, because, my son, and I was speaking as a parent, I know for a fact that, these students want to, communicate online, and, they have, find their tribe online. And I know for a fact that all these platforms are, worrisome for parents because they're not completely safe. So just the idea of creating a safe place for young artists to share their content and it's basically build a community around what they're doing is like a wonderful idea. I really appreciate that.
Thank you. I take it very seriously. We're trying to make that happen. You saw what happened with Cam Newton last week. We trying to make sure we tap stuff like that down. I'm saying young people need to, recognize the opportunities before them, be given a platform to honestly get a chance ahead, and not be trying to live in this kind of trolling environment where everything's got to be a gotcha, and stuff like that. We're trying to get an honest place in for these young people. So hopefully, when we get it ready, man, we can share that with your audience.
Oh, thank you. Please stay in touch. All right, this is Saturday AM on a Saturday, no less. Follow them on all social media, and we'll be back with a little bit more. Thank you.
Yo,
What up?
Let's go. Great conversation, bro. Great conversation.
All of these conversations have been off the chain. I've been amazed at just the material that's been coming out.
Right.
So, like I said, we talk all the time, Rick. So, and everybody knows who you are because you're the hardest working man in comics.
Come on.
If you wanna run down your
my CV,
if you want to run down your CV for the audience, feel free.
All right.
I'm not gonna hold you.
All right. So I'm Victor Dandridge, writer publisher for Vantage In-House Productions. It's my creator-owned self-publishing imprint, which celebrated 10 years of existence last October. Yeah, I know, right? It's crazy. Like that's a story unto itself. We'll get into that one. I'm also the mind behind You Create Comix, which is integrating comics into the classroom. It's been featured at comic conventions all across the country, from Wizard World to Read Pop shows and beyond, where I'm really trying to showcase that there is educational value in comics. Something that is very, very personal to me. I was a kid that didn't like to read, but comics changed all that. So I want to reach those kids that are just like me, and show them that not only is there something out there that can foster a better relationship with education, but also something that will give them, more tools for expression and possible entrepreneurship immediately, not even when they get older, but like right now. So definitely trying to do that. Anyone that's followed Wizard World for any amount of time, you guys have seen me do a lot of celebrity moderating. I've been all over the country with them doing that. Shout out to a couple of other places that I've worked with, C2E2. I'll give it, throw to GalaxyCon. I've worked with them for a little while. I'm back with Wizard though, doing celebrity moderating and taking on a big boy position as editor-in-chief of the new Wizard magazine. So that accidentally got leaked like last week by Bleeding Cool, and I'm leaning into it. I'm just like, you know what? It's out there. Like let's go. So that's me, Victor Dandridge, hardest working man in comics.
Well, yeah, let's go. So on that, where did Wizard World as a magazine was such a staple of 90s comic book culture, right? So where did it leave off, and where do you plan to take it? Where do you see the future of that
That's
brand?
a great question. So I think where Wizard left off was pseudo in an antiquated space of being a magazine in a web-oriented world, right? So where Wizard was phenomenal at getting month-to-month info on what was happening in the comic industry, the proliferation of comic web news sites and just general social media almost made it irrelevant as a source. So the day-to-day stuff is not really the place that I aim to compete. Really what I'm aiming to do is look at Wizard as a brand and talk about the things that Wizard as a brand actually has to offer. And that's something that is different, and it's unique in the sense of being very insular, but at the same time far-reaching, because Wizard's brand does reach pretty far. And it kind of came about from a conversation where they're doing all these different, virtual experience events, but there's a limit to who they're actually promoting these things to. Ironically, I've been on their Artist Alley email list for years, and once live shows stopped, they stopped communicating to artists. And I said, that was a mistake. You guys shouldn't have done that. You guys should keep talking to them. If for no other reason, that's inspiration, that's inclusion. That's been one of the biggest, criticisms of Wizard as a brand, as a convention, is that once they really started to lean towards, celebrity fare, they kind of left the comic side out. And I'm like, this lives in that space. So don't leave out the artists because you're not having live shows that they can be a part of. Include them, make them a part of this virtual experience conversation. That's how you tap into them and say, hey, we're going to have these people coming up. If you create prints or have original artwork, we're still a platform that you can sell through, but you got to know that this is coming in order to do that. And that's really kind of what I'm aiming to do with the magazine, is to rebuild that structure of inclusion of the arts and comic side of things to what Wizard's virtual experiences have to offer.
Thank you for that. Real quick, I just want to give a shout out and remind everybody you're watching Black Comics Universe presented by Peep Game Comics. exclusively here on The Experience. Please help us by hitting the share and giving us a like and follow. We're gonna be here all day. No, but so it's funny because we talk a lot about in your unconventional Facebook group.
Yeah, I've been neglecting that actually. I got to get back to that.
Yeah, man, we got to bring some more hot topics. I think one of the conversations we left off was like we were talking about how, especially on the convention culture, as far as that world, is that I was starting to see that comic books aren't the center of. Doesn't seem like comic books are the center of pop culture as much as it used to be. And even the conversation has come up even more when you see what DC is doing as far as possibly pulling out as far as publishing comics, or the idea that they're focusing more on the IP,
right,
and things of that nature. And it's because I'm starting to get the feeling that these major franchises are starting to see that, at least they don't seem like they're valuing the medium as much as they used to anymore. Because you live in both worlds. Like right. 1 minute you're talking to celebrities that are in the major, Marvel movie, and then the next minute you're talking to, someone who's established in the comic book world, and you have your foot in the indie comic book scene. Right. So it's like, where do you see all this stuff moving, or what direction is this going?
Well, I think, and it's a great conversation because it does, like, everything is a cycle, and it comes back to why I threw on my stake with Wizard as a brand. I do believe that comic books is too specific to be the focus anymore. Comics is this wide term, right? Like, comics means so much more than the floppies or trade paperbacks or any of that stuff. It's TV, it's movies, it's toys, it's clothing, it's video games. It's so much that it can't just be relegated to books anymore. Like, it's way too many things. So it's important for us to recognize that. I don't believe that it's possible for an entity like DC or Marvel, for that matter, to totally abandon that base structure. Because while, theoretically movies make more money, movies cost more money, so the return factor is not the same. And the biggest thing is, like, there have been waves of millions of readers when it comes to comic books. Granted, right now we are not in that space, but, like, ironically, we're reading less in terms of units of comics than they were in the 40s, but we also keep them longer. So there's so many different things that will play into how comics will be received in the future. And it's all a part of a system. It's not just from the publisher standpoint, it's also from the retailer standpoint. As it is right now, retailers, and this is not like a harsh criticism, it's just a truism of the industry, is that retailers right now are still in the mindset of being a collectible market. They're not looking at being a bookstore. Right. They still categorize books based on publisher. What happens if you start to categorize by genre? Now you're actually appealing to a wider base, because I think, like, anybody on a mainstream to mid-mainstream tier level, you can maybe think of 10 publishers. But if you go through Kablam, which is a great, print on demand site, they have like 18 different options for you to say what your genre comic is. So, somebody that's like, well, I don't really know Marvel or DC. I don't know Boom Studios, but I love horror. Right. Boom. You put horror there, and you showcase that that's what you're selling are books of this genre, and not just from this publisher. It becomes something different. So I think that's really what we're going to see, is an evolution, but not a hard stop. That would be too weird to me for them to have invested, this long into these stories, as though, like, there's an end cap, like that comics have become too expensive to make. Like, that's crazy.
My only response to that will be, one, I agree with you to a degree. It's just that I think what's going to happen is that continuity is going to take a hit. Is that I think with you guys have talked about this on your podcast, Red, White, and Black, White, and Red are over.
Yeah, buddy.
Y'all talk about the fact that, like, titles like heavy metal are doing it like such a huge, having such a huge impact and are really good. And then these isolated stories that aren't a part of continuity at all. The last Wonder Woman title I read had no tie to continuity at all. So what's going to happen is that once those become films, you're going to have, if anything, if comic books survive, they're going to leave continuity and, basically produce good stories that are going to carry over into other mediums. And then also to the fact that, I think I lost my train of thought, but basically, but basically like this idea that, oh yes, another thing about DC, at least I'm noticing about all these publishing companies, is that people forget that those publishing companies are owned by larger media companies, and most of these corporations are looking to become what they call more vertical. Is basically they're trying to control as much as the pipeline as they possibly can. So Warner Brothers, who owns DC, is basically pulling their movies out of theaters and putting it on their streaming platform that they own. And so they're making original content for that streaming platform. So where do comics fit into that whole system is what the real question is going to be, because you might find that maybe they're not pulling out a direct market to a degree because they just they're not making money in comics. They're looking to build value in terms of shareholder value.
Right.
And by making that content more aligned with their platforms makes them more valuable in terms of shareholders.
Yeah, I mean, that's very true. However, the end game of it becomes something a little different. And this is where I think retailers are almost tasked the hardest with having to evolve their position in the industry or their experience that they create in the industry. Right. Because what you don't want is for publishers to get into a situation where they decide, again, in that vertical integration system, we don't need retailers. We can open up our own store. You don't want that. Like that's not what we want, because it will affect things in a very dramatic way. I mean, you're talking there'll be certain level of publishers that go away because they don't have a space. As much as I love Image and Dark Horse, I don't know very many comic shops that exclusively could run off of just their content. Like it's just not enough stuff. Not when Marvel and DC are the lion's share. So I think like as long as shops evolve to create a separate market, those big publishers that are owned by these big companies, because Warner Brothers is under AT&T and all that stuff. Some money is better than none money. And as much as they might want to be vertically integrated to get as much money as possible, those little offshoot places where they can still get nickel and dimes, they still want those. So, they want the whole pie, and the crumbs and all that stuff. So it's really going to be important to every facet of the industry, readers, retailers, creators, all of us to, push to make sure that the industry works as we know it does and aims to move in a direction that's better, not just profitable for the publishers, because that's dangerously what ends up happening. Is if we don't integrate ourselves into the situation, that's what will happen. They'll only look for their bottom line, and then that affects what we can do creatively. I mean, you can imagine like how many different stories can't be told now because of corporate profit loss measures. Could you have told a Dark Phoenix story now? Like no, I don't think so. Like we're gonna kill Jean Grey. Well, when does she come back? Like they didn't write that story with that intent of, well, we're gonna bring her back and it's gonna sell numbers, or they're like, no, we're just gonna kill her. Like she's about to die. Period. You can't do that now, because of that corporate integration. So there's so many things.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. There's so many things that I think creatively even will be hampered if that's the way that things go. So fingers crossed that we figure out a great equilibrium so that doesn't happen.
In light of that, where do you see yourself fitting into all that?
Oh my God, I'm kicking in the doors, man.
Like the stories you want to tell, like the comics you want to create, or how you want to think of it.
So with Vantage In-House, I modeled a lot of how I do this simply off of the fact that these are stories I wanted to tell. Like, period. That's just it. I had an idea and I wanted to get it out. It's only within the last few years that I realized that there is a through line of a narrative that I can actually connect all the different titles that I've published. So we've got 5 active titles through Vantage In-House that I published currently, and 4 of them have a through line. So our all ages title, Wondercare Presents the Kindergartens, that I do with Justin Castaneda, that one has a through line. To Origins Unknown that I've done with Jacob Newell, to The Trouble with Love that I've done with Harold Edge, to The Samaritan that I've done with Ren McKenzie. I found a way to narratively connect everything, and it kind of like functions in the same way that old Marvel did, in the 60s, where Iron Man, Thor, all these other characters, they appeared in these titles, but they weren't actually connected to one another. Like, they didn't integrate in as a story. They were literal one-offs. Like, they didn't even mention each other. Like, they didn't know each other. It wasn't until a few issues in that they actually started to see, like, well, we can boost sales numbers by having this character that's popular appear in this character that's popular's book, or take a popular character and put him in an unpopular character's book, and all of a sudden that character's book is big. And they realize that in that sense of continuity, that they can actually build something. So that is what I'm aiming to do, is to tell short form stories that can stand on their own, but can feed into a larger narrative. And that's the whole point of that, is to make myself a stronger entity when it comes to integrating into media. I'm a big fan of Mark Miller, and I love the way that he's done things, where he's taken these short form stories and he's told the stories that he wants to tell, but then once he sold it to Netflix, they paid him millions of dollars to be able to tell their versions of his stories. He's like, yeah, cool. Like, I told the story I wanted to tell, and I did what I wanted to do. If you want to pay me more so that you get a chance to play with my toys, write that check. That's the model that I'm looking at, because I think that that's going to be, one of those things that really can compete against the more mainstream big name companies, when you have the financial platform that you can open up doors and give people opportunities and create IPs that will consistently open up, that market value. That's huge. So I think that's what's going to end up happening. And that's what I want my stake to be, is I want to be one of those bigger players. I might not be Marvel or DC, but I can be something that works within that and kind of undercuts what doors they close.
Right. And speaking of that, or in light of that, how do you control your hamster brain in terms of basically? So what?
Let it out. Let's go.
The thing is, it's like, I know it's about the IP, right?
Right.
It's like say I'm an independent comic book creator. I know it's about the IP. I know that the bigger picture is, toys, movies, all that kind of stuff. And what I know for a fact, as far as a creator though, is that it's definitely hard to keep your eye on that ball, and then at the same time keep your eye on the fact that, well, I need to finish this comic book, finish the work that's in front of me. That the work, the whole pie in the sky is going to come, but how do I stay focused on the thing that's in front of me without basically without that plan becoming a distraction? Because what I've noticed is that, like, some creators get stuck because they're so focused on looking at the bigger picture, or looking at themselves as a large company, when the book needs you to be the artist right now, or it needs you to be the writer right now. They need that work finished. How do you balance all that stuff?
The honest answer is to remember the history of the medium. Marvel wasn't Marvel until it was Marvel, and I know that sounds like ridiculous, but it's like, when it came down to it, the modern form of Marvel comics that we know really started with the Fantastic Four. there were other characters that were created long before them that have been, staples of Marvel's history. Namor, the Human Torch, Captain America. But Marvel didn't become Marvel until the Fantastic Four was created, launched, and then was successful. So sometimes you just do the thing and you worry about where it's going to go later. I think it's one of the biggest follies of up and coming creators is to try to aspire to what standing, creators or entities have done. It's great to acknowledge it, but don't make that your focus, because when you do that, you miss out on things. I think the biggest thing that we can take away from this is, first and foremost, be arrogant as hell and don't think that one idea is your moneymaker. Every idea could be your moneymaker. And if you look at it, if you spread out your portfolio of concepts like that and think that everything could be sweet, you're more inclined to finish more because you don't know which is the one that's going to do it. The moment that you have it set in your heart and mind that, oh, this is the one, you will forsake the others. And that could be a mistake. So I do what I call as the screw around and finish method of creativity, where I'll work on different projects all at the same time. I could have, like, literally right now, I think I have 8 different stories that I'm working on right now. And some of them are in continuity with other series. Some of them are standalones. Some of them don't have anything to do with comics at all. And as I finish, then it's boom. Now I have something in the pipeline and I'll promote it for, a minute or two. And then I'm moving on to the next thing because I'm always trying to create stuff. I have no problems being the guy that at the end of my career, at the end of my life, if people look at my catalog and go, oh, wow, now we recognize who this guy is. I've still done what I needed to do because my kids will be the recipient of the acclaim and the fortune that comes from my labor. And that's still the point. Like that's why we really want the big name stuff, is because it has the long reaching effect of wealth. And I'll leave that to my kiddos. I don't mind that, but I'm just going to keep doing the work until that thing happens, because everybody that we call like an overnight success, that's the truth. They've been working for ages, decades. Like, how many people just caught on the Outcast when Hey Ya got big? Man, I've been on them since Southern Playalistic. Like, get out of here. Like, this is that mindset though. Like, just keep cranking out work, because as long as you stay creative, you'll be creative.
Yeah, I've taken on that. I read a book recently called The Infinite Game, and it basically advises people to don't look at this as a basically war of attrition where there has to be a winner or a loser.
That's right. You
should be looking at business and life and things in general as staying in the game. Like, the idea is to stay in the game. So, like, for instance, and me and you have both done this. It's like, yeah, comics were hidden for a minute. Now we're about to switch it up. Now we're gonna teach comics.
Yep. It's still comics.
It's still comics. We're still in it. I'm gonna make a little mini comic. I'm gonna make a 1-page comic. I'm gonna make, it's not always about, as much as I love, the traditional floppy comic book format, it's not always about that. It's about, sometimes it's about just, keeping the gears moving. It's about, keep the ball rolling, stay in the game.
Exactly.
And keeping your ideas and your characters in the game too. Like, how do you approach that? How do you keep your IPs out there fresh? That's one thing I find is interesting about indie comics, is that they tend to only live in pockets. And sort of like a lot of times I don't hear about my most, even my most favorite indie comics or creations until there's a Kickstarter. Right. And then that story dies down, and I get my reward, and I share that, and then I don't hear about, we don't talk about it until the next Kickstarter. So how do you keep your IPs fresh? How do you keep those ideas out there?
Well, like, part of the thing is how you talk about it, is definitely a thing. How often you're out there. It's amazing to me that for a guy that's not gotten a single Marvel, DC, Image, Dark Horse credit under my name, I see you quick. Hey, listen. Come on, come join me in that space. I got you guys. That there's a movie coming out called Samaritan, starring Sylvester Stallone, and trailers have dropped for it. And I can't tell you how many people hit me up with the thought that was my series that I did with Ren McKenzie. Granted, my series is called The Samaritan, not the same. And I support this title. Like I've read it. What issues were out before it got optioned. A shout out to Braggy Shroot. It's a dope book. It's similar in its vibe. There's some similar visuals, you could say, but it's not the same story at all. I say that the hustle that I did by being on the grind, hitting as many shows as I did while promoting the Samaritan is why I have the benefit and privilege of people, kind of repping the brand for me without new content of the Samaritan. Like the Samaritan ran from 2011 to 2013. So here we are tiptoeing on 10 years since it first came out. I have more people talking about it for me because of all the work that I did of sharing it, showing it, being at every show that I possibly could with as much content as possible. Now, where that goes into the indie comics market, I really, really preach this, and I know it upsets people when I say it. We need to get away from the rules of how much content we can create. Like we prescribe that to be a comic book, it has to be 20 to 24 pages. Why? Who said that? Like, that's crazy. Right. The Samaritan itself is literally 7 issues that are 8 pages long each. So it's only 56 total issues. Like literally, if you produce 3 comics at 20 pages a book, you made more content than the Samaritan, but the Samaritan's done. You could read all 7 issues and it's an entire story and it's done. And that's something that not many indie creators can say. Like you said, we'll do that 1 issue and then it'll be another year before issue 2 comes out, if we're lucky, But that's partly because we're setting ourselves up for failure to a degree. Specifically, if we're not, writer, artist, colorist, letterer, if we're not wearing all the hats and we have to hire people, we're setting ourselves up for failure by trying to invest in way too much work than we can consistently maintain. Don't do that. Don't do that. Like literally create small pieces of content. And if necessary, cobble that together. I mean, most of us aren't out here like, oh, I'm gonna make a graphic novel. We'll do individual issues that equal a trade paperback graphic novel. Why can't you do that on individual issues? Nobody said you couldn't. Ironically, like the webcomics market does it very, very well. They'll do a series of webcomics, maybe a page or 2 a week, and then when they're ready, they'll release a floppy. But we don't see it that way in our general production. We're not learning from each other. We'll look at it and go, well, I don't make webcomics. Okay, don't. Just make 8 pages and stop. Release it. And then make another 8 pages. Stop and release it. And then it'll just keep you consistent because it's less work and you're constantly in the public eye because you're creating more content.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I can imagine. I think what happens is most indie creators approach the comic books as a business. So their initial response to that would be, okay, what's their return on? They're looking at it. What's their return on the book that they produce, or what's the return on, essentially what every page they put out there is sort of like. So they're looking at it from, when you look at it from a numbers perspective, yeah, it might be hard to take that idea on. Although I do see that, to me, the most important thing, and I'll share, because I like the fact that we're able to have this conversation to, speak directly to indie creators and, giving them advice or making suggestions as to how they should approach this thing, is that your audience is actually the biggest thing. It's not so much, as much as that you want to be able to pay your creative team and make money off of what you're doing. The audience is actually more important, so if you can be making a ton of money, off that book, but if you're only speaking to 100 people every month, that's all your followers you have, then there's a disconnect. So, and I know it's super risky to this approach, and I get it, but technically,
you gotta do it though. Like
you gotta, there's no way around it. It's like,
you gotta do it.
You can front load this thing, and make all the money you want, and still you're gonna have to turn around and take whatever risk you have to make, on the back end.
Right. Well, and that goes into what I was saying also about, the fact that I do multiple projects at once. They all have different readership groups as well. Like all the books that I just named under Vantage In-House, each one feeds a certain readership. So Wonder Care is all ages. So I'm aiming at little kids. Origins Unknown is teen friendly. The Trouble with Love is young adult. The Samaritan is mature. So I'm aiming at multiple groups. And maybe there's some cross-pollination. Maybe there's this parent that gets the Samaritan, but they've got kids, so they buy Wonder Care. There's ways that these things can feed off of each other, because in that regard, is that one sale or is it actually two? I would say it's two, because I've got two different markets of people that are now investing in my overall brand by having two different products that they can get into. So it's again, like it's literally like stocks. Like I bought that one stock by getting that one household, but it's divided because I've got different content that speaks to different readership groups within that household. So it's like, if you're going to think about it like business, be as business minded as possible and think, what are the ways that you can win in business, not just what are the rules that the industry has set for this business, because that's what really stops you. The industry is set to allow certain people to succeed, but not everyone to succeed. And that's where we get into the trap. So we got to think outside the box. Hence unconventional.
Yes. So how did, and I know that to be your game plan, especially when it comes to doing conventions.
Mm-hmm.
How do you see that your plan changing or your approach changing? Going into the future now we're in an environment where things are more virtual.
Right.
We're not sure when we'll be, you'll be in front of people and what capacity. We're not even sure if people are going to just run to the typical comic book convention setup again. How is your plan evolved with all this?
So my plan in all actuality is to go bigger, which sounds a little crazy, but hear me out on this one. So the virtual space, as 2020 showed us, was virtually untapped. And I mean that both as a pun and literally, because so many people are now integrated in a virtual space. We're here in a virtual space right now. There are at least 3 other events that I know of that are happening right now with different, comic creators. And so here's the truth. As a creator, I am involved in this one, which is clearly a promotion for myself and Peep Game and the experience and all these fun things. So literally anybody that's watching, you guys can follow me, buy my stuff right now. Awesome. But I'm also a part of another event simultaneously that's going on that I'm still promoting at. So we're actually going to find ourselves spreading way faster than we ever did. I might be at a physical convention, but I could literally be at 3 other virtual ones at the same time, depending on what they're asking for me to do. So if it's a matter of a couple of shares, retweets, or they just, post up my stuff and I'm just a feature that people can scroll through and find on their own or whatever, that's going to be way bigger of outreach output than I've ever had. And the financial returns of that means that I'm not limited to a region. I can literally go globally. And I will have the necessity to create more content to make sure that I'm keeping up with how many eyes can potentially see me. So I honestly think that going bigger is the only way to move forward with this, because the lack of physical shows, but the proliferation of virtual ones means that there's more people and more opportunity to, showcase what I do, who I am, all these fun things, and just keep moving from there. Now, like we said, to be diverse in terms of our givings, it's not just about creating more comics, but creating content. So even if it's a matter of, showing my process of how I'm going about figuring out stuff. If you can see the whiteboard that's behind me back here, if you guys could see that, it's actually a breakdown for some of my You Create material. This is what I do. I'll sit there with this giant whiteboard and I'm mapping stuff out, and then I start building stuff. I start making stuff. You can't quite see it from here. I'm gonna try to. Okay, so this board up here, these are all You Create products that I will release this year. This is now part of my process of, showing things and seeing exactly, what I need to work on, all that fun stuff. It's just keeping me constantly moving. And that's going to be the thing, is to always be doing something. Like it's a weird sort of Truman Show thing. Like somebody's always watching. So create something, even if it's just a conversation, a post or two, an idea. As a person that doesn't like to draw, if I sketch anything, that's now content, and it's important because I don't like to do it. I know you hate it when I say that. It's so true. It's so true. But yeah, that's part of it.
This is where the interview gets personal, because
bring it on.
A lot of people don't know Victor can actually draw.
I can. It's true.
He doesn't draw his own comics. He doesn't like to do it. He's more than capable.
That's true. That is true. But I don't love it. Like, if I don't love it, why would I deprive an artist who actually loves the craft from getting to express themselves?
I don't care, Victor. I've known you long enough. This is family. I talk to Yusuf, my brother. I talk to Yusuf like this too. It's like,
I know you do.
he'll say something that's like, oh yes, yada. This is how I feel about this and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, yeah. Whatever. You need to draw more things like this. It's like, it's a big brother thing. It's like, I'm gonna.
You're good at it.
I am what I am. I'm gonna. This is how.
It's a loving bullying. I love it.
Right, and I'm on, like, I bully Mike Watson about issue 10 or 11 or whatever that.
Exactly.
I troll him constantly. I will troll him until I get my book. I don't care what he's doing. Yeah. And he's doing some amazing things.
He is. But where's the next issue though?
I will celebrate him until whenever. But
I love it.
On every post I find, I make sure to ask.
By the way.
It's like, I said, oh, what was it? What was he sharing? He shared something. And I was like, oh, wow. I thought this was a post about releasing issue 10. I didn't. My bad. It's like, if it wasn't for me, if it ever comes out, it'll be because you was
poking.
Yeah, I was poking.
And truth be told, I know as soon as it does, you'd be like, so issue 11 though.
Right. Yeah.
No rest.
Yep.
No pause, no qualm. Yeah.
This is great. This is even better next to issue 11, right?
Oh my God.
So what people don't realize is that we've known each other for years. We're a family.
Literally my whole life.
Yep. Cousins, you came through. Your first comic book shop experience was actually in my town.
That is true.
My hometown, Toledo,
let's
Ohio.
Be real. My first comic shop experience was your collection.
But that too. A whole bunch of craziness in that collection. That's barely a collection. I've actually started collecting again. I was talking about this earlier. What I've been doing is I've been seeking out issue number ones of Black creative teams, right?
Okay.
And what I have found is some of these titles are some of the most rare and most valuable comics out there. Like, if you can, I happened upon an issue. We just saw they released the new creative team from Milestone.
Mm-hmm.
I found a hardware number one in a long box for $5.
Wow.
In the bag, still in the still in the traders edition.
Okay.
I have an issue of Static somewhere in my house that I cannot find, that I am racking my brains about. It's
Malcolm has it.
Static number one. And I was a fool enough to actually open the bag, but when I found it, I got it for maybe $8. It was literally.
It's not bad.
I've been thinking about this a lot lately. Like, there should be a Black price guide.
Ooh.
Comic book price guide. Really,
I do like that.
Creating a real value for the work that we're creating, because
that fits into something I was gonna do. It's crazy how 2020 affects everything. I was going to launch this thing where it was essentially the Green Book, but for Black comic creators. And
The green book for craft.
Yeah, like
Right.
literally, like this is what it was going to be. So I'm throwing this out there. So if anybody wants to run with it, because I mean it's still available. In your town, you were to gather together as many different Black creators that you could find or were interested or what have you, and you guys create an anthology book that represents who you guys are. You only sell it in the comic shops in your town. So in order for anyone else to get it, they have to come visit your space. They got to come to your town. They got to, like, it's not about sending stuff out online. We want you to come here and experience, our area. This is who we are, where we create, why we create these ways, things like that. And we had one meeting about it here in Columbus before everything shut down. It was going to be good, but we were going to do it, and then life happened and it got crazy. But that was going to be the challenge. Like, we were going to do one, show that we did it, and then challenge people in other cities to do the same thing. So I'm putting it out there. Find your creators and y'all get together, work together to build this anthology. But again, the key of it is you only sell it in your hometown. If anybody wants to get it, they got to come visit you. They got to come to your space and experience where you create. I don't want you to, it's available online, you can get, no. Make people come find you. Make people recognize where you are in the world, so that way they can see that there's more of us in the world. Like, that's the whole point.
I like that. So as long as we've known each other, so I created Peep Game with basically with your blessing. Like, you added your book to my
blessing.
Technically, I mean, well, maybe not your blessing, more like your cosign. Because like you vetted me with a lot of creators. The creators I work with now are because you introduced me to them. Your books were the first books that were on the website,
right.
The whole 9 yards. And we had a lot of conversations about even doing this thing, as far as being a Black centered comic book company or comic book retailer, however you want to put it. It was like, so in the conversations we had, because I definitely for you, because I know that the type of creator you are, is that you did not want to be, pigeonholed or in this whole pocket.
Ooh, you talked about this with Tim earlier. Let's go. Okay.
About being a Black creator, because these are the conversations we had specifically when I first started this thing, and it's sort of like, the fact that you even were willing to do it was like testimony to the fact that you were sort of going against even some of your own misgivings about your approach to creating comics, your approach to selling comics, the way you want your comics to be presented, and you were constantly, comparing your work to the big two, and you didn't want to be associated with anything small or that could be considered small or deemed small. So like the very fact that you were willing to, be a part of what we've been doing was amazing in and of itself. But how has anything that you thought back then when we first had those conversations changed? Or so where do you want to?
Yeah, well, I don't know that it's actually changed. I think, all right, so first let me give my rationale for that concept. I am a person that, as a creative, the only adjective that I want to look at y'all getting at him. That's so much.
Troll Michael real quick just a little bit. All right, go ahead.
The only adjective that I want as a lead into when you describe me as a creator is good, if not great. Anything else becomes almost like a box that is not what my aim is. So I look at myself, I am a Black man. That is what I am. It's not necessarily who I am in all facets. There are things that I do that on the stereotypical side, people will be like, wait, you're Black? Like, I get that a lot. So that's not the foot that I lead with, because the truth is that's what I am. And there's nothing that I'm ever going to do or say that's going to deny that. You see that the moment I walk in the door. However, if I lead with that foot, then it becomes the thing that is expected of me. And I love being in the space where people don't know what to expect when they see my name right away. I've had that happen with the You Create line, where I was hired by a library system that was probably more rural than anything. And they looked at Victor Dandridge, and they're like, oh, well, we'll hire him, sure. And I walk in and I'm like, I'm Victor Dandridge. And you could see it on their face. You're Victor Dandridge? Yes, I am. And I'm here to do the comic book thing. And then when I do it, they're like, oh my God, that's so incredible. Like, if I had led with the fact that I'm a Black creative, it would have changed the dynamic off rip. And that's not what I want. I don't want you to come in with a preconceived notion of me. I just want you to experience what I do. Like, that's really it. And to that same degree, when it came to being in the comics market, even when it comes to being an indie creator, that is what I am, because I'm not owned by a big corporation. But that's not who I am as a creator. I'm not creating content that is indie for the sake of it being indie. It's more of like, I'm trying to create good content, whether it's mainstream, independent, creator, and whatever. It's got to be good. That's what I want. And I want it to be where, that's the synonym that's referenced along with my name. You might say, well, yeah, he is also a Black creator, in case you need to, check that mark. He's also an independent creator, if you need to check that mark. But the bottom line, the one thing that everyone can agree on is that I'm a good one. And that's what's really important. That's what led me at the beginning of my career. That's why I went for mainstream shows predominantly. Yes, I would do regional shows because I felt like I had to build my home base. But that was the thing. When it came to Peep Game, I felt like I had accomplished somewhat of a name that people knew who I was, that if they only saw me as a Black creator, that would be on them and not me. It wouldn't be a lack of presentation on my part. It would be their lack of experience with me. So to kind of let that wall down was me acknowledging that maybe I have done enough that more people know who I am, and it's not just a pigeonhole thing. So I can fully support what you're doing, one, as family, because I think that's definitely like number one. You always support family first and foremost. You're supposed to, you should, period, the end. You were building this thing. I had content. I should support you. Here you go. Here's some content. Put it up there. It was also a statement for myself to say I've achieved enough that I don't mind leading in that step of saying, yes, I am also a Black creator. Like, that is also true. So, for those people that looked at The Trouble with Love and was like, well, it doesn't have any Black people in it, but it's a very Black story if you read it. Like, if you read it from start to finish, you'll see it. It's a very Black story. And that was the other thing that I got to do, was also say that by supporting Peep Game and being this Black creator, it's not always the prototypical Black stories that you're going to experience. And that's part of my goal, is these are good stories. They also happen to be Black stories. They also, I'm also happen to be a Black creator, but again, first and foremost, I'm a good one. And that's what I wanted to lend to Peep Game, was my experience. And, that also included the networking, anybody that I, introduced you to or recommended you to, like, that was what it was for. I had done enough that I can wear that hat that I wasn't comfortable wearing before, because I just didn't want people to limit, what they thought I could do. But, you hit a certain point where you do enough, and, it takes me back to, and this is such a crazy analogy, but when Jordan didn't hit the game-winning shot and he passed it to Steve Kerr, he's still Jordan. You know what I mean? Like, he's still the GOAT. There's no two ways about that. But he let that guy get that shot off, and it never diminished who he was. And that's what I'm aiming to do, is like, I think I've done something, and now I can set you up to help you get your shot off, and it doesn't change anything for what I've done. I've already established that, and I'm just going to keep moving forward. So absolutely. I got you, bro. You want it in purple? We'll see how we can make that happen. This was a Christmas present from my lady. She got this for me custom, but we'll see what we can do. Nothing is impossible, bro.
And then Michael had this.
Oh, look at you. The squeaky wheel. The power of the press prevails. Mike, where is issue 10?
7-page preview. That's not just so we're clear, that is not a book.
Yeah, it's got to be in quantities of 4, Mike. That's what makes it a book. If it's in quantities of 4, you'd be fine. Slip in an 8th page. 8th page.
Yeah, or what? Yeah, that's not even. Yeah, you got to be quantitative 4. You can't even print that book. That's not even. That's not even. That's only 3 pages of. That's not even a cover, back cover, inside. You know.
Dang.
Come on, man.
Stalling
if
out,
he wasn't so dope, I wouldn't give him so much a hard time.
That's fair. That's fair.
But that's why I'm here. I don't have anything else. I don't do comics. I sell comic sites. So all I have time to do is just harass indie creators about getting their work out.
That's the way. That is absolutely the way.
I can just troll people.
You're good at it. Yo, I did see a comment in here. Dean Haspiel is watching. I got to give a shout out to my guy Dean. Dean is literally one of the best comic creators in the business. Man, I love you. I miss your face, bro. But literally, like if you are a storyteller, like of the visual medium at all, whether that's comics, movies, anything, y'all need to be looking at Dean Haspiel stuff. Like I mean that on everything. Look up his stuff, like real talk.
That's all right. I think we got a note from our producer.
Uh-oh. Are we in trouble? Did we do too much?
I don't know.
Oh, do it.
Oh, yeah.
Do it.
Yeah. 10 minutes of harassment. Yeah, bring yourself on.
Do it.
I'll bully him for 10 minutes. No, but yeah, I really appreciate you helping me out actually this weekend too, because you're carrying some of my workload, and you're the celebrity. You're my celebrity host.
Oh, thank you.
I don't think you get enough, man. I think you need a agent or a publicist or something, man. No, I'm serious. I mean, the harder working man thing is cool, but I think we need to get more out of this thing, man. I'm waiting for you to have your own show. It's like you should have been doing this before. I mean, this should be the Victor Dandridge show.
Nah,
for
man,
real.
listen,
I'm not.
Everything happens when it's supposed to.
Publicist or something. I'm being dead at. Oh yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
Why am I here? This is Victor's moment.
You're only here for one reason. You're here just to be trolled. That's the only reason why we brought you on here. We just want to. It's like, I would say encourage, but it's really not encouragement at all. It's really harassment, haranguing.
That's a good one. That's a good word.
I'm just saying. This is what I do. You should have saw. I left 2 comments on 2 separate posts that you did recently. I don't even remember what it was about. All I did was say, "Yeah, that's really cool. I could really use issue 10 right now."
I remember those posts.
I'm gonna. It was 2 days ago.
This is a regular thing.
It's a regular thing. I do this weekly.
Weekly. Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I'm about to do this. Hey, I've read the whole issue.
See, that's that tomfoolery that
I've seen up to issue 12.
Yeah. See,
you know what?
You're the reason that you're one of the main reasons. Look, I'm about to give you a compliment. Like you don't even.
I'm gonna give you the Tracy Morgan face. Nope.
Look, you're one of the main reasons I'm working the way that I'm working right now. Because if I only drop issue 10 and I don't drop the next issue within 30 to 60 days, you are all going to be mad at me.
Yeah.
Right.
You know why? Because, and this is not even. I'm not even telling any secrets or anything like that. You're one of the indie creators out here that has one of the most talented teams of writers, inkers, illustrators. You know how to pull in interns. You're right there at CCAD. You pull in young people and everything. You have this machine, this machine that needs to be putting out more content. Man, it's like it's far too much. It's like so I have to troll you because it's like I'm trying to prime this engine, man, because I know it's not like it's like, man, well, maybe if he had an artist that could help him. Say, no. He's got the artist. Maybe if he had an editor that could push. No.
He's got that too.
No, he's got an editor. Maybe an inker. Maybe an inker will help. No.
Inker.
No. He's got inkers. He's got inkers. Maybe if he had a colorist that can really push it along. That's what it is. He doesn't have a colorist. No,
he does. He does.
No, he has a colorist. So you got all these indie creators that are just dying to put out their books, and you're just sitting on talent. It's like in the NBA, like you have the best bench in comics. No, I'm serious. It's like you got a bench, and it's like it's barely anything.
Give it to him, bro.
It's almost like the Celtics. It's almost like the Celtics right now. The Celtics have a really talented team, 2 All-Stars, and they're under 500. It's like, come on, I need more, Mike, and that's it. And that's all the time you get in this program. Actually, it's sad that I gave you 10 minutes at the Black Canvas universe just so I could give you a hard time. But
definitely,
that's how much I love that book. And yeah, I want issue 10. So we got the. No, you don't even have time to make a response. We got to go. So yeah.
That's cool.
Thanks for coming, Mike, and I appreciate it. And
see, bro,
we about to go. Yep.
No problem.
Take that. Yeah. All right.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
All right, Mike.
Yo.
All right,
we got the next one coming up.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I can't wait. This is the one. This is the 1, 2, and 3. Y'all don't even know. I was just the intro.
Yes.
I was the pregame. I'm the opening act. Here comes to the main stage, y'all. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Let's go. Shout out to Nick Barucci for tuning in. Yo, Dynamite is a great company. Mad love to them. Hello and welcome back to the Black Comics Universe live event hosted by Peep Comics, the digital store supporting creators of color, and the newly launched streaming platform, The Experience. I am Victor Dandridge, the hardest working man in comics. Y'all, okay, if I'm not mistaken, this is the last panel of the day, and this is the one. Like this is like everything that has gone on before has been a great intro, a great build up to get y'all hyped, get y'all ready for this conversation. Oh my God, I'm so hyped. I'm so amped up. It's ridiculous. It's an absolute honor. If Experience was currency, he'd be one of the wealthiest men in comics. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Mr. Joe Illidge. Come on. Hello.
Hey, everyone. Victor, pleasure to be here with you.
Sir. No, the pleasure is absolutely mine. First and foremost, though, because I know that, 2020 and COVID was crazy. You, sir, were directly afflicted. How are you doing?
Thank you. My wife and I are in good health.
Good.
And, we just continue to really try to live a healthy lifestyle, try to exercise more, take a lot of natural supplements, take the proper precautions. But, listen, we're still here and a lot of people are not. So all I can do is be thankful and grateful.
100%. 100%. Wow, sir. I meant what I said. When it comes to experience, yours is the name. Okay. Like, I don't know like if there's a company that you haven't worked for, is because they haven't been invented yet. And you are literally the man who's been in the rooms where they happen. But I want to go back to the beginning. When
Great.
did you first get into comics as a fan?
Wow. So right now I live in Brooklyn, New York. And interestingly enough, I live a few blocks away from the newsstand where it's on the corner of Church and Nostrand Avenues. At that time, when I was a kid in the second grade, it was called Tiamo. And my mom, every Friday after work, we had a tradition. We would go to the newsstand and she would buy herself soap opera magazines and she would buy me comic books. And so she would buy me 3 or 4 different comic books. And back in those days, I was a real DC head, right? And so I've been reading comics, since I know.
Love it.
And I have family in Nassau, Bahamas. So I used to go there every summer. And my aunt, one day, she brought me 6 comic books, which was basically like 2 weeks worth of like newsstand visits with my mom.
Right.
And one of them was Uncanny X-Men 112. And if you're a Black kid, like once you encounter the X-Men, there's no turning back. And I became a Marvel kid from that point.
Wow.
That X-Men was it.
Okay.
Right. And when I was a kid, like real talk, people were saying like DC stood for dumb comics. I swear, right?
Disrespectful.
So,
Hold up.
I know. So like I said, I would go back and forth between the companies, but really it's been with me all my life.
That's amazing. And I love that. And again, your story career shows that you have the love of the medium as a whole. Did you always know what you wanted to do in comics, or has that perception kind of changed? Did you start off, wanting to do artwork, wanting to write? Where did you start with that side?
I've been drawing ever since I was a kid. 2 of my favorite artists growing up were George Perez and John Byrne. Yes. So I did have the original ambition to be a comic book artist. I went to both the High School of Art and Design and School of Visual Arts here in New York. And I have the ability to draw from observation, but not from imagination. And after I graduated out of college, I had a really sobering conversation with a friend. And he made me realize that I did not have a future as an artist. But what I did love was the word and the power of word and the power of story. So at that point, my ambitions went toward the interest of the art of the story.
See, now I definitely connect with that. As Danny J. Quick is bringing up, like, you're an artist too. This is one of those things where we're 2 men that are known for the word side. Yes, we can push a pencil if we wanted to, but the way that we can use words is so much more important. And I totally understand that. How has your visual acumen affected how well you use your words? Is that a regular process? Do you speak well to artists because of it?
Yes, growing up with an artistic background gave me the ability to speak to artists in their language.
100%.
And actually growing up in, high school and college with friends who became icons in the comic book industry, right? And friendships that I still have to this day, whether it's Keef Cross, who's like a brother to me and a veteran Milestone, the Seminole Blood Syndicate artist, or Chris Batista, who was the artist of the Steel series that Louise Simonson wrote. So having that artistic background definitely made me a better editor and a better participant in the comic book industry, or a more informed participant. And as a writer and editor, I have some kind of an understanding of what artists are doing. I don't live the life of an artist, but having friends who are artists and knowing that language helps me in communication.
100%. Okay, so for those people that are watching and may not really understand the difference, what is the difference between an editor and a writer? Because that's such a very, severe distinction, but it's one that most people have no idea.
Wow. Okay, so I would really have to try to break that down, because that question could literally be an entire episode. right? You know, the writers are the people who create and develop the narratives. And they're the ones that have to face the blank screen, the blank piece of paper, and find their muse. They're the ones who constantly practice their art in utilizing our beautiful language to tell narratives, right? The editor has a variety of jobs, but insofar as working with creators, there are three primary jobs. One is working with creators to maintain a level of quality in a timely fashion. Secondly, to be a form of support, because what a lot of people don't think about when they buy these comic books and graphic novels is that artists live mostly solitary lives. So this kind of life that we're living because of the pandemic, that's what artists have been doing for decades. They have been at home at the table, and when we're out in corporate America and we're talking at the water cooler about the latest MCU film, they're home at the table doing the work. So the editor is a kind of support partner in that way. And the third thing, which is really crucial, is the editor's job is to elevate the creators. The editor's job is to be a partner and ally to the creators to make them the best creators that they can be, whether it's a writer, a penciler, inker, colorist, letterer, because every participant is a storyteller. And we're there to be the support and to provide positive reinforcement and to have honest conversations, honest dialogues about the world, about the story, and things of that nature. So the editor is the last person in the line. The creators are always first.
Well said. Very well said. And I think that is definitely something that so few people fully understand. And so the relationship, they don't really know how to cultivate, work within, or anything like that. In a lot of ways, you sound like a parent. You know, you're a parent that has to gird your grown children to make sure that they can handle what they're supposed to do, but still give them the, you know, the room to do it, but still make sure that they do it well.
Well, that's an interesting analogy, because another way in which an editor is a parent is if you're working for a company, right, and you're dealing with corporate-owned intellectual properties, you're a caretaker, right? So it's funny when I talk on Twitter and I'll say something like, oh, Cassandra Cain is my niece. I consider myself one of her early uncles because I was there when, you know, Cassie was born. And so my job is to take care of Cassie, right, as an idea so that she can be in enough good health that you can pass the baton for someone else to take care of her. So in that way, you know, the ideas are children too. And so for a time, you are a parent.
I love that. I love that. Okay, so walk us through where you went from being a fan to a practitioner of comics. What was that like? What was the environment like? And how has that changed in the years since?
Sure. So, you know, my big change came, it was early 1993. I was unemployed. It was a time in which I did not have purpose. And I walked into a newsstand and I saw, you know, you see all the Marvel and DC comics, of course. And then I saw this one comic called Icon, and it was Icon #2. And it had Icon and Rocket, and they were fighting these SWAT cops, and it had the line, "Stop, do not hop on cop." And that moment changed my life. That validation changed my perception of what was possible, because, you know, I grew up in the 80s and the 70s, and being a Black geek, that was not good.
Say that again. Come on now, say it again, because you earned that, baby. Come on.
Real man. I had my friends in high school say, Joe, there's no way you're going to get any sex if you keep talking about these comic books. Like, seriously, right? It wasn't fun. I would have to go home on a train, and I would have to hide my comic books in my math books. Okay? God bless us that we're now in a world in which everyone knows the name Thanos, but that's not what it was like for me growing up. So Icon was a validation of my geek life. And so, when I went to apply for an internship, I met Dwayne McDuffie, who didn't hardly say anything in the interview, making him even more mythic. And Matt Wayne, who was an editor there, who did most of the talking. My friend Jason Scott Jones, who's now a television producer, he was an intern, and he had told me about the internship. But in those days, I didn't believe in working for free. So I was like, that's not a proposition that I can subscribe to. But when I saw Icon, I knew that history was going to be made by the publisher of Icon. And I wanted to be there, right? I wanted purpose. And I blew the interview to hell, bro. Because, I grew up in comic books. So, like, I had a chip on both shoulders, rolling up into the Milestone offices, right? But then Jason, stood up for me and said, I think he'll be a good fit. They gave me a shot. And I worked there for 3 months. And it was amazing. It was like a staff of people of color, people from different backgrounds, women, men, a company owned by 4 Black men with this universe of stories that spoke to our life, right? And that's when it became real, right? Like this is possible, yeah. And so after 3 months, because in those days, the New York transit system wasn't a 2-fare zone; it was a 1-fare zone. You didn't have a Metro card allowing you to transfer, right? So I was losing money every day I was going to Milestone because I lived in a 2-fare zone, yeah. And but for the experience, it was worth it. But then, after 3 months, I went to the office of Derek Dingle, the president, and I said, listen, I'm really grateful for everything that you all have done for me here and what I've learned, but I've got to go back out in the world and try to get a job. And he said he understood. And I went to lunch and I came back and he offered me a part-time job.
That's awesome.
And that was the beginning.
Oh my God. Listen, that is such the perfect story of being the fan to elevate into the practitioner and to recognize that there was history being made. The biggest thing that immediately comes to my mind with that is, at what point did you realize that you were a part of that history being made? Not as an observer, but an actual hand in it. What was it that you did where you go, oh snap, I'm a part of this now?
It's wild. It's being at Milestone and the experiences there. I remember the day that Quincy Jones came to visit the offices. And Quincy Jones is physically shorter than me, but obviously he is a giant.
Of course.
In our society, right? In what we call humanity. And meeting him and shaking his hand, I knew then that this was something truly special that was going to make a difference. And even but the thing is, at the time, you don't see forward 20 years. You don't know.
Right. So
I didn't know there was going to be a Static Shock cartoon that was going to change the lives of 2 generations of people.
Right.
I didn't know I would ever get to work on Batman, but I did. I was the first Black editor in the Batman editorial department, right? And at the time, it was the work. It was all about the work. But I'll tell you a moment that I had. It was New York Comic Con 2016 and October. And I was a member of Lion Forge, and we had a big panel. And I was on the stage with Desiree Rodriguez, who was the assistant editor, and we officially announced the Catalyst Prime imprint. And after that, this guy came up to me from the audience, and he drew a picture of the Cassandra Cain Batgirl. And he said, "This is for you." He said, because this was the first character in which I saw myself. This was the first character that made an impact on me. And there's no way I could have known in 1999, working on No Man's Land, that 2 decades later, I was going to meet a young man who was going to say something like that to me. I have had conversations with people who are artisans in entertainment. I had someone say to me, Static changed the direction of me and my brother's life.
Wow.
And that's touching. It's really touching. And it's an honor to have been a part of that.
Absolutely. And I think you've wielded that responsibility very well. You are accessible, which is not necessarily something that other, we'll call them innovators of other industries, particularly people of color, have maintained. You have allowed people to not only see your moves within the industry, but then be able to ask you about it. Like, how did you do this? Or why did you do this? What was it that let you know that was the move to make? Not to remain mysterious, but to be as forthcoming with your cookbook so that others can grow.
Wow, that's a really good question. And, really thank you for your kind words. I think it was when we were developing Catalyst Prime. And when I was working with all the creators and developing the line, and, I came back to Comix because Dwayne McDuffie died. And after I mourned him, I knew that the comic book industry, or the American comic book industry, was just going to close up around the vacuum of his death and not continue the work of Milestone to the degree that Milestone did. I knew it was going to happen. I saw it happening. So I realized that I had the responsibility to come back to Comix and continue his work. And so when Catalyst Prime was being developed, I realized that in working at Lion Forge and this company of memes with these great people, that in addition to our mission, in addition to this line of books and the amazing creators behind it, there needed to be a voice. The same way Stan Lee was the voice of Marvel. There needed to be someone that people could talk to, right? And so I made the decision to take that responsibility, because without communication, how are we gonna lift each other up?
Right.
If I don't communicate with people, then how can I pass on what the Milestone founders passed on to me when they gave me a chance?
Of course.
So it doesn't behoove the mission for me to be a recluse.
Thank you for that. Like, seriously, and there's lots of comments that I'm seeing of people co-signing that whole concept. People calling you Uncle Joe, because again, that openness is the necessity. Okay, so not everything can be, roses and wine.
Sure. What
were some of your biggest challenges that you've overcome in your career so far?
Wow. I think I would speak about failure, right? And if we talk about failure and what that means, when we look at careers from the outside, we see movement. We don't understand the reality that has happened behind the scenes. And I've been at various publishers, and I've had longer tenures at some than others, more successful tenures in some than others. And the most important thing was to remain grateful, to, in times of doubt, be able to look at what I've accomplished and to realize that the mission continues and the mission is bigger than me. So if I'm someplace for 9 months, is it the time or is it the impact?
Yes.
Right. And so it's taking the lessons from wherever you've been, walking forward with it, making yourself a better person, and trying to make yourself a better advocate. Right. So the reality is we learn more from our failures than we do from our successes.
So true.
And when we overcome them, we overcome them in private to some degree. But, you know, I remember I wrote a editorial for the Hollywood Reporter after the end of my tenure at Valiant. And what that was about was that the future of comics is a bright and brilliant thing. And this is a very exciting time, right? And people didn't know what to do with that. They were like, wow, you're not like dumping on Valiant? Like, you're not angry? And it's like, that's not what this is about.
Right.
This is about the future ahead. Right. And honestly, there's so much negativity in our industry, whether it's through business practices in transition, whether it's through toxic narratives on social media, that we must counter that with positive, that we must keep our eyes on the prize.
That right there is literal experience talking, y'all. So I need y'all to write that down, heed what he's telling you. Because again, it is always looking at that there is something brighter down the road. Just relax. You know, it sucks. And it's not to say that you're not without ill will on you know, different people, different, you know, actions, but you know when to voice them and when not to. That is absolute wisdom. And I love that. Okay, so when it goes to you being the first Black editor in the Batman office, one of the things that my recollection of that time period was that you were never forced to create Blackness for the sake of, but just quality content. Was that ever something that you had to assert, or was that the understanding that you were good at your craft and that is why they hired you?
I was hired because I was good at my craft. That's not to say that there weren't people on the floor that doubted that. And I remember there was a time where I was talking to two colleagues, one of whom was a senior editor, and we were talking about comic book covers. And I mentioned the idea that a white background on a cover allows whatever you put on that cover to come forth stronger. And the senior editor gave me a look, like he was surprised that this observation was coming out of my mouth. But what he did not understand is that I was a student of Dwayne McDuffie, who's one of the best editors that ever hit the American comic book industry. So I'm walking in there with knowledge. And listen, this is corporate America. So you are being put into positions on a regular basis where you have to prove yourself. You are encountering racism that is both overt and insidious. But you have to do the work. You have to do quality work. And so that's what I was focused on. The quality work, the representation of people within the books. And listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I did position myself to be a kind of sojourner truth in DC Comics, and I brought talented Black people into the Bat office, right? And they were talented, right? So that whenever anybody looked at their work, they could not question the talent. And if they did question the talent, then that was about a different kind of a subtext. Right? So that's the thing. Quality endures. That's something that a friend of mine, Irene Bradish, told me. She said, gimmicks don't last, quality endures. I never forgot that.
That is well said. Very well said. So with that in mind, is there a project that stands out as something that you are the most proud of?
Wow.
I mean, that's right. Pick between the babies. Choose between the babies. What are we going to do?
Picking your children. I will. Okay, so there's two that come to mind immediately. I am very proud of the Catalyst Prime line.
As well, you should be.
You know, in a historical sense, we kept the seat warm for the relaunch of Milestone. In a spiritual sense, it was the 21st century successor of the 20th century iteration of Milestone. It gave the world new heroes. It was an imprint of quality. It reflected our world, and it allowed a lot of people to be paid to do stellar work, right? And it was something that a lot of people considered impossible, but we did it, right? And now it's in Gail Simone's hands. So again, it's kind of like Cassie Kane, right? You take care of them, you nurture them, you pass them on, and hopefully they grow. So I'm very proud of that. And I'm very proud of my run as an editor on the Birds of Prey title. Those characters, Babs and Dinah, you know, really became important to me. Babs, you know, Barbara Gordon being this intellectual, humane person who's a wheelchair user and a martial artist.
That's right.
She was trained by Richard Dragon and is expertly adept at using eskrima sticks. And, you know, Dinah Lance, the daughter of the first Black Canary, someone who every morning she gets up and she's dedicated to saving life, right? So those two experiences are experiences that I would say are kind of like shining stars in my career at this point.
I definitely agree with that. And I love that in that regard, some of it is newer work, some of it is older work. There's been tons of things in between, but I love that there's that expanse there. And with that in mind, is there a place where if you could go back retrospectively, you would have done something different and you know what it is that you would have done? Anywhere in your career, 1, 2 things, what have you?
You know, there are a number of things, right? But here's 2 truths, right? Number 1, I believe that we will never develop time travel technology because if we get that technology, we're going to destroy the human experience as we understand it. We evolve through our mistakes. We evolve because we don't get to go back. You've got to own that. And what are you going to do with it? Are you going to own it and be a better person? You know, if you get to erase it, then you don't have to own it, right? So that's 1. And number 2, what I've discovered is sometimes what seems like a bad thing is a windfall in disguise, right? So sometimes you think, oh, you know, if I had made that decision, I would have ended up there. But then 15 years later, you find out, oh man, I dodged a bullet by not being there. There are bullets that fly for decades. and you dodge them because you went left when you thought you should have went right. So in that regard, I don't want to take back anything. I want to own everything because that is how I become a better participant.
Absolutely. The work that you've done in the mainstream market has informed what is really possible in the Black independent market. I am a bastion of that. How do you see where that has progressed over, we'll say, the last 10 years of Black indie comics and how successful they have been from other iterations of Black indie comics? And where do you think it can go from here in the immediate future?
Part of the evolution I've seen in Black independent comics is they're not necessarily reactions to the existing system, right? It's not necessarily my version of that character. You're seeing absolutely original ideas, or you're seeing ideas based on our history. You know, a perfect example is Tuskegee Heirs. Tuskegee Heirs is not ripping off anything from Marvel and DC Comics. It's using our history to inform a speculative future for everybody, right? So that's the kind of evolution I've seen. You know, someone who came before me in this excellent experience, the Queen Afua Richardson, and her getting to put out the Book of Myrrh. That's coming from a deeply personal experience of lineage, of history, right? So that is part of what I've seen. And in terms of how we're going forward, you only have to look at how Kickstarter and the Black indie community has really shown Black entrepreneurs that there is another way to get their books to the audience. that if an organization decides that they don't have the selling power to be part of that track, there are other tracks. The fact that Roy Akupe doing the work was recognized by Dark Horse, and after 2 years of negotiations made a historic deal, which is basically the 21st century version of the Milestone deal, as Milestone was a creative company that had a publishing deal with DC Comics, and now Unique Studios is a creative company that has a publishing deal with Dark Horse. These kinds of things show the viability and the growth and the evolution of the Black independent movement, and it's an amazing thing to see. That's right. Awesome. Like, this is a great time to be alive.
Yes, indeed. Indeed.
And be a creator and be in comic books.
Of course.
Right?
So, is there any intention from you to launch a creator-owned anything, whether that's an imprint, a specific title? Is that something that you're looking at?
100%.
Oh my goodness.
100%. There is a graphic novel in development now at First Second.
Okay.
Co-written and co-developed by myself and Sean Marnbro, which takes place during the Harlem Renaissance. We've seen some of the art for that. It looks absolutely amazing.
Awesome.
So that will be out at some point in the future, and it will really be a testament to the tenacity of Black people and the power of the art that we create, right? There are various people that I'm speaking to about developing creator-owned projects. And so that's something that I'll be looking at as well. And one thing that I'll try to do is not replicate what has been done, to see if somehow I can contribute something that is a distinctive contributor, right? Like, you know, someone has asked me, hey, do you want to create your own superhero universe? And the answer is no, I don't want to create my own superhero universe. Right. I do want to create some stories that, after this is all said and done, and I'm gone from the industry, or I'm gone from this mortal coil, that can still impact someone positively.
Wonderful. I do think that your start to that is right over your shoulder. There's this beautiful little book here. If we can talk about that guidebook.
Yeah. The little access guide there.
Yeah, let's talk about
another little baby there.
Yes. Yeah. Let's talk about this, because what you are doing is, again, using your voice, which is phenomenal and loud. Okay, that's so important to shed light on others. What inspired that?
So, you know, I have 2 local comic book stores here. I'm equidistant between both of them. One is Bulletproof Comics by the Flatbush Junction. The other one is Anyone Comics. Anyone Comics has been around for 4 years. The owner is a friend of mine. His name is Demetrios Fragiskatos. And one time we were Facebook DMing. And he just said, hey, I got this crazy idea. What would you think about a green book for comics?
Come on, that's awesome.
I was like, tell me more.
Right.
Let's go. I'm in. And so then we had lunch one day, like a month later, and he was inspired by, you know, the Safe Negro Travel Guide in Lovecraft Country, which is, of course, inspired, you know, by the Negro Motorist Travel Guide, you know, that helped people like us stay alive and navigate during the Jim Crow era. And he wanted to bridge the gap between the consumer and the comic book industry. There are so many people that want the stories that the community are making, but they don't know that the distance between them and the stories is this.
Exactly.
So they needed something to be the gateway. For myself, on top of that, there was an aspect of the safe space, right? If we're talking about the analogy to the, you know, the travel guide, I remember when I worked at Lion Forge and we went to a retailer event, a retailer summit, and we had an opportunity to speak to different groups of retailers and talk about the Catalyst Prime line. And my colleague was giving out cards, business cards. And he gave one of his cards to this retailer, and this retailer took his business card and picked his teeth with it right in front of us.
We're hands thrown because I think that's fair.
Listen, here's a reality. Our ancestors have suffered much worse indignities than that.
You're not wrong.
And there is a time to speak and a time to remain silent. So that was one that always went in the database, right? And that was a sharp reminder that not all comic book stores are safe spaces for us and our stories, right? So when I think about safe spaces and how this book will open up exposure to Black-owned retailers, Black-founded conventions, show the publishers that are supporting Black lives through their hiring practices, through the stories, show the creators, right? That is when it really crystallized for me, when I really thought about the safe spaces. So then I became a part of it. And then the third member, another Milestone alumni, he's a journalist and a designer. His name is George Carmona III. And the three of us came together and we worked on this for 4 months, like in some crazy thing called spare time, which no one really has.
Right.
And through the holidays sometimes. But, you know, putting this together, it was really, again, it's a continuing of the mission.
Of course.
Right. And part of what it does, not that this was the primary goal, is that it eliminates the excuses. It eliminates the excuses for publishers to not hire Black people because they cannot find us.
Right.
This is the means through which you can find us now.
There you go.
Right. And I expect to see movement towards more egalitarian hiring practices in the future as a result of this. And this book is going to be an annual program. So we will be putting out a volume every year.
Beautiful. Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Thank you so much.
So obviously, with so much work behind the scenes, do you get to still be a comic book fan? Do you get to still read books outside of work?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yes. And
what are some of the things you're reading these days?
Wow. That's okay. As far as Marvel Comics goes,
sure.
The Immortal Hulk.
Okay.
is honestly one of the best monthly comic books they're putting out. And this is not opinion. This is fact. It is. Right? What Jonathan Hickman and the team of creators have accomplished with the X-Men line is certainly innovative step in the right direction. Right? Insofar as DC Comics, I've checked out a few Future State books here and there. I have to say that Future State Aquaman is stellar, is an absolutely stellar comic book that gets you in the feels. In terms of the indie realm, excellence. You can't love comics and not be reading excellence. You cannot, right? Yeah. Because excellence is a story about fathers and sons, and it's a story about Black magnanimity. The idea that you must use your powers to help a society and help people that don't respect you, that wish you dead, and consider you lesser than human. That no matter how much we're beaten down, we get back up and still offer our gifts and still put them in service of humanity. That level of magnanimity is at the core of the story of excellence.
Absolutely.
You know,
beautifully rendered, greatly told, fantastic.
It's quality on every level. Every level.
Yeah.
And the design is amazing.
Yes,
right?
It is. Yes.
So props to those brothers and all Black creative team. Yeah.
Yes, from writer, colorist, letterer, everybody.
Absolutely. Color all across the board.
Yeah,
it's wonderful.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, so here's another controversial question for you.
Oh, come on, man.
I gotta give it. I gotta do it.
We can handle the controversy. Let's go.
Okay. So you're building your Mount Rushmore of comic creators.
Yes.
Is there a separation between writers and artists, or is it just a collective four that you would definitely put up there as your Mount Rushmore?
It's a collective four.
Okay. Who are they?
Dwayne McDuffie, Dennis Cowan, Michael Davis, and Christopher Priest. That's my Mount Rushmore.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And your relationship with them has got, in so many different ways, these men are inspirational, but you getting to work with them in many different capacities, what is that like to know essentially your idols and be able to have that experience under them? What has that been like?
It's been a gift. I'm blessed. I mean, I was born in 1969. I'm 51 years old, right?
Hey,
you couldn't have told me that I would have gotten to do this. You couldn't have told me that, a black kid growing up in the 70s, laughed at and snickered at and bullied would get to operate in the realm of imagination, right? I mean, in a metaphorical sense, I've been to the stars.
Of course. Oh my God.
And this is all beautiful, know? And so, it's been a blessing. I'm thankful to all four of them, those who are with us and those who are not. And so the job is to pay it forward.
Of course.
Right. And so, that's why those four gentlemen, and obviously, and you say Mount Rushmore and it's only four people. Obviously, our sky is full of stars.
Of course.
Right. So I don't mean to diminish anyone, relegate them to a second position, but what those four did, it would not be an overstatement to say that they changed the course of our civilization, that what they put forth has impacted lives, it's impacted entertainment, it's impacted culture, and it's impacted people. And it will continue to do that.
Without
question. That is why them.
I love that. We got the question asked, can we put some web links to some of the content that you're talking about? So the guidebook and all of that. Can we put links into the discussion?
Sure.
Yeah, guys, jump in that. Do that right now. Keith and Jones asked a great question. Has COVID put anything in perspective for you? Has it changed anything of how you view life or what your goals are?
Yes. So two things. One is my mother is Christian. So I grew up with a basic relationship with and belief in an almighty creator. I don't believe the almighty creator is an old white man, but I know there is a God. And when I was sick, God and I had some conversations.
I get that.
Right. So that's one thing. And what that led to was the second thing is that I'm not going to live a day where my anger outweighs my gratitude. Right. And I wake up every morning with gratitude. And even if the day doesn't start good, I'm going to make sure it ends good. And I always wake up and say, okay, what can I do today? Right. So it was a reconnection with the creator, and that gratitude must be the dominant emotional engine through which to navigate any given day.
That is beyond a jewel. That is literal treasure. And throughout this whole conversation, you have literally shared things that have cemented my own, mission in life now is to be you when I grow up. Like that's a bottom line. That is
you're very kind. Thank you so much.
Nah, Joe, I'm trying to tell you, like this is the thing, because it is one thing to create excellently. It's another thing to invoke excellence in other people. It's something else entirely to do all of that and yet still continue to build platforms for other people to find their own sense of excellence. And that seems to be what you're all about, previously, and even more so now, that you are more about how you will affect this genre, this business that we all love, and make things better, if not easier, but better for those people that are coming into the game after the fact. And that's something beyond commendable. And if anyone else hasn't said it, thank you for that, for opening those doors, keeping those windows open, and spitting out that truth that we won't know until we've bumped our head so many times that some of us might walk away jaded. You took those shots so we don't have to, and that's appreciated, like very much so appreciated.
You're welcome.
Thank you very, very much. So in the there's another question. Is there anyone out there now currently creating and putting out content now that has you excited? Anything coming out that you are absolutely looking forward to? Great
wow.
question. Thank you.
I mean, there's so many amazing comic books. You know, I'm gonna do some slight self-promotion.
Do it.
You know, as the executive editor of Heavy Metal, we brought on Christopher Priest to write a science fiction series called Entropy, which we basically internally call Green Lantern meets Breaking Bad. And that is something that is really going to illuminate the human experience and talk about how do you make a villain and who decides what a villain is. I'm very much looking forward to that. April 13th is going to be the publication of MPLS Sound, which is my graphic novel with Hannibal, Taboo, Meredith Laxton, and Tanshua Humanoids. It takes place during the 80s. It is a love letter to the Minneapolis Sound, and it's a story about one woman's quest to create a band to fight against the dominant white male rock system of the time, and to eventually become the band that plays with Prince before the revolution.
Yes.
In terms of projects that are out there by other people, and again, I'm not going to be able to mention all the ones that I'm very much looking forward to. I'm looking forward to The Book of Myrrh by Afua Richardson. She's a beautiful human being, and I'm looking forward to her truth coming out in this story for us. I'm looking forward to White, which is the sequel to Black.
Yes.
By Kwanzaa Osayefo, you know, Jamal Igle, you know, Kari Randolph, Tim Smith III, you know, Far Sector by N.K. Jemisin, Jamal Campbell, and Darren Bennett. Any day that a new Far Sector comes out is a beautiful day.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to a collected volume so that I can sit down and reread the entire story again. That for me is kind of like those are the immediate starts, right? There are so many stories out there, but those are the things that immediately come to mind. Yeah, but you know, there's so many good books out there you can't choose, and that's the way it should be. That should be the status quo. I remember when I was growing up as a kid, all Marvel comics were good, all of them. That's what comics should be. Right? All of them should be good so that there's one for everybody.
There we go. Oh my God, I love that. We only have like time for another question or so. So I'm going to throw out this one, and this one is insanely personal. So I apologize if it feels too intrusive, but we all want to know if you could have any superpower, what would it be and what would you do with it?
I would have to say flight.
Okay.
Right? And I would just look at the world from a different perspective, right? Wow. On a day where I'm down or I'm feeling bad, and we're weighed down by our prejudices, and we're weighed down by this pandemic, and we're weighed down by the media, and we're weighed down by politics, to just be able to go up there and look and just see it all and it's a reminder that this is all amazing. And the defiance of gravity is something that we aspire for with our work, right? There's something that's holding us down. It's holding our spirit down. it's holding our civil rights down, and everything we do is to defy gravity.
Wow.
So I would love to be able to fly.
That's a great answer.
If I could have one super.
That's no. That's a great like that's like yeah, flying. But no, your rationale and reason for it, that is why you are Joe Illidge. That is without question. It's a truly celebratory like perspective, mindset, the whole nine. And literally this is already been a huge treasure. I do think we have a solid 10 minutes left. So if there are any questions that people put in the chat before, throw those up, Kyle, if you don't mind, because I know I didn't see them all. But this is absolutely phenomenal. While we wait for that though, what is a day in the life of Joe Illidge like? What do you do when you wake up, and how do you manage the work that is on your plate?
Okay, so wake up. My wife and I sing good morning to one another. We have a song, we greet each other, and then we start the day. I'll start the day with a bowl of cereal, which will then lead to it. Right now it's Organic Raisin Bran by Cascadian Farm. And then it's like, okay, it's usually I'll check the New York Times on my phone. I'll look at certain websites, and then I'll go to the computer and I'll start the work, right? It's like, okay, what's come in? What new scripts have come in? What new art has come in? And I try to eat like every 2.5 to 3 hours a day. I'm trying to get 9 servings of fruit and vegetables a day. I'm trying to drink half a gallon of water a day. I try to take a walk every day. It's beautiful out there, and sometimes you just need fresh air. I try to do some reading every day. If there's something that I don't have the time to read at the time, I'll forward a bunch of articles to my Gmail. And then on Saturdays and Sundays, I'll sit down and I'll go through all these articles. I just read a cool article with some comments from Malcolm Spellman, who's a brother and the showrunner and head writer for Falcon and the Winter Soldier. And just the way he presented the analogy between the blip in the MCU and the world dominated by COVID-19, right? And how within that prism, he's going to deal with Sam Wilson as a Black man taking on the legacy of Captain America, right? Like, it just enriches me to read a Black man saying this, right? So yeah, that's what an average day is for me. And then, my wife and I always, go to bed and we'll watch something at night, some comedy. Last night it was Dave Chappelle. For a while it was BoJack Horseman, but BoJack Horseman got a little too depressing for her. It really goes there.
Yeah, I was gonna say
yeah, but it's usually like a 16-hour day. And again, I start the day with gratitude. I end the day thankful and hoping that I'll wake up the next day.
Man, that's a wonderful recipe formula for a very happy life. And Joe, seriously, thank you so very much for spending this time with us, sharing your insights, your wisdom, your stories. This has been an absolute honor. It didn't look like anything else came through, so I'm gonna just go ahead and let us roll that out. Oh, Mike Watson said he got that Black Comix Returns in the back. You already know. That's right.
Yep.
Again, another great resource for showcasing Black talent in the American comic book system. It's beautiful. All the work
100%. John Jennings and Damian Duffy have been doing the good work for years. I was honored to have the opportunity to write an essay in the book. And in that essay, I talked about Black people navigating corporate spaces, and that whenever we're able to penetrate the wall, we have to reach our arm back, pull somebody in, right?
That is the way.
So yeah, that's a great book. Love it.
Oh my God. That's, again, an absolute pleasure, sir. Thank you so very much. Folks, y'all should be following Joe on all forms of social media. If you're not, I don't know what you're on social media for. You're not using it right. Get on your grind and follow this man. Learn from the master, because he's been there, he's done it, and he's willing to share. Once again, I got to give a big shout out to Peep Game Comics for bringing us together, the experience as a platform for hosting this. This has been a great time. I'm Victor Dandridge, the hardest working man in comics. Although listening to you, I might have to not say that no more. Like, you the one person I've been like, I'm the hardest working man in comics, unless Joe is he in the room? No? Okay, well then I can say that. But if he's in the room, second hardest working man in comics, I will gladly take that step down. You guys have a great time. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Victor.
Much appreciated. You guys have a great one. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right. Now you can hear me. All right. Yeah, I'd like to welcome you all to the Black Comic Book Universe, this program. You're watching Black Comic Book Universe presented by Peep Game Comics, exclusively here on The Experience. Please help us out by hitting the share and giving us a like and a follow. Then make sure to tune in on our original programming 7 days a week. And also, tomorrow we'll be starting this all over again. We have 2 more guests that are closing out today. Right now we have Rodney Barnes.
Hey.
How are you doing, sir?
I was scared when I couldn't hear you for a second there.
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't know if it was me or you.
No, that was me. And then you're the writer. You're the creator and writer of Philadelphia.
Yep.
It is a phenomenal book, and I don't think it gets nowhere near as much hype as it should. So I'm glad you were able to come on and share your experience with that book.
Thank you.
But a quick history about what you do in your background. You actually work in television, yes?
Yeah, television is I guess my 9 to 5 for the past 25 years.
Okay, and what shows will people be familiar with that you work on?
My Wife and Kids, The Boondocks, Everybody Hates Chris, Marvel's Runaways, American Gods, HBO's Vinyl, off the top of Wu-Tang, an American Saga, and currently I'm doing the Lakers scripted show for HBO.
Okay, and did you mention Black Lightning?
Didn't do Black Lightning.
Oh, you didn't do Black Lightning? Okay,
I did. That wasn't me.
Okay, so but it's still like a very prestigious resume there. What exactly brought you to the comic book platform? Is this your first comic book?
No, I did Falcon for Marvel in 2017, and then I did Lando, Double or Nothing for Marvel and Lucasfilm in 2018, and I currently do a book, Quincredible, that I've been doing since the end of 2018, and now Philadelphia.
So, what is it about the medium, or which do you have a preference as to which medium you like to work in best?
I mean, they all have their virtues. I think comics give you the most freedom. You certainly don't do it for the money. They take me back to a time when I guess there's some innocence of just wanting to tell a story, and in its purest form. Television and film are more collaborative dynamics where you can write the best story you think you can write, but somebody's going to have something to say about it.
Okay, I see what you mean. And so, which brings me to Philadelphia. I was really fascinated about the story, the dynamics between the. Well, first, can you give us a little, a short idea as to what the story is about? I could go on and on, but I want to.
Yeah, Philadelphia is about a current political state told through the prism of vampires. You have a father-son duo that's on the trail of second president of the United States, John Adams, who is a vampire, and is attempting to make America great again, and by turning the downtrodden and the people who have kind of fallen through the cracks of Philadelphia into vampires to rise up and basically take over the world.
Right, and I'm not even sure if that does the book justice, because actually when I read it, the way the Adams comes into the storyline, but like totally, it's such a curveball the way you wrote it, and I think it shows exactly what you mean as far as that freedom that you have as a writer in comics. That is sort of like you can tell this story that seems like so off the wall and so nonsensical to some degree, or whatever the case might be, that you don't have to, debate the storyline or where the story is going with anybody. You can put the story on the page and see what it goes how it goes from there.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you were, in fact, when I was pitching it to my artist and partner, Jason Sean Alexander, I pitched it as Hamilton meets Sanford and Son meets Dracula. And so that was the log line, I guess, and I've tried to live up to that ever since.
Yeah, the father and son dynamic, which it seems to be a recurring theme in a few other books we've talked about today too. Was this a person come from your personal experience, or it's something?
I didn't grow up with my father, and I was a very young father, and so I had a lot to learn because I didn't have a father. And so being able to sort of come from a cathartic place, be able to examine father-son relationships. And then I'd never really seen an authentic one in the horror genre, coming from the culture. I'd never really seen anything that felt authentic to me. I've seen a lot of great films, but that focused on the intrinsic dynamic that happens between a father and a son. I hadn't seen that before. So I figured, what they say, when you haven't seen it, why not try to do it?
Yeah, I think it's such a interesting dynamic in the sense that this father figure is leading his son, through this, investigation and stuff like that. He's been able to, and I guess the way you wrote it, that his father is able to sort of mentor him in a way that he wasn't able to do, prior to this whole, vampire, epidemic that rose up.
Mm-hmm. I think it's more of, when my father passed away and, we had some issues that we never really resolved. And so I always asked myself, if we had more time, would we have been able to, make things work out better? Mm-hmm. And when you're dealing with vampires, you're dealing with immortality. So time isn't an issue. Right. So what happens between the father and son in Philadelphia is, yes, they have more time, but they still have to do the work. They still have to figure out a way to reconcile their differences and hopefully move forward.
Yeah, I have to commend you. My father sounded a lot. Well, he wasn't as harsh as your father, but it was like it's something about the tone that seemed very familiar.
Yes.
My father is a Methodist pastor. Grew up in the South, but so it's like it was something about that character's tone that it seemed so familiar when I started reading his dialogue. It's like, okay, yeah, this is my father in a way.
It's very generational too.
Right.
It sounds like a father from the 70s, trying to talk to somebody, a young brother in the 21st century. You're not always gonna, meet minds.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So what other books that do you have in the works? Are you planning on extending this story?
Yeah, there's a spinoff. I'm reaching for it now. Nita Hall's Nightmare blog that is part of the extension of Philadelphia. Hopefully we can drop that towards the end of the year. The way Image will be the publisher again. The way Image works, got to have 3 books in the can. We've got 2.5 right now. So that'll come out. Jason and I have another book, Monarch miniseries. I'm looking at my board right now. That'll hopefully come out towards the end of the year. I'm doing a Cloak and Dagger story for Marvel. That's part of the King in Black storyline that'll drop towards the end of March. The 3rd arc of Quincredible I'm working on right now. And I've started my own publishing imprint, Zombie Love Studios, and we'll be doing Blackula. I've got the rights through MGM. Hopefully, if we can finish signing these papers towards the end of the year, and then 2 other books that'll come out from that as well. So it's a lot of stuff.
All right. So listening to everything that you're working on, I'm envisioning that meme of Kermit the Frog at the typewriter. He's just like his hands are flailing.
Yeah. You could do that with me. It'd be bigger, but it would be the same it'd be the same rhythm. It's a lot of. I was up at 4 this morning. That's why I haven't shaved. I'm doing 2 books for Dynamite as well. And so it's always a deadline someplace between that. And I haven't even gotten into TV and film. So it's a lot of stuff going on at the same time right now.
As a writer, how do you keep all that straight?
You don't. I mean, I think sometimes I have a board and I have an assistant, and anxiety, the way my anxiety works is as long as I have some place to put it, it's like putting it into a story is probably the most productive place to put it, rather than some of the other places I'd probably put it. So I think it actually works in a good way. It's stressful. I mean, it's stressful always being under the deadline. I think I was listening to Joe before the session you guys were doing before me, and he was talking about he goes for a walk and he meditates and he gets up and his ritual drinks some tea, and I'm thinking I don't do nothing. I just get up, I start writing. It's like that's probably why y'all gonna be talking about Rodney's gone, because he worked himself into an early grave. But yeah, man, it's a lot of work. I'm very, very grateful for it. And so there you go.
It's interesting. I'm a graphic designer by trade, and I was on a panel in front of for young people, interns that want to get into the design field. And I said, and someone asked about how do you get out of a creative rut? And I actually mentioned to them that since I work in the newspaper industry, the deadline itself, the pressure that I'm under, is actually helps me to get out of that rut. It's like, because I can't afford to stay there.
Yeah, for me, it's my mortgage. Mortgage and these kids. These kids every day they keep wanting to eat. They keep coming. I'm hungry again. So between that and these bills coming, I can't rut. There's no room for a rut. Let's put it that way.
Right. So do you have any fear of, writing a bad story, or you just, you totally
every story, every time I've written bad stories, but it's not just fear. I've had that fear come true. I think the whole thing is what I've found is giving me more confidence is if I give a story the time that is necessary, if I just sit with it long enough, I will end up with something that I'm proud of, satisfied with, can live with, regardless of how it's received. I know that I did my part to do the best that I could to make it the best that it could be. If I rush it, if I allow those people to say, where is it, and I hit send too early, I usually ends up as regret. So, it really gives me some semblance of confidence to know that if I put the right amount of work in, typically I end up in a good place.
Okay. How do you, which of the genres, because you seem to work across a lot of different genres, which of the genres do you like the most?
Horror is number one. Horror, mystery, supernatural. I try to blend. If I had like a perfect world where I could just do that for a living. I remember I was hanging out with Jordan Peele at his office not too long ago, and he had a Fangoria t-shirt on, and he just looked so calm and peaceful when he came out of his office to greet me. And I was jealous immediately. And he was like, man, I don't have to do comedy ever again. If I could just do this, I'm cool. And that's sort of how I feel about horror and mystery and supernatural. If I could just do that, I would be happy. But then again, I have, if I come up with a story for something that might not be in that genre, a cool superhero story or something that's, that speaks to me, then I could find the same pleasure in that. But just off the top of my head, horror, supernatural, mystery.
What is it? Because I've noticed that horror is one of the most popular genres for like a lot of Black creators right now. What is it about the horror genre that's so appealing and is able to create such great narratives in terms of our culture?
I think we haven't had a lot of it told by us. Every so often you see. Well, let me go back to the past. When I was coming up, most of the Black horror stories either had to do with racism or they weren't just the story. Not to say that you can't include racism into it. I think Lovecraft Country did a fine job, but there's so many different entry points and so much territory that hasn't been mined that, we really have an opportunity, whether you're talking about from this generation, from the past, there's so many stories, there's so much that just hasn't been done. And I think it speaks to trauma. And I think anytime you get a culture that has endured as much trauma as we have, there's stories, requisite stories to go with that feel real. And when you're telling them from an intrinsic place, they land, Dracula, Frankenstein, and Wolfman, all of that came from that universal, those universal monsters all came from some fear, whether it was fear of immigration, fear of the supernatural, with Godzilla, fear of nuclear power. There was something. And I think in our culture, because, we have so much from slavery to Jim Crow, civil rights, mass incarceration, various epidemics, and, always having something to look around the corner, look over your shoulder of danger that's coming, that there's stories that you can place into that to give it context to how it feels. For me, horror has always been the stakes, life and death. Comedy doesn't necessarily have that. It's hard to feel like there's a lot of danger when everybody's laughing. And so, but in horror, you may fall in love with a protagonist, and that person that you care about and identify with, you put that person in danger, you've got everybody's attention.
Mm-hmm. What is it about? I've always felt, especially with some of the horror that we've been creating lately, is that it seems to be extremely empowering compared to other genres of of entertainment. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, it's a defiance that's in it. There's something in it, whether it's I look forward to the new Candyman, but you felt it in Lovecraft Country, you feel it in a lot of different works. Get Out sort of had it. It's like you can speak to a truth and add fantasy and horror elements to it that make it so it doesn't feel like medicine. It feels like it's still entertainment, but it's entertainment that has layers and substance to it. And I think for me, that's the best kind of entertainment.
Mm-hmm. We actually have a question here.
Oh
yeah. So
how did I end up on Wu-Tang? Thank you. I'm glad you love the show. I was working on the show American Gods, and I happened to be standing in the parking lot because we were on a break. My phone rang, and it was the RZA, and who just gave me a blurb for Philadelphia. Thank you, Riz. And he basically offered me the opportunity to be on the show, to write on the show and help produce the show. And it was a great experience. It was cold. I will say that if I'd never have to go back to Staten Island again in the winter. I learned something about myself that I don't ever need to be that cold ever again. But the process and the environment of Wu-Tang is still family. And, I miss those guys. I love them, and it was just a great experience.
Oh wow! Do you have any stories that sort of illustrate the camaraderie?
Oh, just that we were all able to. When I say camaraderie, I'm speaking mostly to the writers' room and the producers. I mean, we just had a natural rhythm and flow. And RZA and Alex C, who ran the show, we were all able to bond in such a unique way that it starts to feel like family. It's like television writing and writing in general can be a very lonely experience. You oftentimes are shutting the door, going in a room, and you're by yourself for however long you do what you do. And the camaraderie sometimes when you find a group of folks that just fit together, and that's what we had in the Wu-Tang room and on the Wu-Tang set. It just felt like family. And just the whole general vibe and flow, of course, again, led by the RZA, who's a good brother. And I miss those guys. It was just a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's very interesting because I know they have a lot of ties and are fans of comics. So I think that that experience might have been,
just the fusion of comics and pop culture to the music and, martial arts and all of that sort of makes their music evergreen. It's like it doesn't, it's still relevant to this day. And I think that's why it's become such it's almost got like that. It's more than a cult following, but it's just you have so many followers. It's like a religion in a way. People, if you love Wu-Tang, you love Wu-Tang. And, I've come to find that as much as a lot of other things that I've done, Wu-Tang stands out a lot. I get a lot of Wu-Tang questions.
Yeah, I imagine so. And what I've always hoped was that there would be, a way to someday bring that type of, I don't know, hype and notoriety to comics. It just seems like it's such a hard to pull off.
I think, anytime, I think distribution plays a role in it because not a lot of folks have comic book shops, in their neighborhoods. I think comic books cost a lot more than they did when I was coming up. It's like when I was a kid, comic books were everywhere. They were in the corner store. They were in the liquor store. Drugstore, everywhere you went, there was one of those spinners. Like I got one in the corner right there of comic books. And so I was surrounded by them all the time. And now I remember I'm from Annapolis, Maryland, and I took some kids. I went back home to talk to some kids from my elementary school, and they had never seen a comic book before. They thought comic books were like the movies that you see in the TV shows. They didn't know what a comic book was. And I think it's such a niche thing that, just the process of spending $4 or $5 for a comic book for a kid might not be the most realistic thing first. And then even if you have the money, finding a comic book shop that's close to you that you can frequent on a regular basis in order to develop a relationship. It's like most of the guys I know that love comics, it's a relationship that you make. Like every Wednesday, I go to the comic shop. I probably buy $40-$50 worth of comic books, read 3 of them, and still go back next week, even though I got a whole stack of books I haven't read yet. It's just it's something that I've just been doing for so long. I don't know if kids have that same entry point in order to be as connected to it as grown folks do. So it's hard to make it what you were saying, like Wu-Tang. The music was, if you listen to the radio back in the day, the music was free. And or you could go out and buy the CD or however you got it. And you could make that relationship there. With comics is just it's a harder road to hoe, but I do think TV and film have helped keep the characters alive. If we can present them in a qualitative way, I think it'll continue to do that.
How did you it's interesting you brought up visiting the comic book shop. I was telling the last comic book shop that I visited on a regular basis, the producer of the show today, he owned it. He doesn't own it anymore, but basically, and I told him that it was like finding a church home. Like when you find a comic book shop that you go to on a regular basis, it gets to the point it's not even about the comics, it's about the community.
The energy of all of it. Yeah.
It is hard if you haven't grown up around it, then it's hard to,
it's a culture. It's a culture with comics. Like I said, there was the initial entry point for me because I had a convenience store that was less than a mile, maybe a quarter of a mile. I was a kid, so it seemed longer when you're a kid. But it was like right there on the corner. So when I got out from school, I could go right there and buy a bunch of comic books, and they were relatively inexpensive. I used my grass cutting money or whatever, and I had a big stack of comic books. And then when they became, we had a comic shop, I think Jeppy's Comic World. This was before he started distributing them, Diamond and all of that. We could go to the store, his comic shop in the Inner Harbor in Baltimore, and that would be like a Saturday trip with me and a couple of buddies, and we would go up and we would buy comic books. But it was still connected to that same relationship of what you said, seeing a comic shop where it wasn't just a spinner. The whole store was dedicated to comics and fantasy and all of this stuff, and you saw stuff that you probably wouldn't see, that you only saw in magazines everywhere. That was incredible, but it built this relationship with me emotionally that endured through good times, bad times, ups, downs. Comics were always there, being able to read them, being able to now write them, but those characters and all of that were just really a huge part of my life and how I entertain myself. And I would love, even if there was some way to give them away to kids, just so that they could develop that same relationship. And it's hard too now that comics aren't really for kids in the same way. It's like they're so adult and they almost seem like advertisements for the movies that it's not the same, it's not the same relationship, but it's still there to be had. And it's still, I think there's still time on the clock to be able to create some dynamic, to get folks into it the same way.
Yeah, it's actually started to get back into collecting comics. I've been reading most of my comics digitally. So I rarely go into a shop anymore, but I've recently, the last 2-3 weeks, I've been going back looking for number ones of Black creative teams, people that are basically like yourself, David Walker, that basically are writing, comic books, whether it's independent or for the big two. And what I'm noticing is that those books, from a collector standpoint, are extremely valuable because they're so rare. And
I saw on eBay they had a Philadelphia, the Matina cover for $500, and I was like, $500. 10 of them right behind me on the spinner rack right now.
Man, I'm telling you, I saw that because I've been looking for books like specifically, and what happens is those variant covers are extremely valuable, and I've been noticing the trend. It's with a lot of these Black creators like recently. It's like if, especially if they have a all Black creative team, or it's the Black writer, it's like the lead characters are Black. It's something about this culture in comics, this moment in comics, that is creating some value there. I can't necessarily put my finger on it.
Well, they don't make very many. They don't make, when you get the variants, especially if it's a hot variant by a hot writer, and they're only making 25 of them or 50 of them or however many. The scarcity, is the thing that I think drives up the desire. And you even see them in the shop sometimes. They're like $20 just coming out of the box. They're charging, $20-25 for a variant cover because it's so scarce.
Yep. Yes, exactly. And then because I came across I've been looking for some of these hip hop variants that Marvel put out, and some of those covers are extremely valuable now. Like even some of even Bitter Root #1 is extremely valuable right now. It's just I've been very interested in this dynamic that we have. I'm not sure even if it's by chance or by design that we have brought all this value to the comic book industry.
Yeah, I mean, I think to what you said before, beyond just getting new readers in for the old heads or for the diehard comic collectors, I think variants, getting hot variants in is a great way to create some sense of visibility for your book. It can create a tone that makes it more attractive. I know most folks. I was on a panel the other day, and one of the folks said something I had never really considered in that way. Like when people first go into a comic shop to buy books, they look at the cover if it's something new to say, and that cover is or they may flip through and look at the art to say whether or not they're going to get it. So if you get a really hot cover, sometimes they won't even read the book. They're buying it for the cover and, or the collectible aspect of it, like you were talking about.
Right.
So, in Philadelphia, we have 2, sometimes 3 variants. And Jason Sean Alexander, the artist for the book, he's been able to get some phenomenal folks to come in. Everybody from Neil Adams back in the day, Bill Sienkiewicz, just like everybody who's Scotty Young, the Patina covers, Patrick Reynolds. Like we've had some really great guys do a lot of covers, and Todd McFarlane did our cover for 12 variant for us. And so, it just makes folks who are natural fans, it gives them some semblance of, oh, I know that guy, or that's my favorite artist, or they're fans of that art. So they're willing to give the book a look because they dig the cover.
Yeah. I was just sharing this with a few guys the other day that the last time I was in the shop and I was looking at the racks. For as long as I've been in comics, like I grew up reading comics in the 90s. So that just when, the comic book shops are coming around and stuff like that, the direct market was taking off. I was in this shop recently, and that's like, it felt like I had seen it all before. Like I was looking at everything on all those racks, and it just like, I just got really bogged down all of a sudden. Like I didn't want to pick anything up because it just seemed like I've read this before. I've seen this major event before. I've seen this type of character, this world bending, idea before. What have you found? Have you found books that have sort of broken that for you?
It's mostly independence. I mean, I know how you feel. Like I grew up where Infinity Gauntlet was a big deal. Crisis was a big deal. It's like when it was only like each company had maybe one or one a year or maybe two a year where all the characters were getting together. And now it seems like every 3 months, there's this a big bad is coming to destroy everything. So it doesn't feel as, how can I say it? You feel like you're being inundated sometimes with events,
Exactly.
So I get how you feel. And for me, being able to read, Something Is Killing the Children or Ice Cream Man or the indies, feel so personal. It's like what you were saying about Philadelphia. They feel it's a different tone than the big two. I love the big two, but it's hard to completely do, like Batman and Superman have so many stories that have been told about them, and they've had so many different iterations of the character being really, really strong or not that strong, or it's hard to feel like this is new. But every once in a while, you find it, dead, alive, back. Maybe he's dead this time. His father came back. No, that wasn't his father. That was a Robin. It was how many? I don't know how many Robins there are. Sometimes people say, "Oh, that was Robin." I was like, Dick Grayson is Robin. No, there's a bunch of other Robins. They're black ones. There's all kinds of Robins now. And so, once you've seen a lot, I can understand for this generation that maybe hasn't been around as long as you and I have been reading books. When they see an event, they could get excited by it in a way that you would hope somebody would get excited by it. I get it, and I also get it from a publisher's point of view. When you have a struggling market, you have to do something to generate interest. You have to keep injecting new life into it. I think for old heads like me, it just makes it hard to follow the continuity because, every year you got the new 52, you got the new this or the new that. Right. And that it doesn't feel like you can't just jump in. It feels like if you weren't there from the beginning, you don't know, oh, this happened and that happened. So I get how it could be frustrating to go into a store and feel overwhelmed. But that's why, like I said, the indies, I start from the indies and then kind of move out. I'm in the store anyway. If I'm over with looking at the indie books and I find 3, 4, 5 that I really dig or I'm willing to give a shot, then I bleed over into Marvel and DC and I look at what's interesting and, who's on Black Panther now and who's doing this and who's doing that. And I end up picking up 10 more books. Just because I'm there.
Now, is that where you find your inspiration for all your writing, or do you? Where do you find your inspiration?
Again, I told you that mortgage. You can't forget that quick. My mortgage is my inspiration. My kids, and, private school is expensive. That's my inspiration. I think what comics do for me is kind of like therapy in a way. It connects me to something that's innocent and pure, at least to that place. Like I said, comics have been there my entire life. Whether I was up, down, someplace in between, there was always some book, something that I could turn to and find that emotional connection that wasn't dependent upon anyone else or anything else. And like I said, television is such a collaborative dynamic that there's so many hands in it. And the same thing with film. That's work. It's satisfying work, but it's work nonetheless. Comics are comics. It feels like work now when you got an email box full of where's my stuff. You were supposed to, your deadline. You said you'd have it to me Friday, and I said you got the wrong Friday. I meant the next Friday. But other than that, it still feels like, another thing too is the community. You get a bunch of comic heads together, regardless of age. We all sort of fit a thing. Whether you can argue comics, whether you can be on the same page, whether we're talking about the culture as it's represented in comics. It's something beautiful about that idea, just of a place where people with huge imaginations that love the medium can all get together. And, that's the better part of Twitter. That's the better part of conventions. It's the better part of doing stuff like this, is still feeling like a sense of community. And in a world where I think oftentimes you can feel detached, and it's a way of feeling like you're still a part of something. I kind of dig that too.
Now, what's interesting as a writer, like when you have the story in front of you, you controlling so much of the narrative of how things happen, the timeline and things like that. I found it interesting as a writer, how much of your actual career were you able to narrate yourself or control? Like, how much of what you've done in the last, how long have you been in, as long as you've been in writing, how much of it were you able to actually write and plan out, map out yourself, and how much of it was sort of just, fell into place for you?
I mean, I've mapped all of it out. Whether or not somebody came along and spilled something on the map, or drew something on the map, that's damn near everything. That's called notes, or, someone saying, no, I think we should do it this way. But virtually from the beginning, I mean, if you're talking about TV as well as, comics, I've been fortunate that I'd say 65% of everything that I've done, I've been able to do it the way that I wanted to do it in some way, shape, or form. Again, you always have networks, you always have producers, you always have folks who come in and sort of have their say, and you got to listen to their say. Whether it makes sense or not, you still have to do it, because at the end of the day, that's what this all is. Even in comics, you have editors that come in and want a character to do a different thing, or they want a different tone. But, all in all, I was a security guard at Walmart at one time. So this is all gravy at this point for me. It's like somebody, doing it my way is relative, because, hey, man, hey, lock that door up. Yeah, check that over there. This is way better than that. So, there you go.
So what was it? How did you get into writing, or how did you get into all of this at all?
Well, there's duality to that question. I think writing found me. I didn't find it. I've always had a relationship with words. I had a teacher tell me in junior high school that if I concentrated on being a writer as much as I did being a class clown, I might one day be a decent writer. And that's stuck in the back of my head. I think as far as the professional side of writing, I tried to do a bunch of other things and failed. I wasn't the best student. Tried to be an athlete. That didn't work out. Tried to do a lot of things between zero to becoming a writer. And writing was the only thing that I applied all of myself to, that I just really, really, really focused on. And things kind of fell in place, and are still falling in place in a way that I could never imagine. And I've been very, very fortunate. And so how did I do it? I think it's more of working hard at it, trying to always get better at it, and seemingly being fortunate enough that when opportunities came, I was ready to take advantage of the opportunity.
Okay. How much of it was sort of like being in the right place at the right time, or?
Oh, all of it. All of it was being in there. Sometimes I didn't even know I was in a place to say whether it was right or wrong. But as hard as many mistakes that I've made to corrupt the opportunity, not knowing what to do, or not understanding the politics, or not, all of that kind of stuff. Seemingly, I've been fortunate enough to find the right people to guide me and put me back on the path. And, it all comes down to people. It all comes down to relationships, they say, but also awareness, understanding that you can make a mistake and maybe go left when you should have gone right. Mm-hmm. But if you're able to learn from the mistakes that you make, you can always get back on the path and hopefully find your way. But like I said, I've been fortunate that a lot of folks have come along and helped show me the way as well.
Okay. We have a question here.
Uh-oh.
Yep. Let's see.
What do I think of manga? I really, really dig manga. When I was over in Hong Kong, I read a lot of manga. The story and the pacing is different, and it's funny how, culturally over there, manga is so huge. Whereas like we were talking earlier about comics and how comics are, you got to find them. It almost feels like a cult thing sometimes, or subculture. I really dig manga. I dig the layers in manga. I dig how you can infuse philosophy and a lot of different subject matter into it. Same with anime. I think it's its own unique form of storytelling that I wish we had more of over here.
Do you see? It is something about the work ethic behind manga too. How prolific manga artists and creators are. That's always kind of fascinated me about the art form.
Well, I think that also plays into the success of it, is that it's always in your there's always enough of it to satisfy you. It's like with us, sometimes we talking specifically about Black comics, I don't know if it's so dependent upon so many other factors, sometimes politically, as to how many you get, what the storyline is going to be, that type of stuff. Whereas with manga, it always feels like it's right there. It's like it's always there, and it's always whenever you're waiting for the next one, you don't have a problem. It's just they keep cranking it out. So I agree with you as far as the work ethic and just that ability to be consistent and disciplined about it. Yeah,
because and I'm drawn to that because as a fan of Black indie creators and Black comic book creators, I'm actually always telling them that I don't think we are producing fast enough. I think that the demand that actually Black consumers are demanding, I think they're looking for more content, and that idea is always verified every time a new show hits TV, like something like Lovecraft Country, and like how huge, how well it takes off. And then when I look at what are we creating on the book end, it's like we need to get more content out there.
But I think there's so many other factors other than just doing it. I know a lot of content creators that are doing a lot of books. I think distribution is an issue as far as comics are concerned. But I also think when it comes to TV and film, there's so many gatekeepers. If you can imagine, I think you and I are talking about the same thing and what we want to see, but that's specific to us culturally. If you've got to go through someone else who doesn't necessarily see the same thing we see, and they got to green light that thing, and they don't necessarily get the specificity and nuance we're speaking to about our culture, then they're going to go with something that they know. They're going to go with something that feels like, okay, I understand this, so I'm going to green light that. I think it's a lot of folks out there doing a lot of great stuff, but it's so hard to push that rock up the hill to get a green light and to get it on the air. I mean, think about Lovecraft Country. You had to have Jordan Peele, J.J. Abrams. You had to have some big names attached to the thing to warrant, the thing being made. It's like if everything had to have that, it's hard just getting that type of support. It's hard to get in front of. I know Ryan Coogler's developing Bitterroot right now, and that's a recognizable name. So Lord willing, that'll get done. And I know with I've got a decent company with me in the TV adaptation of Philadelphia, and so it's all a matter of it's so many other facets that come into how a story gets made for television or gets made into a movie, especially with movies, because theaters aren't the same anymore, especially during COVID. What it costs to make a movie. Streaming helps. now Netflix, Amazon, whatever. So you probably start seeing a lot of really cool stuff come through there. But it's easier said than done, is all I'm saying.
What is, like you were speaking of your, to bringing Philadelphia to, you said to TV or film?
Television.
There were some scenes knowing that, because I heard that. So that was reading, there was parts in the book and I was like, wow, I wonder, is there anything in the book when you were talking about how free the comic books are? Is there anything in the comics that you are concerned with how is going to translate to a television audience? Like, going from speaking to a comic book audience, not bringing that story to television. Is there anything that you created in the comics that you're thinking like, oh man, this is going to be, a hot topic on social media? Nothing.
The thing that's worked for Philadelphia for me, and for the folks that dig it, is it's honest. It's very, very honest. It's very visceral. The emotions feel like emotions, and the subject matter feels true to what I'm trying to say. And for me, it's more of course, executing it differently. You probably won't be able to pull off as many arms and rip off as many heads and do some of that stuff in the same way. Maybe not as much, but there'll always be some. You look at The Walking Dead, they've been able to pull it off. I think for me, it's more of there's a gentle balance between the horror and the family stuff, the heart, the emotional stuff. Being able to create a seamless sense of the two, a balance of the two, whereas the book sort of does it in a different type of way. Like in the book, I may have one issue is very, very active and violent from start to finish. In television, I might have to balance that out a little bit better. I may not be able to go balls to the wall and all of that, but it'll feel familiar. I mean, to the people who read the book, if they see the TV show, they'll be able to tell the relationship between the two.
And so what's the spinoff about? What this spinoff?
It's set in Baltimore. It's about a sister who her brother has been killed on the street, just was in the wrong place at the wrong time. And on his way to either heaven or hell, he happened to see some demons entering into Baltimore. So instead of going to his final destination, he goes back to his sister and he tells her that bad things in Baltimore are about to happen. And she creates a blog, the Nightmare blog, for people to send in their paranormal problems, hoping that they would be directly related to these demons that have invaded the city of Baltimore. And just so happens that someone hits her up, and she's on the investigation of trying to take a demon out of, to stop doing certain things to a certain family. I can't give too much away. I probably already have already. But she's basically doing a paranormal, grassroots paranormal investigation that's sort of connected to her love and commitment to her brother and his memory.
Oh, that sounds awesome. Is there we got a few more minutes here. Is there anything you want to close out with?
Not really. I mean, I appreciate what you guys are doing and talking to all of us and all of us Black creators, and keeping the word out there of what we're doing and what we're all about. It's always important.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Actually, I got some time. It's become a recurring theme as far as speaking to the whole idea of being, quote unquote, a Black creator. That whole idea of wanted to be known as good as opposed to be known as, the Black writer or the Black illustrator or any of that nature. But what I find so fascinating is that without this designation, for some of us, there wouldn't be an opportunity So it's this weird predicament that I see a lot of creators are in, and I just wanted to see what side of that line that you fall on.
Yeah, I mean, it's I'm going to say it's a good thing across the board because you got more brothers and sisters working probably in high profile gigs and across the board than at any time that I can remember in recent history, and doing things that really feel like real things that they have a lot of say in, and it feel true to the culture, which is always a good thing. I mean, for me, selfishly, I've always loved the horror genre, and to be able to be in it. If somebody says, "Oh, I want a black horror show," if one of the networks says, "Hey, we need a black horror show in that spot, and we need a brother to do it," I'll take it. I'll do it. Whereas 10 years, I remember, I'll tell you a quick story. So when I first got to Hollywood, I think it was in 1995. I had a version of Philadelphia that I had already put together as a movie. And I had a really high profile producer that really liked the script. And he said, "It's only one thing, because there have to be so many black people." And I said, "Well," it was set in Compton at the time. I said, "Well, it's in Compton, maybe." And because, you want to sell it, you start looking for ways. Maybe there could be more police. Maybe there could be more of this, or, Compton used to be more integrated at a certain time. I could go back in history. I could do a thing. He said, "No, I like the setting where it is. It's just, feels so black." And he said, if Vampire in Brooklyn didn't make it, how would this make it? That had Eddie Murphy and Wes Craven, and I was thinking in that moment, how many Dracula movies have there been? Some horrible that made no money, some really, really good, some right in the middle. But with us, it was this thing of, if that movie didn't work, this wouldn't work. And it doesn't matter the storytelling, didn't matter who you got as a director, didn't matter who produced it, didn't matter anything. It just mattered that the blackness of the thing sort of was the limitation in his mind way back when. So now fast forward to where we are now, where a lot of things will probably be given an opportunity just because of the success of other things. Anytime, again, Jordan Peele, I think, opened the door. I think Black Panther opened the door. Those things were crafted so well that, I think you'll probably get some things that are okay, but the things that are crafted well are the things that will keep this movement going. And if we can be the ones behind the crafting, I think this will be here to stay.
Yes, sir. And I just want to add that I'm looking forward to your Blackula book.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, Blackula. My mother took me to Blackula when I was a kid. She probably shouldn't have. They called CPS. I don't even know if they had CPS back then. But it was Blackula and Scream, Blackula, Scream. And it stayed with me. So to be able to be messing around with Blackula at this point in life is, I look forward to it.
But I'm gonna tell you, and this has crossed my mind a lot. I'm actually interested to see a black Vampirella type of character. I think you probably could get that. I mean, I played around with the idea, and I think the thing for me was, as much as I dig Vampirella, if you look at any of my work worth looking at, I'm always so connected to the reality, the emotions, the this, the that. Vampirella always felt like Hellboy to me. Like there was always it wasn't as grounded, for me. Right. It's like if somebody did what you're saying right now, I would go and see it. I'd buy the book, high five to it. But as far as me, I always wanted, I think, for what I do, I always need some emotion. I always need something that feels grounded to my trauma somewhere along the way. I get you. All right, I appreciate it. Again, where can fans and retailers, they can find your books pretty much?
Well, you can find the books that are published through Image, everywhere, either image.com, Amazon, and also your local comic shop. You can find me at the Rodney Barnes on Twitter and on Instagram. I don't think they'll let me have anybody else on Facebook, but you know, you can find me at those places. And you know, I have RodneyBarnes.com is my website, and ZombieLoveStudios.com is my website as well. So you can find me through both of them as well.
All right. I appreciate your time, Rodney.
Likewise, brother.
All right. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, talk to you soon.
All right.
Yo, this is Iman Latif, creator of Peep Game Comics. Going into our final hour here. I want to thank all the guests that came on today. It's been a phenomenal day. There's been a ton of great conversations. These interviews are going to be streaming fairly regularly on the experience. So if you miss anything, you'll be able to find these interviews and really take those in and take your time with some of these stories and some of these advice that creators are giving us. And we have our final guest of the day who has just jumped in, Keef Cross. What's up, bro?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing, bro?
Man, you probably I wanted to talk to you for the longest because like you're one of the creators I've been working with you know, for the longest. So I'm really happy that you were able to come on and hang out with me for a while.
Absolutely.
And real quick, I just want to remind everybody you're watching Black Comics Universe, presented by Peep Game Comics, exclusively here on The Experience. Please help us by hitting share and giving us a like and a follow. So you are the creator of Day Black. That is available. That's been available on Peep Game Comics for forever. But what I find, no, thank you. What I find and what's interesting is I picked up your book. When I picked up your book when I was starting Peep Game Comics, I love the fact that your approach to comics was not the traditional approach whatsoever. Okay, so just so give people an idea, if you pick up, you know, Keef's comic book, The Day Black, it's not, you know, it's typically not illustrated in the traditional panel format. You have these, you know, very full pages of illustration with another page of story. You do all these different, very interesting, elaborate illustrations. You don't even come across as a traditional comic book illustrator. You know, your background is in tattoo. You know, well, right. I'll let you explain your background, but it's like it definitely doesn't come across or come off as your typical comic book at all. And I wanted you to speak on your personal approach and why you went to do it so differently.
Yeah, well, actually, the funny thing about that is, tattooing is my background, but I also attended art school. I went to Columbus College of Art and Design in Ohio with your brother, homie, Jeremy. But so when I was there, the thing about it is I was so happy to be in art school. I really was surprised I even got there. So when I got there, initially, I didn't want to do what I knew how to do, which was draw, because I didn't know how long I was going to be there. So I really wanted to be a filmmaker. So I was like, I'm a major in film because let me do this while I'm here, because I don't know if I'm ever going to get a chance to even dabble in this anymore. So I just started focusing all my time into being a filmmaker. But that proved to be very expensive. You know, back then we were using like film, and you actually had to buy these materials. Right. So that kind of fell through. But while I was in the midst of it, I was taking other classes like painting, fine arts, illustration, and I took a comic book class. And the thing is, like, I've always been a comic book fan since I was a kid. I read comics in the 90s, like you know, in the late 80s. But when I finally took the class, I had no interest in doing comics, like, at all. You know, it was just because for me, it was a lot of drawing. And it was a lot like the guys that I admire, it looked like, man, they are drawing, probably have no life. This is probably all they do is draw because it was so good. Right. And I didn't really want to draw like that. I was more of a painter. I was more of a, like, you know, I didn't the meticulousness of it kind of turned me off. So when I was in class, I didn't pay attention. I didn't really, because I wasn't taking it serious. I did just enough to get by because I was like, okay, you know, this is just one of those classes I got to take. So here it is, 10 or 15 years later. Oh, wait, not that long. Maybe I'd say about 5 years later, I started a tattoo apprenticeship. And when I began tattooing, I started, well, I'll get to that. But basically, when I actually started to make the comic, I didn't remember anything that they taught us in class. I didn't remember about panels. I didn't remember. I was like, and I was thinking like, damn, what did he say? Like, I can't remember what he did. So I just got to the point where I was like, look, I'm just going to do this. You know what I'm saying? Because I got a story. I had a concept that I liked. And I was like, and at this time, comics were starting to look a little different to me. Like, I started to see pages that were like painted, and I started to see a lot more freedom. So it really motivated me to like really think like, okay, there are really no rules in this like there used to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, you had the Marvel way to draw, then you had the Image way to draw, like all these things that they set you up thinking that this is the way you had to do it. Once I realized you didn't have to do it like that, it just freed me up, you know? So that's where the uniqueness comes from. Part my style, part me not remembering.
Oh yeah, got you. So yeah, so briefly, that can you touch on the Day Black story and what that story is about?
Yeah, so basically, Day Black is about a slave who gets bitten by a vampire in the cotton fields. Fast forward to present day, he works as a tattoo artist as a way to collect blood, and he lives in this town where the sky is so polluted by well, it used to be an industrial town. They had a meltdown, and it left the sky so polluted that it blocks the sun out. So he's able to walk around day or night, and he doesn't really feel the effects. It's just like if every day was like overcast, like you never really see the sun. So he sets up shop and just, you know, ends up calling the town home.
No, I really love the concept, and you're on the kind of on the front end of what's become a, you know, as far as a horror renaissance, as far as Black comic book creators and creators in general. So what was it about the horror genre that drew you to the story?
Well, it's crazy because I never really looked at it as being horror. Like, I think because he was a vampire, it kind of leaned that way because that's what they're known for doing. Right. So I guess when I was writing it, I was like, well, he's a vampire, so I got to have him killing somebody. You know what I'm saying? And then, right. So I never really, it was more about, at the core, I always looked at it about, as far as being about a guy, or it's just like all your life people told you you're one thing, like you're supposed to do this, you're supposed to do that. But this is a guy who's trying to break free of that after doing that for so many years, you know? So at the core, it's just about change and about not being what people expect of you. But that's one of the things where I didn't realize it. You know, sometimes you get those themes and those profound meanings to your work after the fact, because sometimes, like for me personally, like even if I'm working on a painting, like I'll paint it and it looks wild and everything, but then when it's done, I see why I did it. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of the times Day Black can be like that. The meaning will come afterwards. So, but yeah, as far as the horror goes, I don't know, man. Like I started, I guess because him being a tattoo artist, you know, and him dealing with blood, like everything just kind of mixed up. And because even being a tattoo artist is kind of like a subculture in itself, you know what I'm saying? So it was easy for me to kind of slide him in there. And I think the first time I really drew him killing someone, I had never really drawn anything like that, and I kind of liked it. Like I kind of liked the visceralness of it. So it's not a whole lot of savagery going on in there, but when I do it, like I go in. Like when I finally have something, I really have fun with it. So yeah, it's not really, and even horror as a genre is not necessarily my favorite. You know what I'm saying? But it's just funny that that's what kind of led me to do it. But just the fact, but if we're talking about horror, you know, one of the reasons I made him a slave, and just for the record, it's not a book about slavery, you know, like a lot of people, not another slave. That's just, I use that because slavery in itself already comes loaded with horror, you know, for us, you know what I'm saying? So when you got that introduction, it's basically about him coming from one horror being delivered into another horror. Okay, the horror of being a slave, but now you're transformed, and now you're transported into the horror of bloodlust, to the horror of eternal life, to the horror of, you know what I'm saying, being a killer. You know what I'm saying? So it's just I like to use horror in that aspect, you know.
No, I like that. And you're right. It doesn't, the storyline doesn't come across as gory at all, right? And now do you start from writing or do you start from drawing? Because I just following up on what you just said. Sometimes it feels like some of the artwork in the book is sort of like it feels like you created that piece first and then like the story came next, or does it work the way around?
Absolutely. If I'm having writer's block, I'll draw and it'll manifest that way and vice versa. You know, sometimes I may be working on something totally separate from Day Black, but it'll look so dope that I'll be like, we'll see. And plus I'm at the point now where that's all I draw. Like if I'm gonna draw something, it's gonna be for Day Black, whether I planned on it or not, because I just don't have time to really do anything else. You know, I don't have time to really read a lot of other books, because whenever I sit down, I'm like, yo, you got your own book to write. What are you doing right now? Like put that down and go get your book. So yeah, a lot of times, and a lot of the dream sequences came like that. Like I'll just draw stuff like that, just bugged out stuff. And then I'll look at it and I'll kind of I'll write from it. Like what's in this, what is in this that I could use? And I'll turn it into a dream sequence. And actually those images, like a lot of the dream sequences you see in there, like quite a few of those was stuff that I had already drawn. And I was like, once I started doing Day Black, I was like, this will be cool if for some reason he has these bugged out dreams. So that gave me the whole image, or the whole concept of him having narcolepsy, and that actually came from, because when I was tattooing, there was this guy named Rhino, right? And he was another tattoo artist. He was probably like 300-400, big dude, but he would fall asleep during tattoos. So he would just imagine this big dude lumbering over you, and then he's just like,
oh my god!
And then people would have like lines like where his needle kind of trailed on him, and we'd have to, and people would come to us to fix it and stuff. But that's where I got that from, you know, just that whole concept of like, who out of all times to pass out, you know, doing a tattoo, you know. So I draw a lot from life, man. Like life is just, you know, you can't even write that stuff, so you got to draw from it, you know.
Talk about your process, because I've had a lot of fun with you as far as following how, like, I know that you work traditionally as far as on paper, at least for the first couple, your first few graphic novels, first few issues, but I know that you're transitioning to digital. What's that whole experience been like for you?
It has been life-changing. Like seriously, it's been great, man. Like, and I used to kind of scoff at it, like, you know, it's cool. It's like cheating, you know, but it's really not, man. Like I feel like anybody I feel like you can necessarily not know how to draw and still create something that at the very least is going to look good and look clean, you know. But if you actually have talent, that coupled with those tools and for me, it got to the point where, okay, I've locked in the style, black and white and red. But when you get on that iPad, on that Procreate, it's like, why am I limiting myself? You know what I'm saying? Like, why am I? But I have to keep with what I started. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have to keep with. I gotta stay the course, man. But I've still found ways to kind of bend my own rules, which has been everything up until now has basically been black and white, pretty stark, black, white, red. But now I'm like, okay, well, why can't black be shades of gray? You know what I'm saying? Why can't red be shades of red? You know what I'm saying? So now I'm starting to play around with that, and it's just really opened up. Like I've been sharing bits and pieces of stuff, but I'm trying not to do that because I wanted to be more of a revelation when Volume 3 comes out, because it's been taking me, like I heard you was talking to my man earlier about like, these black creators be taking too long to put stuff out. I was like, he's talking about me right now. I know he's talking about me. So I was like, I felt attacked, man. I felt attacked, but you're right though. But you know,
I haven't messed with you as much as I mess with other creators, but yeah, you on my list. No, but but actually though, at the same time, you actually put out a lot of work. Even before this sort of feels like a hiatus, because the last few, when you were on a tear, you were on a tear. You were actually putting out a lot of content fairly quickly. So and also, and what's interesting is that you use. I like the fact that you created a formula for yourself that actually helps you to create more work when by just to help people understand, like, your story, you made your character only see in black and white, and Merce, the main character, only sees in black and white and red, right? He sees blood, he sees red, that color, and so that helped you in terms of actually putting together a story or a book, faster, since you weren't having to worry about coloring that book and things like that.
Right.
But I can imagine now that you have more tools at your disposal. Now it's sort of like, now is that turning your story into something else, or how does that impact?
No, because I'm going to finish Day Black like it is. Like Volume 3 is going to be the end of this arc, this story. Of course, I have other characters that I want to delve into under the Day Black banner, because it's still a town. Like, anything can happen in this town. So the next Day Black is probably going to have a new main character and everything. But I also have another story that I'm doing directly after Day Black that is going to be full color. And like everything, like I'm literally practicing just so I could, when I'm ready to do this book, I'll be ready to go. But talking to like the hiatus, man, like the past couple of years have been kind of crazy. I was on dialysis. I had kidney failure. I just got a kidney transplant last year. So just that whole adjustment, you know what I'm saying, has been it's been one of the biggest reasons, just getting into that creative mindset. And I have a 2-year-old. It's just a lot. It's life, man. It's life. And I'm not with I'm self-publishing now, so I'm not with anyone. So, but I will say, when I was, like, my editor, he was like on me. Like, he would be like, all right, I need this deadline. So when you don't have, or at least for me, like, if you don't have somebody like, hey, when's that coming? When's that coming?
Right.
It's more like, I'll do it. But I get to. But I try not to think like that often, because there are people that are waiting for it and that are like wondering what's going on. So it gets to a point where you start doing it for I don't like saying fans, but for the people that appreciate what you do. You know what I'm saying? So it's more about, if I'm just so happy that y'all like it. You know what I'm saying? Like, how could I not finish it? Like, how selfish would that be? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm so appreciative that people even like it, love it. You know what I'm saying? Think it's a good concept. Anything, how could I not keep going? And I love it too. I love doing it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But for me, writing it and drawing it is like, it's not easy. You know what I'm saying? It's not easy. Like, I envy people that have teams. Like, I'm doing a collaboration with my man Newton from Crescent City Monsters. So he wrote a script. Merce and his character Jonas are going to be doing a little something, but just the fact that he wrote it was like just so easy. Like, it was like just so breezy, just going into it. Like, I was like, this is all. I see why people collaborate. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But it's a lot. It's life, man. I'm doing my best, but trying to get out this year, though. Try to get it out this year. I'm gonna release it. Volume 3, I plan on just doing a flat out graphic novel and just looking at it. I'm just gonna treat it like a piece of art that I'm putting it out. I'm not really trying to do the single issues anymore. It's just Being a self-publisher, it seems less. I don't know. It's just I just want to get it out. Honestly, I want to just finish it up. You know what I'm saying? I want to get it done because I have this other story that's just burning. You know, and another reason for the hiatus. I'm sorry, do you have some questions, man? I'm talking a lot.
No. Go.
Oh yeah, okay. So last year when COVID hit, like it made me kind of trash the story that I had, and I've incorporated that whole experience into it because it was just too crazy not to comment on it. So when you do see volume 3, you're gonna see COVID and how last year was for a lot of people, and how people in Day Black adjusted or persevered from it, you know. So
no, I do appreciate the idea that a lot more of the indie creators are collaborating more, because oddly enough, and you might appreciate this as an artist, is that what I have noticed in the indie community is that there are a ton of writers and there are a ton of creators that are putting out work, but I find it's rare that they collaborate with Black artists. So I have actually enjoyed the fact that, you know, some of these, you know, a lot of black indie creators have, you know, they might have put out their first few books, you know, working with, you know, the creators, but they circle around and they are starting to collaborate with artists like yourselves, George Gant, who does some, you know, really good work, and actually, you know, and Greg Alisi, he does a good job of. He's been doing a good job of collaborating with more, you know, African American artists. Can you speak to that whole collaborative spirit, like that seems to be, you know, starting to, you know, make its rounds in the community?
Man, I don't know, because honestly, I collaborated with Greg on his Kickstarter, his last Kickstarter. We did a quick little thing, and I think it was volume 2, I believe, of It's Nana. But I really haven't done a lot of collaborating. And as far as the community goes, I don't know, man. Like, I can't say. I don't know, because I'm not that much like, I know people off of social media, but I don't know a lot of people personally, because I think a lot of the times when like the Schoenberg and a lot of conventions that go on, they felt like they were always in New York or always somewhere far, and I could never really make it out there. I just could never, you know what I'm saying? So a lot of that camaraderie that I see when everybody gets together, you know, so I've never really had a chance to really get that with anybody. And some of the experiences I've had with other Black creators haven't been the best. I'm not gonna lie, which kind of, and I'm already kind of a not antisocial, but I'm cool either way. You know what I'm saying? So that coupled with everything else, like, but the thing is, I'm dying to collaborate with people. You know what I'm saying? But I just don't feel like, I feel like Day Black is such a, as far as if we're talking about crossing properties and like meeting characters, like I don't see with Newton and with Greg, it made sense. Like with Isnana and with Crescent City Monsters and with Day Black, like they felt. But a lot of books, I don't know if it makes sense. But even then, you could still collaborate and do something totally different. I remember Greg wanted to work on a totally new story, but I was just so wrapped up in Day Black. Like, I'm just to the point where I need to finish that before I do anything else. You know what I'm saying? But I think when but I do see other people collaborating, and I think that's awesome, man. Like, especially being Black creators. Like, I saw this one guy, I'm not gonna say his name, but you know what I'm saying? He says, he's like, you know, he said, man, I shouldn't even say this. Never mind. We go.
Oh man, I was getting excited, man.
Because if I could try to say who it is, but they're gonna know who I'm talking about. So I'm not even. Man, I don't even feel like it, you know. But yeah, I think the community aspect is great. Yeah, it's great. It's great. And if anybody's wanting to collaborate with me, shout out to his name is Mike Preby. I haven't pronounced it, but Mike Preby. He does a book called Bar about this little barbarian teddy bear, and he reached out to me, and I did a couple pages for him, and that was really cool. Okay. So actually love the collaboration the more I think about it, because because I've always had this feeling or this little thing in the back of my head, like, okay, am I really good, or am I just good at doing my own thing?
Right,
you know what I'm saying? Like, am I really a comic book artist, or am I just good at doing the shit that the stuff that I come up with? You know?
Yeah.
So just doing these collaborations have kind of it's always daunting at first because if I don't do it right, I feel like I'm not just letting myself down. I'm letting the person that believed in me down. So sometimes I'll just be like, "No, I'm good." But I've gotten out of that like for the past 3 times, and they've come out good. So yeah, I'm with it, man. I'm with it. I'm just not. I'm more of an introvert than an extrovert. That's it. So, you know.
You know what's so interesting is that, and maybe it's because you're an introvert, is that I've noticed that your timeline as far as indies comic books is such a different trajectory than most other indie comic book creators. You know, it's like not only you've had a couple graphic novels already. You actually started off with a publisher. You know, compared to other people, you actually had a short film. You know, that tied to your comic book. You're about to have another film, done, and you're saying on Netflix and stuff like that.
Well, it's actually going to be an animated.
Okay.
Yeah. It's going to be like it's going to be an anime. Well, what I could say is, and I made the announcement I think a couple months ago, but I just signed a production deal. Me and Durante Avaloy with Avaloy Studios. We linked up with Trioscope Studios, which is an animation company based out of Atlanta, and they had just released the movie The Liberator, or the series The Liberator, on Netflix. And if you've seen it, they do the mix of live action and they animate on top of it, kind of like what Ralph Bakshi did with Lord of the Rings. And I don't know if anybody ever seen Waking Life, but it's just that whole style where we're actually going to have actors act out and then we're going to animate on top of it. So right now, that's already locked up. So right now we're shopping. Yeah, I know Durante is looking at this like, don't say nothing else. But yeah, but everything is looking good. I will say that, man. Everything's
so. How is it that? What are you doing? So, what is it about your approach that's so different that has offered you these opportunities where it's sort of like it seems like it would take other creators, that much longer to make these kind of connections?
Oh man, I wish I knew. I don't know. Because I'm gonna tell you, the only thing I did, like, because I was working on Day Black for maybe about 10 years until I really started taking it serious. And what made me start taking it serious was, I was uploading pictures to Facebook. I was just uploading stuff daily just for likes or, tell me I'm pretty type stuff. You know what I'm saying? So sooner or later, my then publisher reached out, Bill Campbell, shout out Bill.
Yes,
he reached out to me. Yeah, he reached out to me and just approached me about publishing. And I was like, yeah, let's do it. But at the time, I was like, it was kind of raunchy. Like, it was really like raunchy. Like, it was raunchy. So, and Bill was like, yeah, we could do it like this. But he was like, do you want to have Day Black in bookstores, or do you want to have it in adult novelties in the back in the back room? And I was like, nah, you're right. So that whole version, I scrapped that and just started. But then the thing is, when somebody showed they were interested, I just stepped my game up. You know what I'm saying? I just stepped my writing up. I stepped, and initially I wasn't even planning on writing it, but I didn't want to write it. You know what I'm saying? Because I never considered myself to be a writer. I always had good ideas, but I never thought I was going to be a writer. But then it's like my character Merce, he's so much me. Like, he's like 90% me. So, but I didn't realize that until I had other people try to write it. And then it just started sounding like, okay, that's not something I would say. You know what I'm saying? So he said shit that I would say. So, but as far as why, I don't know, man. I think people love the concept. People love the cover, and it's just like I heard y'all talking earlier about, he was talking about comic book covers. And a friend of mine who's in the TV industry, he said that's what a lot of movie execs look for initially. Well, this was back when like Blockbuster Video was like, people would go to the video store. They would make, they were, the most important thing to them, even more so than the movie, was the cover, because they know that cover was the only thing standing apart from all those thousands of other movies. So I always took that to heart. So even when I designed the cover, I was like, this cover has to pop, because people are going to walk past it if it doesn't. So if I think if I did any other cover, we might not even be talking right now. Like, honestly, I think that cover was like the gateway in, you know? So, but as far as everything else, man, I don't know. Like, I ask myself that a lot, you know what I'm saying? Like, and is the next book going to be the same, you know, or is the next book going to have the same impact? So I don't know. There's not much advice I could give on that, because it's not like I was sending my books out to anywhere. I did send it to a couple of people, and I got rejection letters, of course. But at the same time, the versions that I sent, these were the versions that I sent before I met Bill. So when I look back at them, they weren't good. You know what I'm saying? They should have been rejected. I wasn't ready yet. I was just like, I drew this. Let me send this off, see what happens. You know, I'm so confident in my skill as an artist that I just figured, you know, that, you know. But no, it was more about the writing. It was more about, you know, they were just like, you're not ready yet. And I wasn't. So, you know, but, you know, by the time I got with Bill and he edited some stuff and really taught me a lot about the whole process, it definitely sharpened me up a little bit, you know, a lot of it. Yeah.
Now, do you find yourselves wishing, like, I never went to art school, but as a graphic designer, so much of what I learned was self-taught. And so, but now that I actually have a career in design, I wish I had paid attention more in as far as color theory or composition. It's like, there's a ton of stuff. It's like, now I realize, that's what that was for. Like,
absolutely.
Has anything sort of like, you know, haunted you like that? Like, now that you're like really in the thick of it, you wish you would have like,
Absolutely, man. Look, when I was in art school, we were taking mushrooms. We was doing acid. We was like, just, you know, I was just dropped into an environment that I was like, you know, this was stuff I was already kind of doing at home, but not to the level that when I got there, you know. So they was like, yeah, do this, you know, we're gonna broaden our minds and stuff. And it did, you know, it did. But it was still a lot of stuff, like you said, color theory. It's like, and a lot of times you hear people brag about, or not brag, but be like, yeah, I'm self-taught. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, self-taught. And I feel like that's cool, but you can't discount somebody that actually learned, because just because you taught yourself how to do something, imagine how much better, or how much just how much more discipline you'll have if you did learn something from somebody that might be better than you. You know, there's always somebody out there better than you. There's always somebody you can learn from. You know, so if I had to go back to college today, I would just, because I remember even graphic design back then, I was like, what is this? I didn't even understand what it really was, you know, so I didn't even try to do it, you know. If only I had known, man, you know. So the whole thing, I would take the whole thing back. Like, now the thing about the comic book class is interesting, though, because sometimes I think, okay, if I did pay attention, say I had just made straight A's in that class, like, what would Day Black look like right now?
Right.
Like, would it be better, or would it look like everything else? Yeah, so it's just one of those things, man. You just take a chance, and life is gonna play out how it plays out. You know, what can you do?
I will. The fact that it is so different, I think it's probably one of the biggest things, is because I see a lot of books, you know, as far as, you know, not just indies, but just in general, as far as comics go. And I have noticed that people have definitely fallen into a rut, in the sense that a lot of covers look the same, a lot of character design looks the same, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, but I know for a fact that, all it takes is one book like Day Black to, you know, you sit that on the shelf next to your book, and that's just gonna, you know, it's gonna jump right off the shelf, because it is so different, and you have to be looking. And I would encourage any, you know, creator that, you know, that's creating a comic book, you know, when you start thinking about what you want to do as far as your cover, as far as selling that book, really strongly consider, you know, doing something that's not traditional, or that doesn't look like everything else on the shelf, because there's a lot of blindness that goes into, when you start looking at books and what people are creating, and everything starts to look the same.
Yeah, especially when you stand in front of that big, all those comics looking at you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you really have to like zoom in and really, discern what you really want to see. Mm-hmm. But that's crazy though. Like, this don't really have anything to do with what you said, but as far as the cover goes, like, I remember one of the reasons. So I think when I was in high school, middle school, I was heavy into comics, like Image, all that stuff. But I think when I went to college, it kind of fell off, because one of the things I noticed was it seemed like you would go to, this comic shop I used to go to, they would never let you open the books up, right? Like, everything was bagged and back, so they wouldn't let you open up nothing. So I'm buying books based off the cover, right? So say I buy a book based off the cover that, I don't know, Jim Lee drew it, and then I get home and it was Jim Lee did the cover, and I get home and open it, and it was like, I don't know, Jim Valentino or something, just somebody that's like, and I'm like, bro, what's going on? And I saw it kept happening. Like, these covers would be amazing, but then the art inside wouldn't be like the cover. And I'm the type of person, I'm visual. So the art has to be good. Like, if the art ain't good, I don't care how good the writing is. If I can't love the artwork, I'm not interested in the writing. You know what I'm saying? And that's probably why I like Zack Snyder so much, because, a little bit style over substance for me is fine, But yeah, I like Zack. I'm a big Zack fan. But
bringing that point up, there's a question that sort of speaks to that I want to show. What comes first, the story or the art? Which is easier to create? And when do you know a story is complete, or if it's meant to be a single edition or a series?
Yeah, for me, it can be both. I could come up with a concept and I'll run with that, or I could draw something that just looks like it has a lot of meaning to it, and I'll just look at it and I'll just create a story based off of it. So it really just depends. I have quite a few ideas in my sketchbook that I know if I just spend some time on, they could probably be a pretty decent story. So it's easy. Now, how do I know when a story is complete? I don't know. It's kind of like when you've been eating and you get full. I would say that because, like, when I'm working on a painting, like, I have this full feeling, like I can't add one more thing to it, or I'm just gonna bust. So it's hard to describe if you're not an artist, maybe. But being A Day Black is my first story, and I'm not finished, I can't really say what it feels like yet. I imagine it's gonna feel good. Because I've been working on it so long. It's like, bro, I don't want to draw one more fedora. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm so tired of drawing this dude. I love him, don't get me wrong, but it's like doing it so long. It's like, and you take a hiatus and come back when you have other ideas gestating. Like, man, I can't wait to start on this. I can't. And especially now that I have we're working with the animation deal. It's like, I know I'm gonna have to finish this. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not gonna let them finish it. Like, I need to have this thing locked in. Even though the deal we got now is just based off of the first 2 volumes, so the story's not even finished yet. And so that was encouraging. I didn't even think that happened. I thought you had to have the thing beginning, middle, and end finished, but apparently not. So
it worked out for Game of Thrones. So
it sure did. Even Walking Dead, I guess, because it was still going, and they deviated so much. I think Robert Kirkman is the prototype of where I want to be in the industry. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not the type of person that wants to draw for the rest of my life. Like, I don't want to do this, forever. But I am always going to be creative, and I'm always going to want to have a say in something that I created. And a say in anything that I create. But as far as just drawing, like drawing every day and
I will say this. I'm not sure if it's an advantage or an edge, but I know that there's a very strong Black art community down there in Atlanta.
Very strong.
Actually, my friend, I don't know if you know Wade Harrison. He's from
I know Wade.
Yeah, he's from Toledo too. So he's down there in Atlanta putting in work, and
he is.
And it just seems like that connection to your work. Like, there's a ton of things I see in your book that I've actually you've actually sold pieces that look similar and things like that. What is it about that connection to the actual arts community, fine arts community, that has sort of given you opportunity to reach more people?
Well, I will say this. The really cool thing about Atlanta, or being an artist in Atlanta, or for me personally, is like people down here that know me as an artist, they know me for a few different reasons for being an artist. Like, it's either people that know me just from being a tattoo artist. There are people that know me just from being a fine artist, like doing like shows and galleries and stuff. And then there are people that know me just from doing the comic books. So I like to be able to, I like bridging that gap, because when I actually talk to them, I put them on the other things that I'm doing. But as far as like, as far as the art scene and everything, I've always wanted to incorporate that, because I think in volume 3, I'm going to have maybe 4 or 5 fine artists that I'm really cool with do variant covers. So it's like, instead of reaching out to another comic book artist, which there are plenty that I love and respect and would love to do a cover for me, just to bridge that gap between the fine arts and the comic book. Not like I'm inventing the wheel. That's been done plenty times in comics. But as far as the Black comics, the Black art scene in Atlanta, it's already such a movement that to carry that over into comics, it's just going to bring more people into comics that never was really into it but love this artist. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are so many people that I've talked to that don't read comics, but they bought Day Black. You know what I'm saying? Or they don't even like comics, but they liked it. You know what I'm saying? So it's just about, already bridging the gap between tattoos and comics. Now I'm trying to bridge that same gap with fine arts and comics, or just art in general, because I really don't feel like comics is looked at as an art form as a whole. That's not the first thing people think of, when it's actually a lot more intensive and a lot more challenging to create an actual book than to just do one piece. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it definitely doesn't get the respect it deserves in those circles. You know what I'm saying? Like, actual artists, they might look at it like, that's cool, but that's not really, you're not doing these canvases, you ain't doing these shows, So even and I even had a Day Black art show, I think about 5 years ago. It was called Red Cotton, where the whole art show was just scenes of Day Black, like backstory that wasn't in the comic books, that I'm actually about to do part 2 tomorrow. I'm going to look at this spot where we're going to do part 2, and I'm going to have like pretty much pieces that are like connective tissue to the story. Like, people that have read the book will look and be like, oh, so that's what happened. But people that don't know anything about the book, it will still be like, oh, that's tight. That's a nice piece of art, So, yeah, man.
No, I was speaking to a young artist here in Toledo about that idea. Like, he's into, you've heard the term trap art.
Yeah.
It's like, it seems like it's a huge scene. He's a part of it. And I was just so fascinated by it, because it's basically just like, most young people are, like, they've created their own community, and it's not about what people are doing in the art school. It's not about what's showing in the art museum. It's about what they like, and, what they're willing to pay, hundreds of dollars for, and that they're totally isolated in their own world. And he was telling me about this idea. It's like, I want to come up with this comic book and all this kind of stuff. I said, look, you have the audience that would love, a comic book. You don't have to, because he wanted to go and do shows, like traditional comic book shows. And I said, why do that? You already connected to this trap art scene. Make a comic book and sell it to them. Like, they'll eat it up. It's like, I think we need to find, just like you were saying, we need to find these other opportunities to create a comic book for different audiences that are going to make a different connection with folks. It doesn't necessarily always have to be you're creating a comic book for a comic book shop, or you're creating a comic book that's going to sell at a comic book convention. Like, I've rarely seen you ever do a convention or a traditional selling. I don't know if I behind the table like that. It's like you.
Yeah. I do them every now and then. But back then, like, I was tattooing, and so tattooing is one of those things where it's like, all right, I could go to this convention, but if I stay at work today, I could make $2,000-$3,000 easy. You know what I'm saying? At a convention, it's like I might, you know what I'm saying, make some money, but I know I'm gonna make money if I stay here and work. So it was one of those things where I just couldn't tear myself away from the money, which I kind of regret. Like it was a lot of conventions that I just didn't go to because I didn't want to leave work, or I had booked up and I just couldn't leave. But I'm totally with it. But damn, I had a point I was gonna say. What were we talking about right before that? You was talking about, oh yeah, I was gonna say there's an actual you probably know about this, but there's an actual trap museum in Georgia. There was that
that Pink House.
Yeah, I think it was like 2 Chainz and T.I. did that.
Right.
So yeah, the kids out here, they love that, man. Like the young kids, like they'll draw like pictures of Gucci Man and just like, and it's hard to say what kind of art trap. It's just really, it seems like to me, it just seems like they draw their favorite trap artists, you know, or just draw scenes of, you know, like people, you know, trap. It is exactly what it says, trap art. It's like drawing those scenes, you know.
Yep. And then like
I actually went to the trap museum, and my only thing, and it was cool, but it's like when you think about what trapping is, you know what I'm saying? I was like, this would have been way cooler, not cooler, but more. I think they should have had like the results of trapping, you know what I'm saying? Like the people that get addicted to these things that they selling, you know what I'm saying? The downside, like everything was glamorization, you know what I'm saying? And I understand, you know, these are kids, nobody's, nobody's trying to think about that. I guess this is just me, the old man coming out like, I need to have, you know, the crack babies up there, and them, you know, to really make it a full, like, I feel like if he had the whole thing encompassing the whole lifestyle, it would have made it a lot profound. But the thing is, a lot of times, and in Atlanta especially, like there's so many art shows like all the time. So a lot of shows just end up being parties just with art on the wall. You know what I'm saying? Like we're gonna throw a party, we're gonna have an art show. And like I used to do those too until I realized I was like, you know, everybody dancing around, but nobody's looking at my art. Like nobody's asking me any questions. Like the DJ ain't shouting nobody out. Like
I've got a little hiccup here. We're gonna get him back in just a second here. In the meantime, I'll just give a little quick reminder. You're watching Black Comic Universe, presented by Peep Game Comics, exclusively here on The Experience. Please help us out by hitting share and giving us a like and a follow. Let's see. Get my man back. Not quite yet. We'll put them through in a second here. I'd just like to remind everybody we're starting again tomorrow at 10 o'clock. We're going to be starting with, I think it's Marcus Roberts is our first guest. Yeah, Marcus Roberts. I got you.
Oh, we're good. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, my bad. Was that? Okay, we good. We back? Okay.
No, we back.
Okay, okay.
We were basically talking about, you know, connecting to the arts community there, and like, you know, basically reaching out to different communities outside of, you know, traditional comic book culture. I think it's worked out, you know, great for you as far as, you know, how you've been able to translate this story into so many other different, you know, genres as far as film and animation. Can you tell us a little bit about the short film? Because you actually had some good, the vibe of that short film in and of itself was really, really interesting.
Yeah, man, definitely. So when we did that, it was one of those things where, and again, it's just another benefit of living in Atlanta. That's such a art rich town. Is like literally, if you want something done, you probably know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody, and that's what it was. I just had the idea. Initially, I wanted to do a play because my wife is an actress, so she had like a wild Rolodex just full of actor friends, producers, like people that work cameras. Her brother was a cameraman, so I wrote a script and I just started passing the script, and I also went to Tri-Cities Visual and Performing Arts School. So a lot of those people that she knew were also classmates of mine who were all actors and such. So my friend Justin, who actually directed the film, and also Justin donated my kidney to me, so that was also a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
So and that's another thing. Thank you, Day Black, because if I'd never made Day Black, I never would have met Justin. I never would have had a kidney. I'd still be on dialysis right now, maybe. So thank you, Day Black. But anyway, yeah, so when I did that, it was more like, all right, I want to see how Day Black works in as many mediums as I can. You know, animation was always the next step. Or it was really the first step, but it was way more easier to just get actors together than to try to find somebody to animate it on the level that I wanted it to look, you know, because like if it didn't look good, like if it was going to look wonky, like I'd rather not even do it. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to just do it just to say I did it.
Right.
That's why the Day Black film, like it just looks so clean. It just looks so polished as far as like just the cameras we use. Like, you know, we really put a lot of time and effort into it. But and we did a lot of festivals and things like that. But the thing about that was, you know, we couldn't do a lot of those dream sequences. We couldn't have a two-headed lion, you know, because for obvious reasons, without it looking crazy. So I had to boil it down to kind of like what we were talking about earlier about a man just trying to redeem himself. Like the scenes of going to church, and you know, if you broke it down on that basic level, you just had a story about a guy that was, you know, we did get the vampire aspect into it, but it kind of just turned out like an indie film, you know what I'm saying? Which is really what I always pictured Day Black to be, like a little indie film, like by, I don't know, like Jim Jarmusch or something like that, or you know, some just weird, you know, little director that I used to watch in college. Right. But then again, like the other story I have is like a blockbuster in my mind, you know.
Okay.
But yeah, but as far as the movie goes, yeah, man, it was just a blessing. It was crazy because I remember the first time we did a table read for it. Like, it's crazy because you could write a character for so long, but when you actually hear somebody speak those words, like when I first heard Eugene, who played Merce, like when I heard him say those words, man, it was like it just gave me chills, man. It was like, this shit is real. This shit is real. Like I hear him. It's like you don't even know what they sound like. Of course, I based Merce off of Mos Def, like that, so I always had Mos Def's voice as far as him. But obviously that didn't happen. I was like, but yeah, I was like, that just was. It's probably too late now. Like even if he came, it would be like, nah. She's coming right back. Come on, you come over here. Okay, no. Uh-oh. All right, I don't know how much longer we
No, yeah, that's 5 minutes or so.
Can you hear him? Can you hear him through this? You can probably hear him. Okay, okay. Come here, bud. All right. She's coming right back. Mama! You don't believe me. All right. Hold on, let me mute this. Give me 1 sec.
No problem. Baby time. 5-ish minutes. May have a cameo here. I'll share a few comments. Thank you, Audrey. This has been, snacks. And we got a shout out.
Okay, we're back.
Oh, no problem. We got a shout out to your boy, Justin Jordan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man, he deserves it. And Justin, he was really he works in advertising, so he had a lot of access to different camera equipment, which really and his wife, he was the director. His wife played Nell. My wife was in there too. My father-in-law, Thomas Bird, who rest in peace, he was in there. Okay. And he just, that was great, man. It was a great experience. Of course, I look back at it now, and it's like with anything I create, like anything old, I kind of look at it like, it just wince just a little bit at some things that most people probably wouldn't even pick up on. But I'm still proud of it, man. You know, still, and I think that's one of the things where may have see, and that's another thing. It's like when you have something or when you have a story like this, you really have to. I've learned that you just have to do things for it and not wait for people to do it for you. It's like when you already put the work in, when you already create the content just because you want to, like just because we did the Day Black film, not thinking that it was going to make a movie or do anything like that, even though that would be cool. But the initial was, I want to just see what this looks like. People read the script and they wanted to do it. You know what I'm saying? So, but I feel like even the hiatus I've had, like the work that I did has sustained Day Black, and like people are still interested. You know what I'm saying? People are still getting books from the website. Like it's crazy. Like, I figure like out of sight, out of mind. You know what I'm saying? I know to a degree it has been like that, and it's so easy and it's so common to see that when you see Black creators, like they'll come out strong, and then they just fade. You know what I'm saying? And before I've had the past couple of years that I had, I would be like, oh man, you got to be consistent, man. Like, oh bro, you falling off. But life, man, like when you got a 9 to 5 and when you got a family and you know what I'm saying? Like when you just doing like a passion project, sometimes that stuff happens, man. Sometimes you gotta take a break to just sustain what's right in front of you. You know, sometimes you gotta put your dream to the side just to sustain what's looking right at your face, you know, what's looking right at your face like, hey, what you gonna do about this right now? You know what I'm saying? So for me, that was one of the biggest reasons for my hiatus, but coming back strong, man. Coming back strong in 2021, man.
I appreciate you coming back strong.
For sure, man.
Of course, you can find Day Black on Peep Game Comics, but they can also find Day Black on your website, dayblack.com.
Dayblackcomic.com, yeah.
Dayblackcomic.com. And those all those links will be up on the Experience website. They got a link there to all the links for all the creators that were on the show today. Do you have anything else you want to close out with? You got a few minutes,
man. Just thanks for having me, man. I'm glad of what you're doing. You're definitely the first person that reached out about getting my book up on the site, man. So I'll never forget that. I appreciate that. And
I appreciate you, man.
Like I feel bad even giving my link out. I'm like, I want them to go get it from you. You know what I'm saying? Like I was gonna say,
no, it's all good because the way this whole thing works, man, it's like we all one. You know, we all got to eat. Number one, so that it's not even about exclusive. It's not about exclusivity at all. It's about we all are going to we all take advantage of this opportunity. You know, and then we're all going to get, you know, what we're due. So there's no need to worry about, you know, where it's coming from.
Yeah,
I mean, I had to
absolutely.
learn that pretty early because, you know, everybody has to still has to, you know, do what's best for them in terms of, you know, how they're going to sell their book and, you know, the revenue they bring in and stuff like that. But, you know, I just have to, you know, do my part to, you know, to basically, you know, what's best for my business. And then two, you know, just because, you know, you're selling your book on your website doesn't mean, you know, they're going to find, because the way it works on my website, they find your book and then they find 2 or 3 other books, you know.
Right. Exactly.
So it's like a whole nother experience when it comes to me. So I'm never necessarily taken away from anything that anybody else is doing. So.
And, and I will say, and speaking of that, aside from getting the book on dayblackcomic.com, you could also check out the short film, and you could check out the animation sizzle reel that Avaloy Studios did. This isn't what we're doing now, but this is what we initially started out doing. But now we went on to a new style, and you could also get the merch, the t-shirts, art prints, all that good stuff on there. So yeah, dayblackcomic.com is the spot. And all my social media is at Keef Cross or at dayblackcomic.
All right. Thanks so much, Keef. And we're gonna be talking again soon, man. When Volume 3 drops.
Yes.
Yeah,
all right, man. All right. Peace.
Check. Yep. All right, that's the day, man. I don't even know what to say. No. I just want to remind everybody, you were watching the Black Comic Universe presented by Peep Game Comics. That's peepgamecomics.com. exclusively here on The Experience. Please help us out by hitting share and giving us a like and follow. Then make sure to tune in for the rest of this evening. We'll be on our original programming is 7 days a week. Thanks, you guys, and good night. Check us out first thing 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're going to be doing this again.